The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The standings have blown wide open at the 2026 St. Louis Rapid Blitz. Javokhir Sindarov battled Wesley So in the final round, but neither could capitalize, settling for a draw to remain within striking distance of first. Praggnanandhaa still a point ahead of the field after suffering his first loss, but his lead's far from safe, because Blitz is a totally different animal. Day 4 of thrilling chess, coming up next.
Hello chess fans and welcome back to day 4 of St. Louis Rapid Blitz. The rapid portion is over and it's time for Blitz. Over the next 2 days, players will play 18 games of Blitz where every second counts and anything can happen. Despite losing the last round, Praggnanandhaa is still leading in the tournament. Will he manage to cope with the pressure? Let's go to the studio and start the new exciting day of chess.
10 of the world's elite players, including some of the biggest names in chess, have been doing battle in the chess capital of the United States for big prizes and precious Grand Chess Tour points. Hello, everyone. We are here at day 4 of the St. Louis Rapid Blitz, and what more could you want? We've had great chess so far in the Rapid, but now it's on to Blitz. It's going to be fast action. It's going to be furious action. Will the players be able to hold their nerves? All that starts right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our show. I'm your host, Paikidze, and I'm here with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan. We had fantastic 3 days of rapid chess, but Yasser, now it's all about the Blitz.
Yes, indeed it is, Nasi. Hello, everyone. Indeed, as you've heard, the Rapid is over, but what amazing games there were. 9 rounds of real fighting chess, but now it's Blitz. It's all about staying ahead on the clock and making your moves as quick as you possibly can. Nasi, do the honors. Tell us the standings after the Rapid portion.
Let's have a look. This young man from India, Praggnanandhaa, won the Rapid portion and is leading going into the Blitz. But only 1 point behind him is Javokhir Sindarov. And don't count out Wesley So, who's only 2 points behind the leader.
Don't count out those monsters behind Wesley as well. It's a slim lead. The format, it's all about Blitz.
Absolutely. We're going to see 9 games of Blitz today, and time control will be very fast. 5 minutes with 2-second increment. And they're getting only 1 point for a win now.
As it's been mentioned, we're in day 4 of the schedule. Tell us about it.
We have 2 days of exciting Blitz chess coming up, 18 rounds total, and if at the end of it there is no clear winner, we'll have playoffs.
Wonderful. Maurice, I always thought that the player who won the Rapid was predestined to win the tournament. Is that true?
I had that same impression. It turns out the numbers don't tell the tale. Although one tournament in particular does show a bit more contentiousness and belligerence, but we'll take a look now as that tendency does bear itself out. So we look at this right now. We see that there have been 30 Rapid and Blitz events over the year, starting in 2017. The winner of the Rapid usually goes on to win the Blitz. As you see here, 3 of those events are right here in St. Louis. By the way, look at Levon Aronian winning 2 of them. Now, if we look at the next list of 7 tournaments to round out the 14, once again, 3 of those 7 are here in St. Louis. 14 of 30 overall, not even 50%, but 6 of 8 have been eventually won by the Rapid winner. So the person who wins the Rapid in St. Louis has got to feel that's a 75% chance of winning it all. But take a look at the current standings as we've seen. Look, he's leading the tournament as Praggnanandhaa, but those are slim pickings for points as he's only ahead by a point over Javokhir Sindarov, who's a fantastic blitz player. Wesley So, who's won the Grand Chess Tour, so he knows a thing or two about performing under pressure. And that name, Levon Aronian, you see there, only 3 points away. He's won this twice. He knows he can pull it off. Again, this will be a serious challenge for Prague, for everyone here, in fact. But will he be able to pull it off and continue that trend? Winning in St. Louis in the Rapid tends to be the one who wins overall. I'm not sure I would bet, if I were a betting man, that he is going to be guaranteed of winning this one.
It's that close.
It's not going to be easy.
Nasi, do the honors. Tell us the pairings for the first round of Blitz.
Absolutely. We have a long day of 9 rounds of Blitz coming up, but in round 1, we have Vincent Keymer against Praggnanandhaa.
That's your marquee matchup right there.
Absolutely. And our backup, Yasser Levon against Javokhir Sindarov.
Also not bad at all.
Then we have Wesley So against Jorden van Foreest, Anish Giri against Fabiano Caruana, and Awonder Liang against Leinier Dominguez.
Players are fighting very hard, Nasi. Why are they fighting so hard?
There's a huge prize fund and also Grand Chess Tour points up for grabs. $200,000 total. First place, $50,000. Second place, $40,000. Very nice prizes indeed. And yes, sir, these players want those 13 Grand Chess Tour points to qualify for the Final Four.
Absolutely, absolutely indeed. That's what it's all about, getting to the Final Four as you see the players getting ready to do battle.
Fabi and Levon.
I know.
Good friends, but also fierce
At the board.
competitors.
Absolutely. And I saw, Maurice, that Levon has won this event twice, but I've always thought of him as really dangerous. If he ever gets on a win streak, he can win any one of these tournaments.
You know, I think he actually won it 3 times because we showed a stat that was tied for first.
Right.
But I think he came back once and won it. I think he's actually a 3-time winner of
the
this
Grand Chess
event, maybe
Tours.
in 2023.
Well,
We're gonna have to check that. But
Yeah.
I think he came back from second place and won one. So Levon is a 3-time winner. That's being confirmed now that he won from first place position, and he also won by coming back. So he's looking for his 4th victory here. This man would be a dangerous pick as a wild card, by the way, in this event.
Exactly.
A dangerous pick in Blitz. And look at him rolling up his sleeves. yeah, Maurice, I heard you. I'm here to play.
bring those young rookies. Who is this Sindarov anyway? Yeah.
Yeah, if you think about this, young players who are only 20 years old, they can't possibly have that much Blitz experience, right?
Exactly. And those wily old foxes, in Blitz.
Here we have Vincent Keymer. He's definitely not happy with his performance in the Rapid. It's solid, however, and he's almost guaranteed to make it to the Final Four.
Yeah.
But of course, everyone wants to win the event.
Absolutely. And for Vincent, he's still got a lot to prove. I mean, the fact that he didn't make the candidates this year, that hurt.
So close.
Yeah, because he was indeed so close. And he really needs to establish himself firmly, not just in the top 10, but top elite, top 5.
And we have Pragg here, who absolutely showed class in Rapid, but he did finish it with a loss yesterday.
And that one stung a lot because without that loss, he would be really in cruise mode. Now, having said that, he also told us that last year, he had a terrible outing.
He had -5.
Minus
so
5.
he
just said
definitely practiced his Rapid and Blitz since then.
Maurice, he just came out and he said to you, I'm just happy to get off the schneid and win a couple of games.
Indeed, and he had a great performance here, no question about it. One loss is not that serious. It's going to be difficult, though, because those 2 extra points, he had 2-point lead, it would be so nice to have at least a little bit of a cushion. We can't call it cruising. We've seen people lose from 3 points ahead.
Right.
But this is the slimmest lead you could possibly have. Right. So that's a challenge. He's got to think, listen, that tournament is done, that part of the tournament. And we'll listen to Chris Bird here.
Next round. This is Blitz. I know it's fast, but please, if you can make sure those pieces get on the right squares, and if you've got any adjustments to make those adjustments before you press the clock. That would be appreciated. Thank you very much. And remember, still no draw for us. Make sure an arbiter gets involved at the end of the game. Make sure you do those repetitions for us. All right, it's now 12 o'clock. Good luck. Please go ahead and start White's clock.
There was Chris Bird, the international arbiter, reminding our players that the schedule is every 30 minutes. They'll be playing a game starting at 12, then 12:30, et cetera, et cetera. As we are underway,
of course, we're going to follow the tournament leader, Praggnanandhaa, who's facing Vincent. And look at the slot defense without knight f6, allowing e4.
Yeah, this is a gambit line. I think it even has the martial gambit. Its name attached to it with the idea of a bishop b4 check. Very quickly, knight e7. So the classical players would look askew and say, what are you doing? Putting your knight on, the knight belongs on f6 so that it
Look
can...
at that, Yasser. I'm sorry to interrupt, but knight is on h4. Is it going to f5 to still trade the bishop on g3? Just chasing that bishop around the board?
I have no idea.
Answered.
What can I say? That's some
real prep.
Really crazy prep. Chess engines are convincing us a lot of things are possible in the openings. I look at this and I just scratch my head and I say, modern stuff.
What happened to developing your pieces on that?
Yeah. I know. Coaches, chess coaches around the world are just crying and saying, oh my gosh, you know.
Yeah, there's not many games in the database. I only found one. So it is definitely prep for specifically the Blitz game.
Right. G2, G3.
Wow, I cannot guess any of these moves.
So White went 1, 2, 3 moves with the bishop. Black went 1, 2, 3, 4 moves with the knight.
And what did we achieve?
And it's like, White, like nobody's developed. Okay, so from White's point of view, White says, I'm not averse to trading the dark squared bishops, but let me recapture on my terms. G3 takes f4, so I have a little bit more control of the center and a half-open G file that I can operate on with rook G1.
And now this reminds me some of the Catalan lines where White offers the trade on f4 just to get that open G file and some attack on Black's king.
Absolutely.
Which is really fun to play, especially in this time control.
For sure, I would be elated myself with White's position.
Moved the knight one more time.
Why not?
Do we expect bishop f5 now to trade? No, bishop g4.
Bishop g4, encouraging a move I already wanted to play, which was rook to g1, by the way.
With the idea to probably play h3 as well and trade the h-pawn for the g7, if allowed?
With great pleasure. So rook g1 was just played, and okay, Pragg gives up his bishop, and you know, by all rights, this is just perfect for White. White has what we would call the superior minor piece. The bishop on d3 controls more squares than the knight does on d6.
Yes, do you think Pragg's still going to castle short, or it's time to switch and castle long?
Asked and answered, right? He's sort of like, if you castle short, bishop takes h7 check, queen h5, rook takes g7, and you might just find yourself in a mate right away. So g7, g6, and of course from Pragg's point of view, he's ready to put his knight on d7, he's ready to put his queen on e7, and castle long.
But I like that both players are playing quite fast. They have already adjusted to the change, because let's not forget, they played rapid for 3 days. They're used to 10-second increment and 25 minutes on the clock.
Exactly.
I'm sure they practiced yesterday. They played Blitz with their seconds, or
Title Tuesday.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Some wonderful online event. King b1, an indication that, well, if you do try to castle long, there's a potential knight takes d5, rook c1 siding.
Queen goes to e7, as you predicted, Yasser, and maybe rook c1 just to delay Black's castle?
Yeah, but it's only going to delay it for a move, because the knight actually is not great on d7. Either the knight is interested in the b6 square or the f6 square, defending the pawn on d5. Somehow, don't ask me why, but Black's okay. You play the move knight b6.
I mean, slightly behind in development, but should catch up soon.
Yeah, White's pawn structure suggests to me that you would like to play for move e3, e4, but doing so entails playing f2, f3, which means moving the queen. It's a laborious undertaking. On the other hand, a different approach would be to play king a1, followed by b2, b4.
Let's go.
Rook b1, rook,
Bring the other rook to
c1, and play for b5.
That does.
I mean, there's also just f5, no? Just blasting away and suggesting you might even put the pawn on f6.
f5.
Dealing with your double pawns, asking the king what it plans to do.
Black's king is definitely... Oh, knight takes...
95 still hanging, maybe.
That's a point.
You can't castle right away because of that knight takes pawn on... And he's played it.
He's played it. f5.
He's played it. That's... I mean,
Okay.
it's the most logical break in the position because it's the closest break. You could do it right now, in fact.
Exactly.
But it's also a central break. And it knows you can't castle queenside because you drop the pawn on d5 thanks to the pin on the c line. And that's just a free pawn after queen takes. And, well, I say just a free pawn. Obviously, he could try to play knight takes f5 in order to get the pawn back, but you do
That's a
have
check.
the move bishop takes f5 with check.
So no time to take the queen.
So that would be perfect, in fact, for white, and white does win a pawn and has a fantastic game.
Right.
Thank you, Maurice. Yeah, f5 was a great move and great fight by Vincent, and now Pragg is taking a long time to react, and look at that, g takes f5. Not afraid.
Wasn't exactly what Black wanted to do. Black wanted a nice, quiet life with the king already sitting on the
We need to switch very quickly to the game between Wesley and Jorden. A bad opening, I mean, a series of bad opening moves in that game has led to absolute unmitigated disaster in his position. As you can see there, Wesley just played the move bishop to d3, which is just a killer of enormous proportions. You are dead in the water. He's trading queens here, but this is a complete disaster watching his kingside get blown up. At any moment, Wesley can just win material. There are mating threats sitting on the board. I think he could just take the queen right now. And when you move your rook out of the way, anywhere you move it, he'll double on the h file or play bishop h7 first. No, double on the h file is mate, isn't it?
Correct.
I mean, this is just over.
Yep.
Just take the queen, and it's basically resignation as mate is unstoppable. What's going to transpire? You can't push any pawn. The knight on d5 guards f6, so the king will not be able to run if you move your rook away. The knight, in fact, there's a threat of knight f6 once the rooks double as well to shut the door on the king. So this rook on c8 cannot move because the doubling of the rooks wins the game.
Maurice,
Terrible
Jorden must
accuracy.
have done something terrible in the opening. Look at that accuracy. We've never seen it that low, 68%.
No.
Unbelievable.
He just kind of fell out of bed. Actually, there's a threat of mate in 3, including knight
F6,
f6,
rook
jack, and
g3,
rook
right?
g3. Yeah.
It's a nice checkmate indeed.
It
Yeah,
is.
mate
Yeah.
is unavoidable here.
That looks to be winning. We're going to go back to our marquee matchup between Pragg, our tournament leader, and Vincent, who is currently in 3rd place.
Pragg has managed to castle and kind of close up the c-file with one of the knights on c4. And notice how Vincent didn't touch the f5 pawn yet.
Yeah, he definitely wants to recapture the pawn and wants to be able to play bishop takes f5 with check.
Winning more material, right?
Yeah, because the king, the
And Pragg
placement of the king.
going down under 1 minute now, feeling pressure.
Exactly. This is not comfortable at all anymore.
And Wesley has won his game. Jorden just
Yeah.
resigned in that position.
Exactly. Knight. Whoa, whoa, whoa! What is this? So king b1. I saw
He's
the.
switching back to e4 now? with the
Yeah,
knight?
exactly. That's what it looks like. It looks like he wants to bring the knight to e4, so there's no bishop takes f5.
Looks like a good idea.
Is it though? I'm a little bit skeptical. I think that the pawns on f7 and h7 are too weak. I'm seeing a rook.
Whoa,
What?
king c2.
Okay, he didn't. He felt that the king is
Better in the center.
because he's anticipating that the queens are coming off. That's a surprise move. That king.
But Yasser, now it's all about time. We are in the bullet mode, right? Less than 1 minute with only
Yes.
2-second increment.
Yes.
Levon, by the way, has been playing with only 9 seconds on his clock against Sindarov. So in trouble there. A win by Sindarov will tie him for first. Obviously, Prague is currently looking to maintain first.
Exactly. But this is what I was thinking, that the white rook was going to be dominant on the queen e5, queen e5.
You want to trade the queens and win the f7 pawn, right?
Well, my king is on c2. I want to.
There you go.
I don't want to necessarily. I want to
explain why
avoid.
you put the king on c2,
Yeah,
right?
right. I want to avoid getting attacked. Okay, rook
Vincent
e8.
has less time now, 20 seconds. Position is maybe simple, but it's Vincent who's putting pressure, and he's the one who's
100%.
playing for a win here. But
100%.
the advantage is not huge.
And it's only +3 in terms of the increment.
Right.
So,
It's not like you're
or
building
is it
up.
+2?
+2?
It looks even worse.
yeah,
Oh, man, I thought it was +3. So
5
that means
+ 2.
you're not getting time as you're ticking down now. It's 9 seconds left. You've got to make 4 or 5 moves in a row just to get back. And look at this. He's taking way too long. His rhythm has to shift as Vincent because he's in deep trouble on the clock.
Yeah, for sure. He's.
See this? That's hesitation. That doesn't work.
Yeah.
That doesn't work in blitz. You just cannot be hesitating. You need to be pre-moving right now. What's your next move? What's your next move after this? Blunders are waiting when you no hesitate. There it is again. Too long.
Yeah.
Your hand has to be making moves. You can't afford to think when you have 3 seconds on the clock.
I was about to say, it's funny that he's setting up for f2, f3 when. Whoa.
I'm a little bit worried about
whoa,
Vincent's
whoa.
king on e5. Is it a strong king, or it is might get checkmated in the center of the board?
Yeah, true that.
I think Pragg feels that now he has such advantage on the clock, he can maybe trick Vincent.
I'm not sure.
Because it's so easy to blunder, Yasser. I think that's one thing that's hard to get used to in Blitz versus Rapid. You never get the time back.
Mm-hmm.
You
That's
can't
it.
build up.
Okay, he has achieved essentially the best that he ever could achieve, which is getting his pawn to e5 and perhaps getting his pawn. No, good move by Vincent just to stop the f4, f5 business.
And now Prague's rook on b4, while it looks pretty, it doesn't have any moves.
But you're playing
gonna
a4,
play
a3.
Levon and Javokhir are fast-pacing their way to a draw. So
Awonder Liang has won his first game in the event against Leinier Dominguez. And so ends Leinier's streak of draws.
Oh my
his
goodness.
first win
Yeah.
and Lanier's first loss.
Exactly. And Prague is.
H6, rook d4, what's
But
happening? We traded some pawns, but
H5?
now, yes, both of them have passers.
Fabiano drew, by the way, his game.
This is, I believe, the only game left now, 94.
Rook
You know what?
G6.
In Blitz, knights are always trickier. You can blunder forks.
Uh-oh, there's a c-pawn
Bishop
racing up the
takes.
board.
There's
That
rook
was a bad move.
C6.
Just c2 right now. c2. And then you can cover the c-file with knight
Knight,
c3.
that's it. That wins. That's
Prague
a winner.
is winning. Check.
He is not going to be able to bring his
But you do
rook
have.
over. Well, he
king
has a
takes-
series of checks he can play, but even when he gets the file, it's going to be blocked by a piece.
King takes e4.
Just c1 queen. Or maybe
I
rook
take a
c3
rook.
first. Rook c3 first.
Yeah.
I have to keep the rook alive.
Yeah.
They're repeating now,
King
but of
takes
course king goes to b6, king is running, and white cannot stop that c-pawn.
And here's the final countdown. It's taking
Take
the
it.
But
knight.
now he can
There's
promote because the rook
queen on the
rook
board
is
and the rook's hanging.
Ah,
That was a good outplay in the endgame by Prague.
and a very, very important victory there for
Absolutely,
Prague.
because Wesley won and he could have come closer to Prague.
And he pushes a rival down too. How did
Maurice,
Javokhir?
maybe
Yes,
catch
please.
us up on the other games that we didn't get to look at?
Well, the game that Awonder won, he was busted. He was busted for a while, actually. So if I may, in this moment here, you could see black has a knight on d2, pawn on c3. The knight on a3. Bad king. Of course you're going to win the game, right? Like, sure you are.
That knight is awful. Oof.
Drop the pawn. Now it's down a pawn.
Dropping another
Absolutely horrible pawn structure. Everything is going your way, but blitz is blitz. Rook g1 threat. Okay, a check. And now he offered a trade of queens. He's still winning in this position. Rook f2 would have been a great move just to get in there. He did play it. And now king g7, just slightly in the wrong direction. But now knight f3, getting rid of the rooks would have been a very smart idea here. And then you're just much better. Your king will stop the e-pawn. Instead, he played king f7. And then he went after this piece, and after king to e7.
Oh, dear.
A quick move, and suddenly, whoops, a mate threat. Where did that come from? And that was all she wrote. Rook went down.
Wow.
Check, get out of the way, and it's time to resign. That is the cruelty of blitz. Just like that, Awonder ended up winning the game. Leinier was winning the entire time. Wow. That is rough to happen to you. The other game of interest, Fabi and Anish drew a pretty tepid game. But it's this Wesley game, the other victory we saw. If we go back, even before this moment, he had played a series of bad moves starting here. Actually, he was worse even earlier, starting here in the game. He played bishop e6. Doesn't look like a bad move, but after this trade, he grabbed the pawn and opened the file. Wesley said, you can have that pawn. Remember yesterday we talked to Wesley, he said, listen, when you sack pawns, you're a killer. And he said, yeah, he shook my hand. He said, I want some good luck. And this is the good luck. He sacked the pawn. He said, oh, no, my friend, I am attacking you within an inch of your life. You want to take a second pawn?
Oh.
Time to go down. Wham. Just nastiness. Simple chess. When Wesley's attacking, he is a beast. And there's literally nothing to do here. His opponent resigned on the spot. You might think, isn't it too early? Well, you dare move your rook in this position, then you get hit by a hammer blow and you get mated. So you're dropping in exchange, and it's hard enough to stop the attack. Tremendous play by Wesley, and that win, I believe, puts him within half a point of second place. But Prague has extended his lead, so hey, winning the Rapid is nice. Winning your first game of Blitz is nice.
Especially in St. Louis, right?
Especially.
Correct.
Tell us about the standings after this first round of Blitz.
Right, let's see how much the standings have changed after just one round of Blitz. We know that the leader, Prague, won his game, so he extends his lead a little bit because Sindarov, who is still in clear first, he only drew, so now the gap is a little bit wider, 1.5 points. Wesley won his game. He's catching up with Sindarov.
Yeah, and Vincent falling off the pace.
Right, and now sharing fourth are two players. It's Anish, Giri, and Levon Aronian. And Fabi, by the way, did have a winning position. If we have some time, we can pull that up, but he is struggling in this event.
Tell us, statistically speaking, where things stand after the Rapids portion is over.
Right, pre-tournament, Wesley was favorite, Fabi in second, and Sindarov in third. The current leader, Prague, only had 10% chance of winning this event.
All right.
But let's see, day by day, after day one, Wesley increased his chances a little bit, so did Sindarov. Prague jumped to 21 because I believe he was at +2 after first day.
Yeah, he drew in, he almost won all three.
Yes.
But yeah. And then?
After day two, Prague was the sole leader, so he has almost 40% chance of winning. Sindarov at 21% and Wesley at 16%. Then, after the last day of Rapid, get that, Prague at 37, Wesley at 26.5, and Sindarov same as Wesley. The rest of the field kind of
it's like
behind.
Those three horses statistically are set to win it. But in my view, 17 games of Blitz still to be played.
Anything can happen.
Yeah, I feel that there's that we're going to see a lot of upsets between now and the end of the event. You were saying that there were some other games, Maurice.
Yes, Maurice, if you don't mind pulling up Anish
I have it.
against Fabi.
Yeah.
I have it, and I definitely misspoke talking about Fabi's game against Anish. There was some good chances for Anish in the opening, but take a look at this position. I'm going to back up just one move to this moment, and it looks as though White's doing well, although he's just winning his piece back. Bishop takes, and he took with the rook. And this moment right here, if you're a normal person, you see the discovery, you know, you've got to do something about it. But yes, you have a discovery with the rook somewhere. But what if I make a king move where I have a discovery with my bishop? I see your discovery, and I raise you a winning discovery. This is a huge problem in this position, and very hard to figure out where to put the rook. By the way, in this position, after this move, this move, king to b6, bishop c3, could be met by the gorgeous bishop to a3. What's up with this beauteous move as this bishop is now hanging? Rook takes on e8 is met by rook takes, king d2, rook c2, and the king is in big trouble, as well as this bishop, as well as this rook. So you're just busted. He played rook takes e5, king to b6, and then he tried king to d2 to try to hide. And here, bishop d6 was a mistake on Fabi's part after bishop e3 with check, spoiling his game. Here, he could have just traded, played a check. Where does the king go? The king can't hide here because of bishop to e3, and that's all she wrote. There's no way to stop check except putting your rook in the way. And the only other move is king to the file somewhere. Let's put it on e1. Rook to e8 will be played, and now you could try to defend, but that's not going to last very long. After bishop f7, Fabi would have won a whole piece and the game. Or this would have been completely busted. Missed this chance, only ended up drawing. Fabi not doing well at all. He did move up a little bit in the standings as Jorden dropped half a point.
But still,
this is...
You expect him to win that 100%.
It's Fabiano Caruana. He's got to win these games.
Absolutely.
And he had time on the clock, by the way.
That's what I was going to say. He had more than a minute while Anish was in time trouble.
Right.
Bad form he's in right now.
We just wanted to inform our viewers that the month of August is a very special month here in St. Louis.
So more Grandchester events coming up. Let's take a look. After the Rapid and Blitz,
The granddaddy of them all. There you have it.
The Sinkfeld Cup, the classical event, August 10th to 20th, with, look at the prize fund, $475,000.
Wow.
And after that, we will know who qualifies in the
top four.
And we'll see Grandchester finals starting on August 22nd.
Wow, we've got a big month of August. Are you going to be here the whole month for us?
I am.
All right.
I think all the players are in St. Louis for the entire month.
Yeah.
And the pairings for upcoming Blitz Round 2. We have Javokhir Sindarov against Jorden van Foreest.
Yeah.
Leinier against Anish. The leader, Prague, is facing Awonder. Awonder is struggling, but he just won his first game, so he must be feeling pretty good.
Well, yeah, but as Maurice...
Oh, he was losing the entire game and bounced back.
Lucky.
But Yasser,
okay.
in Blitz, win is a win.
Exactly.
Then we have Levon Aronian against Vincent Keymer and Fabi against Wesley.
Boy, I mean, after that Rapid game that they just played, I don't know where to go. Who's going to be our marquee matchup then?
I would suggest we stay with the leader, Prague.
Okay, Prague and Awonder Liang, that would be
Our
cool.
backup can be Sindarov or Wesley.
I really
great.
like that Caruana-Wesley matchup myself after that spanking that Wesley put on Fabi.
F3.
He's got to still be feeling it.
And Fabi wants revenge.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Right.
And it just happened yesterday.
Yeah, that was the last game, right?
Right?
Yesterday.
So you take
It's
a
fresh.
beat down from your Olympia teammate and good friend. I'm expecting that's his most recent memory that he's smarting over that one.
Yeah, but Wesley's performance yesterday with that game also against Levon, that was also a tactical melee. And then Fabi...
It's 3 games in a row now we've seen him
and just now...
play. Okay, he was forced
Sacrifice.
against Levon. That
Yeah.
was different affair. He was forced.
Right.
Levon said, we're going into chaotic country.
Right.
Then Fabi kind of forced his hand a little bit the way he played, and he said, I felt I had to start sacrificing. And today's sacrificing pawns,
Right.
is it a new and
Improved?
Wesley So? We'd love it if it were the case.
Wow.
He's playing extremely dynamic chess, at least in the last 3 rounds.
Yeah, it was fun watching, definitely. I'm looking at the upcoming round, and I'm seeing Prague, but that Levon, Aronian, Vincent, Keymer game, too.
Every game is exciting on every
know,
board, right?
right?
Where do we go?
All right, yeah, I'm with you. We're going to stay with
But
Prague.
But
I'll
one
keep an
player,
eye
by
on
the way,
Prague
has
and-
drawn all 10 games.
It's still
Anish Giri.
Anish Giri.
We'll
He's had a reputation of being a drawish player.
Right.
and it's,
And
one thing
it's
to do that in
unfair.
classic.
It's an unfair reputation.
Yeah, true.
But right now, he's trying to reclaim it, it looks like.
In classical, rapid, and maybe even in blitz. We'll see. Chances are pretty low to make 9 draws in blitz, but it's possible.
Hard.
Hard, definitely hard.
Hard.
He is playing Leinier in the next round. Wow, look at Prague, 13 points. Right now, he's feeling great, but if he keeps up this pace and wins a couple more games, I don't know. I think it'll be hard for anyone to catch him.
Actually, Leinier and Anish, between them, they have 18.5 points. 1 win and 18 draws?
Yeah.
No, it
one
can't be
loss,
18, it's
one
20.
loss.
One loss, sorry. One loss, make it even worse.
Yeah.
1 loss and 17. So they have, wait, my eyes are not seeing that probably. How is 9? Oh, because they're the 9 points and 9, so they played 20 games. Yes, of course. No, but they've also played each other. That's what the problem is.
Yeah.
They've also played each other. So that's why we're seeing this score. But only 1 draw, or only 1 loss, and then the rest of them draws. So not doing well. These two very amazing players.
I actually want to suggest maybe we watch Sindarov's game because he has a chance to catch up with Prague. He's playing Jorden on Foreest, who just lost. We saw that game against Wesley.
I'm with that.
It was a collapse.
I'm with that, certainly. We're going to be watching Prague a lot.
Yes.
So if we just keep watching Prague, we'll be doing that all day. So
Nothing wrong
I
with
don't
that.
mind watching some other the contenders
I think
who are
Sindarov's game can be very
trying
exciting.
to catch him.
And Fabi walking around. I think players, what do you think they're doing during the breaks? Talking to their seconds or just taking a break and eating some snacks?
But also, for me, I was always reflecting on the very next game. What am I going to do on the very next game? And let's say I'm going to play Levon. What has he done in the tournament? You know, because a lot of the players tend to come to a tournament with, I'm going to play the Dragon, I'm going to play the Nimzo Indian, and I'm going to stick with I'm going to play a King's Indian. So you, before the game, you really have this, it's guesswork, but it's also this mental preparation of like, do I have something against the Dragon that I haven't used recently that might be a surprise? So in my
It's amazing
mind,
to me that these top players,
trying to
even in
surprise.
Blitz, they put so much thought in their openings and
Exactly.
opening prep.
Exactly.
But the problem in Rapid and in
Blitz.
faster time controls, Rapid included, but especially in Blitz, is you've got to establish your form. You've got to feel like you're in flow. If you feel hesitant, you're not just putting things down on the board, you end up losing the thread, losing the plot, getting in time pressure. Look at how Vincent handled himself in that game. We saw it. We could tell. He wasn't a natural when it came down to no time on the clock. You put Hikaru in that situation. You put Magnus. The moves are just coming out. I don't care if these are perfect moves. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. That's the attitude you have to have as a player. There's no thinking involved. Your instincts at such a high level. Ali Reza Firouzja. How do they make that many moves? Nihal Sarin. These are the genius blitz players of our time. And you could tell those who know how to pick them up and put them down just by the way they flow when there's no time on the clock and they just have to go. That's what I think all of them are looking for. Fabi hasn't found his form. Anish, Vincent. It's guys like Sindarov we want to pay careful attention to his flow because he's a fast, lightning fast player. And Prague can get it done as well.
Yeah.
Yes, and Maurice, it was yesterday Vincent against Prague where he blundered a piece in one move, remember, in that time trouble, and he did it again today. He didn't blunder a piece, but he lost in the very last move.
Time pressure makes fools of us all, but when you're an incredible blitz player, then you know how to handle yourself.
And the games are off. Are we following Sindarov?
I've got Prague and Awonder Liang on my screen, and I've got it on the video as well. So let's just stay here for a moment, and we'll switch if it fizzles at all. Against Bishop E7 in this particular move order, I do like the move B2, B3. Prague is consistently capturing on D5. I don't know why you do that when your bishop's on C1.
Exactly. I was going to say, if you're doing the exchange, but your bishop's on C1 blocked with the pawn on E3?
It's not inspiring for me. I mean, because I always ask myself, where is my king? I know is going to go to the king side.
Look at this game, Yasser. Prague is in clear first, and he's playing a player in dead lust.
Yeah.
But we know Awonder is a tricky player, and he's very good in blitz and fast time controls.
Yes, he is.
And he's just coming off of a win as well.
Exactly. So, yeah, if Prague puts his king on kingside castles, I just don't know what I'm doing with my bishop on C1. I fianchetto it, and then what? Why is it on B2?
Do you think Prague will choose knight e5, f4, and that
Pillsbury
plan?
attack?
Yes.
Yes, something attractive about that. Although I must say, the moment you do play knight e5 and f4, you do encourage the counter attack in the center.
But if we don't do knight e5, are we going to play the minority attack with rook b1 and b4?
Makes sense. That's the alternative for sure. So from Black's point of view, Black usually just plays rook to e8, knight to f8, bishop to d6. Here we go. So bishop d2, yeah, here we go, rook e8, knight f8. No, he didn't go for the minority attack. I really thought
Not yet, at least.
the
He's going for
a2,
e4?
a3 was going to be played.
No, he's still not showing his hand, right?
Not
He could
so
still
far.
play the minority attack. He could play e4, but definitely no longer available is knight e5 plan.
Yep, that's done. That's done and dusted. The computer, I think, still likes the central break e3, e4, rook e2.
He's going to double on e-file first before he breaks the center with e4.
Remarkable idea. You don't normally see doubling on the closed file.
It's called good preparation.
Yes, precisely.
Well, Prague is playing a bit faster than Awonder so far. And that's very important. That's how he won the last game.
Stay
He
ahead
had
on the
extra
clock.
20, 30 seconds the entire game over Vincent, and he pressured him on the clock.
Exactly.
By the way, Prague doesn't have to think he has to crush this opponent.
No.
He's up 1.5 points in the tournament at the moment.
Yeah.
The last thing he needs is some disaster because of overexuberance or disrespect of his opponent. He knows, make a mistake, this kid could hit you. So I say kid, he's actually younger than Awonder, but he understands that he's playing against a dangerous opponent. He'll just keep playing normal moves. Whatever happens, it's all good. Okay, what just happened on the board?
No, I'm just
Is
playing.
this your analysis?
This is
Yasser?
some analysis.
Okay, you're confusing us
Yeah.
with
No.
sacrifices. Okay, because I was in shock at that last line.
How did
But-
you get the bishop on g2? Bishop
this
on-
last
I went
move,
queen c8, bishop h3.
Very solid
Nice, nice.
move, bishop b4, trying to guard the e4 square. Other games, by the way, Fabiano has a nice grip on the board against Wesley. Like I said, Wesley should be sacking pawns. He
Shoot.
shouldn't be playing solid openings against
Apologies.
Fabi. Got to go for it, Wesley.
Apologies, I hit a previous game. I was trying to hit an arrow.
I think Prague has the strategy to keep the position balanced and equal for a while and keep the advantage on the clock and then put the pressure on the opponents. That's a great strategy, of course.
You can do it. Awonder, anticipating the move e3, e4, decided to get rid of the knight on c3. I was going to say, I like it if he follows it up with b5. I don't like it if you follow it up with knight e4. With the move b5, then I'm thinking...
Shutting down c4.
Exactly.
We might see that now on the next move.
Surprising for me, Pragg just didn't say, go ahead, take my bishop on d2. I will play the move c4 and kind of chisel away at the center.
Yeah, because I would be afraid of b5. After that, all my pieces are so crammed, and the bishop on c1, I'm not happy with it.
Exactly. If I'm black, I'm playing b5 and shutting down c3, c4 as well.
The engine loves this position for black.
Yeah.
Especially after the move b5, but other moves as well. Not impressed by white's setup at all. The doubled rooks on the e-file leave a very poor impression. And it's hard to play f3, even if you move your knight. Well, I guess if you attack the knight on e4 with knight back to d2.
Wow, what a cheeky move. Rook c8. He's planning c5 after c4.
He's targeting the c3 pawn.
Right.
I really like black's position, but I don't like that Awonder is playing this very slowly.
c5 on his agenda. So knight to d2.
White needs to get rid of that knight on e4. Quickly queen h4. Awonder was ready for that.
Defending the e4 square.
Is f3 at all playable? I am weakening my king side, no question about it.
Deep breath. Knight at g3, rook f2, yeah?
Yeah, I'm hoping
Knight
to.
h1.
Oh, that's beautiful. And I have to move my rook again to f1 or e2. You do have perpetual if you want. Right. You might have more though, bishop h3 or something might work.
There might be some trickies there.
By the way, an emerging development in the game between Van Foreest and Javokhir Sindarov, who's in second place right now. Van Foreest is playing a wonderful game, got nothing out of the opening, did Sindarov, and he's worse. He's clearly worse, looking for play because he has nowhere, almost anywhere to look to find really good play. Maybe we should switch to that just for a moment. This game between Sindarov and Van Foreest, I just want to show you this position. Take a look at this position as you see Sindarov with the white pieces. His pieces are huddled the third rank and worse. Look at black, doubled on the f-file, bishop on h4, knight on d4, queen lurking, double pawns, forget it. They're just controlling key squares. And Sindarov has had to play defense and has not played the move knight to h1. Now, I've seen Nimzovich do it. I've seen this move be spectacular. But I can tell you it's not because of positions like this one. He is in full defense mode, realizing that he's in big trouble.
And the time difference tells the story. 40 seconds against 3.5 minutes.
Absolutely.
Sindarov in huge trouble here. And if Van Foreest can pull off this upset, it's great
that
news
would
for
really
Pragg.
upset the apple cart in the tournament as well, as Sindarov is the closest pursuer to Pragg. But this is desperate times in this position. How many things can gang up on one pawn? That f2 pawn is under fire from all four of black's pieces.
But that's the thing. There's no more pieces to attack f2 with, right?
It's kind of the zenith that black's position. What do you do for an encore? White has a lot of ways to repair his position. One is to play b2, b3, and bring the rook to a2, which means I'm never going to lose f2 with everybody's defending. And then I can maybe start to think.
That move did hang the rook on a1. So it is possible to take on f2 right here, right now, as the rook on a1 is under attack. You could just keep capturing on f2 until the rook on f1 leaves the square. So this is a mistake that allows bishop takes f2. If he finds it, he will win a pawn.
Wow. Seems to be calculating it.
You're right.
It's just a hanging pawn?
It blundered a pawn. It was so natural to play, you're forgetting about the rook is hanging.
And he missed it.
What an opportunity to take that f2 pawn. And was it just completely lost?
It was just a straight pawn.
Wow.
It would be a queen ending in the end,
I don't know if it's completely lost
because of the double.
But the extra pawn, but it's a pawn. Yeah,
it's a pawn. I'm taking it.
Sure.
I'm sure if he had seen it, he would have gleefully captured it. Queen c2, by the way, bit of a surprise. I genuinely did expect rook a2. Somehow I kind of like the queen on e2, keeping an eye on the king side, maybe angling for queen g4. Didn't happen.
If h4 happens, though, that knight will never leave, and Sindarov is desperate at the moment, now fixing the rook on the rank.
Yeah,
by the way, the d3 pawn is going to come under heavy attack as well. This looks horrible as everything is hanging, and he's now playing for tricks?
Hoping for some knight h5.
I mean, that doesn't do anything. Whoa, what?
Now he's going to have to recapture.
Take with the king?
That's his plan. I don't know if it's a good
but
plan.
Sindarov has 3 seconds. Am I seeing that right?
Yes, 3 seconds left. And it's not just the F2 weakness, it's not just the bad pieces. The D3 pawn is a potential victim, and there he is having to defend, just yanking the knight back. And here comes the attack on the pawn and switching off attacks. This is exactly what you want, the principle of 2 weaknesses.
Van Foreest playing a fantastic game. But Sindarov's so quick. He just had 3 seconds. Now he's up to 6.
It's so hard when you're
He's
only getting a
defending
2-second increment to build up any kind of a buffer. But yeah, this was a moment ago. The king was on G1, and I was going to say, I'll put the king back on G1. Thank you for asking.
Okay, kicking the
Listen,
quick.
I got to say, I'm impressed by what Sindarov
Has done.
Look at how quickly it's like he's pre-moving. This is what I was talking about. He is ready with his next move. King G1 is probably a pre-move. You move the queen, I just play. You cannot afford to lose those milliseconds even. Somewhere the queen's going, you don't see anywhere strong for it, no threats for it. King G1, your next move, just play it.
Whoa.
Sacked. Now, that one is a shocker.
And
what?
a bad move.
I don't know. Maybe it's an interesting sacrifice.
Well, wait a minute.
His
Hold on.
rook is very active.
That one came as a big surprise. And now, is he okay? That bishop is super strong.
Yeah, Sindarov needs to create some kind of a fortress to not lose any more pawns.
But this is...
Well, the problem is the rook on C3.
The black king's going to come to G3, isn't it?
The rook on C3 is doing nothing. The rook need...
By the way, Pragg drew his game against Awonder.
How are you getting, King G3? What a bind.
You're playing a rook. Oh, finally you can bring the rook.
But where is the win? Did he flag? He resigned. I'm not sure if he flagged or
Bishop
just resigned.
takes G1. Bishop takes G1.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, fantastic game.
Foreest
Let's go to the game of
outplaying
Levon
Sindarov.
and
Amazing win.
Vincent for a moment, as Vincent with the black pieces appears to be doing
Oh, great. Look at those pawns on the queen side. 2 extra pawns on A5, B4.
Wow.
But 5 seconds for each. Anything can happen. And we know Levon is very tricky.
Okay.
He will create some chances for himself. Black's pawn is already on A2. Queen C3 is coming. A1, a new queen.
Yeah, queen C... Ooh,
But this is a
queen
mistake.
C2.
This is a mistake.
No, queen C2. Why did you give up
Should
that?
have played queen C3.
Queen C3 was just a killer.
Oh, no. Vincent, again, in time trouble, just miscalculated.
3 seconds to 4 seconds, and
What just happened here after queen C6?
he lost on time. Levon
He
Levon
flagged.
overstepped.
I've never seen Levon lose on time.
That is shocking. He forgot about his clock.
And I think all the games are over because Fabi defeated Wesley.
Whoa.
Big
that was
upsets in this event, Maurice. Wow.
What a round.
Indeed,
Maurice,
what a round. And the way Van Foreest won was so impressive, I got to tell you. That game, sacking when he needed to, but clearly he was better, but sacking and saying, I'm going to go for this type of position, we can see this game between Fabi and Wesley, it was dead even. Wesley was perfectly fine on the board and on the clock. As you can see, everything was okay. And then he made an off move. And Fabi said, oops, sorry. What he needed to do in this position is play somewhat counterintuitive lockdown move. I'm not letting you get this one break you have. What other break do you have that you can play for? He ignored the break, and B5 came. He thought C5 would get the job done, but suddenly the position opened up for the bishops, and then target practice. You can't just keep defending forever. A move like bishop to F6, for example. Hey, your pawn's coming under pressure. I got a pass pawn on this side. My rook is fantastically placed. And it just went supremely downhill after allowing this break. Give me that pawn. I'll take. Okay, no problem. This move, not the best one. Bishop C3 was better, but here we go. And then he made this blunder, thinking that he was doing something. I could even move his bishop, but let's go. What are you supposed to do about this next move? Essentially losing a piece. E7's hanging. You could trade and bring your rook back, but you're going to a dead loss ending. In fact, that's what he did. And then bishop to b4. And sorry, that's all she wrote.
Yep.
He got his piece, but that pawn on a7 is just too strong. Give us one pawn, give us this rook move, and now it's time to resign. If you move your rook over, then it's just easy peasy, just nothing to do. You could try to defend, but we're going to wait you out until you get in Zugzwang, and you're just busted. And this is how he ended up losing the game, did Wesley. Just one moment of not being alert, just one split second. By the way, again, that game, I'm so impressed by what Jorden did in this position. Let's go back to it. When he didn't have to sacrifice on f2, but he said, I've had enough. I've reached the limits of my patience. Let's go. Let's hit. Yeah. And you will have to defend this position. Sure, the engine says you're only slightly worse, but this rook has no hope, and this bishop is a monster. It's a beautiful exchange sacrifice. You make one mistake, and actually h4 was better there, but it came soon enough. This position is busted. The engine gives no hope whatsoever, and we're going to see a Nigel Short king march. And that's going to be all she wrote. There's nothing to do. Here came the king, and up the board, more entrance. You could play king to h2. The rook's going to go on this side. You can't even play to defend because of bishop d2. Oops. So it doesn't matter what you do. This endgame is completely lost as your king is imprisoned in a tomb. And after this, rook e1, bishop to d4, rook g1, rook e2. I think he lost on time, but this position we're staring at is just busted. There's just nothing. You can't move your rook away. Mate in 2 is being called. Take. If you try this move, we can still take. You try to defend along the rank. Nope. No, thank you. Give us your rook and watch the game go completely kaput. Really impressive win by Jorden, showing that he can beat anybody. Yes, I'm all the way down at the bottom. Sure. Keep thinking that. This young man is very dangerous and in form. He shows you exactly how scorpion-like he can sting.
Yeah, but where was Sindarov in that game? That was just a very, very bad game. B3 allowing the tactic, but then queen c2, queen e2, rook c2, rook c4. He defended it terribly. King h2.
It all started in the opening, by the way. The opening was very timid.
What are our standings after 2 rounds of Blitz? Let's get an update.
Let's have a look. Pragg
Here we
is
go.
pretty happy with his result. 13.5 points, now a 2-point lead over Javokhir Sindarov, who still remains in clear second despite his loss, because Wesley also lost and stays in clear third.
Well, Pragg getting that little extra gap.
Vincent jumping back up to share fourth with Anish
And
now.
Anish perfect.
What I was saying, by the way, was if you look at this, it's not necessary to force wins. You didn't have to say, oh, Awonder is in last, let me go beat him.
Right.
No, I played just as I need to. Draws might be good enough, and his 2 closest pursuers lost their games. And so just by gaining a little bit more, picking his spots, Pragg has extended the lead. Now, he could have been 2 points up yesterday. So it's not like this is the end of the world. But his opponents better start figuring things out. Otherwise, this tournament might be over today.
Ooh. And I understand you have a tribute that you'd like to state.
Well, we do have some news, that very sad news. In the history of chess, there are very few people who make this kind of impact. And we're sad to announce that Bill Goichberg, one of the greatest tournament organizers in the world, and definitely here in the United States, sadly passed away. He was 83 years young. Bill was just a giant in the world of chess. Many people remember him as an organizer. He was actually a pretty good player, almost IM level, in fact, but it was in his ability to organize elite tournaments, including the granddaddy of them all, the World Open, that all of us have played in multiple times. that he really made an impact on the IMs, GMs, and amateur players. If you play chess in the United States, you played in one of Bill Gorchberg's events. And so we're sad to say that Bill has passed away. Rest in peace, Bill. We'll remember your impact. He's also a Hall of Famer, a U.S. Chess Hall of Famer, inducted in 2018. He will be remembered forever.
Absolutely. I'd also like to say that I earned an IM norm at the Liberty Bell Open
In Philadelphia.
And, you said the World Open, but that
Chicago
Liberty,
Open.
Many
the
events.
New York Scholastic events. He was responsible for the rating, managing the rating system.
Absolutely.
As well here in the States.
Yeah.
We're talking back in the late 60s and the 70s. Obviously, went through Bobby Fischer years as well. So you're talking about someone who's seen it all, a true giant, running the Continental Chess Association. And there's so many memories I have of playing in those events that Bill organized. And he was a stickler. He made sure he understood the business aspect of it, but he also had that incredible contribution. And thankfully, we've seen statements that say that his work will be continued by the Continental Chess Association, those he has passed on that incredible legacy to.
Absolutely. Wow. Rest in peace indeed. I believe we have some pairings coming up.
Yes, round 3 of Blitz. It's funny how quickly
they go,
goes, right? We're already on round 3. And here we have the tournament leader Praggnanandhaa is facing Anish Giri, who's undefeated. Perfect draw score in this event. Then we have Vincent Keymer against Javokhir Sindarov. Wow, what a matchup. Wesley against Leinier Dominguez. Jorden facing Fabiano. And Awonder against Levon.
All right.
Yasser, I think we're going to follow Prague in the beginning, but if the opening is not exciting, maybe we'll switch to Vincent's game against Sindarov.
Exactly. Those are the two big games with the most number of points. Before we go to those games, I didn't think that we really finished Prague and Awonder Liang because we got sidetracked. I pulled up their game, and they reached a very key moment. Sorry, I wanted to say that. A key moment. And maybe you're going to like this move.
I did.
Because
we saw this twice in this round, but Javokhir played it with white.
To defend F2.
And
Awonder played it with black to attack.
And
F2.
You predicted it.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Eventually, the players did make a draw, but Awonder actually had the upper hand in this game.
Yeah, actually, at some point, it was -3. There was, if we just go a couple more moves, actually back up a couple moves.
Oh, I see.
When white played queen b1.
We're going to go back to this moment.
Right here, one move back. Instead of b6, Awonder had knight f4. Take advantage of the pinned pawn on e3, bring another attacker, and just win the game.
That's I mean, he was setting himself up for this.
Bishop h3 is coming.
Yeah,
Checkmate
I love
with
that.
The knights.
I love that. Bishop takes h3.
No, Prague was in huge trouble here. He really escaped in this game.
Whoa. Okay, that could have been
Can you imagine if Prague lost and Javokhir and Wesley, the top 3 players, all lost in the same round?
Hey, and Blitz, that's the thing. I mean, anybody can upset you in any single round. And when you just saw Jorden play such a marvelous game, he can beat
anyone can
the
beat
challenger.
In this event.
Blitz is
world
Blitz.
Champion.
Look, Blitz is Blitz. Anything could happen. You do not relax when you play Blitz. And again, it's the flow. Precision, yes, but I love Hikaru Nakamura's philosophy. He doesn't state it, or at least I haven't seen it anywhere that I've read or heard, but he plays the 80% to 90% moves. Forget the perfect game. Who cares? The clock is not your friend. You need to be in flow. Just make the move that makes your opponent stop and look at it. You don't have to play perfect chess. You're not even looking for perfect chess. Nobody cares when your time runs out or you blunder in time pressure because you were looking for the ideal move because you were winning. No, you need to know how to be ready to make practical decisions in every single moment, and you must make them quickly And you must also recognize that when you're under 20 seconds, thinking is out the window. Make the move, make the move, make the move, be ready, make the move. Make your opponent feel the pressure of your insistence on making moves on the clock. Let them blunder. And that's how you do it. Perfect moves. What is that?
Yeah.
That's for classical chess.
Right.
That's for correspondence chess. This is blitz we're talking about.
Exactly.
Save the perfect moves for the Sinquefield Cup, right?
Right. there you
Exactly.
go. Let's not lose track of the prize. The prize is making it to the Final Four. Where do we stand at this moment in terms
Or what
of
the predictions were
and
as well, and
predictions?
chances of getting into that
That's
Final
what I mean
Four.
to say.
After 3 days of rapid chess, we have Fabi almost guaranteed to make it. Wesley.
Now Prague is taken over from Sindarov's
Also, Wesley
position.
passed Vincent because Vincent was second.
Also. So
And now-
those two switched.
Prague and Sindarov are still very, very close, but
And the previous graph I saw, I
was the
thought
opposite,
Sindarov had the better chances than Prague or Giri.
Giri has 5%, MVL 3, and Van Foreest still not completely out.
Exactly.
With 0.5.
And again, we're discussing who are the 4 players who are going to become Grand Chess Tour champions. Well, first you got to make it to the finals. And right now, Prague is edging.
Looking good
I think Sindarov needs second place
in this event.
in
right?
this event. If Prague wins it, great, but we need second.
Says Sindarov.
Otherwise, you're
Forget about
really
it.
asking for. You could catch all. Excuse me.
And
You
then,
could catch all the players.
yes,
Right.
and then we have 2 tournaments upcoming. Of course, the Sinquefield Cup will play a huge role in who qualifies for the Final Four,
Right.
starting 2 days after this event. And then players don't get big breaks in between these events, but it's all
Yeah.
in St. Louis. They're all here. A
And they'll be ready
long
to
month
go.
of chess.
Exactly. If you're anywhere near the Central West End, you're definitely going to want to come to the St. Louis Chess Club and see these top players in action as we're getting ready for this, the 3rd round coming up. I'm in awe of Anish Giri being able to draw all of his games, but Fabi let him escape. There was
He
no
did.
question. You
And
showed
twice,
us that
actually,
moment.
today and yesterday. Remember that end game?
Yeah, that's right. Wait a minute. So he's counting his lucky stars.
But look, if you look at the Grand Chess Tour standings, you can be impressed by drawing all your games.
Well, I'm just saying it's
You're-
so hard to do. It's like, yeah, I mean, these
I'd rather
monsters-
win one, lose one.
Of course.
Like, you
Yeah.
know, that fighting players, right? Fighting
Right.
players. Win one, lose one instead of making 2 draws.
But
You look at
Anish-
this right now,
Yeah.
all these players had a chance with a spectacular result, the players at the bottom,
Right.
of giving themselves a shot. Of course, Anish needed to win the event probably, but coming second gave him some mathematical chance. Jorden had to win the event. He's not going
Clear.
to do that. So he's almost done. Anish could be done at this tournament. Some middle of the road score, that's just not going to do it. You get 5 points here. You're not even catching Maxime, much less have a chance to get the whole thing. So
the podium, yeah.
he's got to start winning games if he's going to even dream of possibly getting to the finals.
And by the way, just a quick confirmation on that round 2 game between Levon, Aronian, and Vincent. Indeed, Levon did lose on time, right? Because the position
was fine.
itself,
Yes.
you know, is a little bit
He recovered.
dodgy.
Yes,
Yeah.
he was about to lose a full rook, but survived and then lost on time.
Exactly. And Vincent, though, was also down to seconds,
Mm-hmm.
right? So just like it wasn't like a
So they both
misread.
had like 5 seconds, and then Levon just forgot about the time for a second. and
Froze.
That was it.
That was it.
Hesitation.
Not sure if
right?
we could get a replay of that moment when he
Yeah,
did lose.
we lose on time.
But here we
Because
have.
I'm not used to seeing these
I
guys
know, I
ever
know.
lose on
Exactly.
time.
The
They
worst
go
part
down
is
to a second.
from my screen, it says he had 7 seconds
So he actually used 7 whole seconds and he just
before
stopped.
finally playing his move, which is a
Right.
shocker for
That's-
someone as alert as Levon.
Oh, for sure.
To lose on time like that, stunning. As you said, the position was basically even.
Yeah.
The position was essentially a little bit better for Black, but that Black king was exposed. So Levon
we
losing his
have-
time was a shock. But here we see another matchup for Prague. He's thinking this guy just drew
All of his games.
11 games in a row. I don't mind if we make it 12. I got the Black pieces
I got a 2-point lead.
and a 2-point lead. This would be a good time to make a draw. If he gives me a chance, yes, but I won't overextend myself.
Two very focused players.
They sure look it, don't they? Yeah.
They look so serious, and it's blitz.
Yeah.
But the Javokhir Keymer game also, I'm curious, and those faces as they get to play as well, and they go underway, because that's a huge game.
No French defense. I can't believe it. I mean, Prague has been playing the French defense.
He did play Caruana once, I believe, in the Rapid, but it was mostly the French.
Yeah. And now with G6, now he advances. Well, it's like a much improved perk, I would say.
White spent some time on D3 and D4, right?
Exactly. Or it's an improved Arakan. Because normally speaking, your pawn's on E6 and your bishop's on
We've got
F8.
Connect 4 already.
Yeah.
David Howell's favorite game,
Right.
from what I'm hearing.
So the idea when I'm on the black side of these positions is I want to challenge that E5 pawn, and I do it by playing knight C6 and F6. White oftentimes over protects, if you will.
E5
bishop
pawn
F4.
is your everything. That's what's giving you the advantage.
Exactly, and if we have to trade on F6, we're not so happy about that. But for the moment, knight C6, I hope Anish came with some specific idea in mind, because for 50 years and more, as long as I've been playing chess, black is considered fine in these positions.
And I think black, well, Engine disagrees. I was going to say black seems fine to me as a Caracan player, but...
Bishop to G4, that's a strange move. And that's also strange. Maybe he's missed... There was an opportunity playing Queen A4 after Bishop to G4. But he did not do that.
A rare variation of this opening where there's only 3 games in this position. Bishop C6 played in all of them.
Queen B6. Funny, we've been
seeing that, right?
A little bit. In this case, I think it's actually a very decent move. Yeah. You're just putting a little bit more pressure on.
But how is black going to finish development? Do you go knight H6 or do you play E6 knight E7?
For me, I'm playing knight H6, but I'm also very, very curious now where the bishop is going.
He's going to take on C6.
Okay.
And we're retaking with a pawn?
The pawn?
That would be my guess.
Yeah. He's done it. Now, you could completely change plans by taking on D4 and playing for knight to B3.
But you are weakening your E5 pawn.
Always. Always, yeah.
I think we're going to see castle first.
He's done
and
that.
And then knight H6, knight F5 makes sense. You keep the pressure on the D4 pawn.
And you want to castle as quickly as you possibly can as well.
Before it's too late.
Yeah. So E6, knight E7 gets you there, but it takes an extra move. And so I'm thinking knight H6 is your go-to move at the moment.
But maybe after knight H6, white plays H3, asks you a question, what are you going to do about the bishop?
I would probably take it, yeah. Bishop takes, knight takes, castle. And again, I can understand white wanting to take on C5 to give the D4 square, access to the D4 square. Here we go. Knight H6 took H3. Write down
Such a positional
our
play, right?
Yeah, write down the analysis.
No black castles.
Our analysis.
But after rook E1,
yeah,
I think black pieces are just not harmonious.
They aren't, no question about it. For the moment, again, takes on D4, takes on D4, F6 is a kind of a way of putting the knight on F7 and trying to get some harmony in the position.
White has one problem, if we can call it a problem, right? Bishop on C1, it can't develop yet, and you don't know what's a good square for it. Do you just leave it on C1 as long as the B2 pawn is hanging?
No, I want to develop it as quickly as possible. I'd love to play the move Bishop F4 so I could play Queen to D2, right? But Bishop F4, Queen takes B2, Rook C1.
Rook B1 and...
Rook B1.
Let's say I take another pawn.
Rook C1, and then Rook takes C5. I'd find myself drawn to that because I really want to harpoon this knight. Essentially, I want to play bishop f4, queen d2, and say to this knight, "You're mine. You go to f5. I'll play g4."
So Pragg again under pressure. This is 2 games in a row. Actually, maybe 3 if I remember correctly.
And
Also, Keymer's putting the screws on Sindarov. Sindarov has to find one move, and only one move, not to be busted, and he did not find it. And he's in steep trouble
Let's switch
in
to
his
the
game. Sindarov just
Vincent.
struggling. And if you look at the Sindarov game, I mean, look at those pieces. Look at the knights huddled on h7 and h6. You don't see knights look that displaced.
horrifying.
Normally, it's just a horrible position for him.
Yeah, it sure is. I would.
How does the knight on h6 even get in the game? You're down a piece.
Yeah, I would want to put my knight on b6 so I
let's
could
go
put
bishop
my,
e3.
yeah, so I could put my rook on c1 and take complete command of the c file. And indeed, this is such a dominating position. Let's stay with this one for a little bit. But rook c1, he's done this move first. Intriguing.
Yeah, I don't see a problem with it. I mean, it allows rook c8, but maybe he's okay with the trade. He's still going to play bishop e3, knight b6.
Yeah, but there's this issue. Did you allow the move knight d7 when you can't play knight d6?
Yeah, that was definitely a small slip.
Right.
Should have realized he could bring his bishop back so he could put a knight there. And as you said, Yaz, now he can't put the knight there without trading off such a wonderful piece.
And then it's
Gave his
kind of a
opponent
relief.
little bit more
breathing
room to work with,
Right.
as it's still bad, but not as bad as it was. And now he can challenge the c file even with rook to c8. He still will be figuring out the problem of the knight on a6, but that can go to g8 and f6.
And he's done that.
Given time.
So Sindarov improving
So
his
he's
position.
dramatically improved
Because it was so
his prospects.
bad.
If he had found your great move, yes, bishop e3, knight b6, it would be
Knight
horrible.
on h6 and knight on h7 were just like huddled.
No, that knight
looks
making
terrible.
it back to f6.
It would be
is a miracle.
huge achievement.
And you can see accuracy level 93% for Sindarov, so he definitely misplayed at the
careful.
opening or the early middle game. But now he's back in the game. Queen c2 maybe, let's
yeah,
play
I was
active.
about to say.
Counter attack.
Isn't it time to actually turn on the jets? Queen c2.
He could play b5, but I don't want to allow knight c6.
Queen c2 is a fantastic move.
Followed by knight e5.
Well, the point is,
And
if you take the
check.
pawn, there's a queen b1
Yeah.
problem.
And
And the
the
knight
king.
e5, knight g4 issue. We should
Exactly.
show that line. Let's see if he finds it. Queen to c2, ignoring the pawn. You play queen takes, hitting a knight. He says, no problem. Queen b1 check. And after king up, knight e5, threatening knight to g4. And watch out. There's some mating ideas up in there.
Get to the king.
Your king looks funny.
Just for the cost of a pawn to have such
He
an
could take the
activity?
knight on h6.
That's funny. Here we
Just to-
go. We do have
No, he
Played
stopped.
knight
C3.
e5. Yeah, okay, sorry. Let me just refresh my board. I think he started with knight e5.
Yes, and then went queen c3 instead of queen c2.
Well,
And for some reason, that makes a huge difference.
he thought he was being clever because he wanted to win a tempo.
But queen a6 is coming
The problem
anyways.
is queen a6. No, but if the queen was on c2, you could take on a2 and pin the knight to the queen.
You can play queen a1, queen a2, but you're losing a tempo.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. You lose a whole move. But
So
Vincent has to take on a6.
he's
Oh,
played
no,
knight
he's played knight to
c4.
c4.
So what is check? What
And-
is check?
Check is a draw is what it is.
Oh, that
minimum.
would be a rescue.
That's a massive rescue for Sindarov. He can get in queen a1.
Queen a1 check.
And now
If I
bishop f1 is met by knight f3. You got to stay close.
Yep. Queen a1 check is at least a draw.
And after king g2, then just knight e1 check.
And
He's
Here
done.
it comes.
But because I've already got the knight and the queen in White's camp, I'm starting to get ambitious.
They'll be greedy, to be sure. And he's stopping to think, but he better play bishop f1 or else he loses.
Yeah,
It's the
king
only move.
h2 is just checkmate. Knight G4 and Queen G1. Checkmate.
He's found it, and there goes the knight. King up to G2, and Sindarov says, I'm no fool. Let's get the heck out of here. Although he may look at it a little bit longer.
Right. Exactly. Once I got a perpetual check in my pocket, then I start to ask myself, can I be more ambitious? Excuse me.
He's played the move King to H2, and
No.
Sindarov says, I'm no idiot.
Okay, I'll take the gift. Thank you so much for offering.
They're both laughing because they both know Vincent was winning that, and there was a missed
knight on
opportunity.
H6 and knight
Should we
on
jump
H7.
back to Prague's game?
Yeah, I've got it on my screen. Anish Giri has recaptured something on G4, and it's
Pawn,
won.
I believe. Everything looks pretty even now.
Oh.
Rook endgame with equal pawns.
Yet another
Guess
draw
what?
for Anish.
For Anish.
Is there a
Yeah.
prize for 27 draws? There's nothing to play for here, right?
No,
White's rook is
this
very
is-
passive.
This
on
is a
A3.
dead draw. Let's go to Wesley So.
Yes, sir.
Oh,
It's
pardon me.
equal everywhere.
Everywhere.
So we can watch this end. If something happens, I will mention
Let
that
us
and
know.
we can switch.
Rook to B5.
We might be looking at 5-draw round in the blitz.
That's an achievement.
The most interesting game when we're done with this one is the one between Jorden and Fabi.
Okay.
It has the most content, although likely draw there, but definitely some possibility for someone making a mistake.
I like that Prague again has so much more time on the clock. He's been playing this blitz very comfortably.
Yeah, that's an indication that you're in good form when you're maintaining a nice, healthy lead on the clock.
Even though he wasn't maybe in trouble earlier out of the opening, slightly worse, nothing huge, but it seems like he equalized and kept the advantage on the clock.
Yeah. A very good move by Prague. Rook A3. White's the one who still has to make the draw. That's not...
That's true. Black pawns can't start going on the king side, right? H5,
Exactly.
H4. And that's 6 seconds for Anish. You're nervous when you have such little time.
I'm a little bit surprised by Prague's decision to go after the A5 pawn. I thought, normally speaking, you're trying to play king H5, H6, G5.
Wait, he won the pawn?
Yeah, he won the pawn.
Okay, now this is definitely, of course, objectively it's still a draw, but you have to make it. And with
Well, I think there's less chances of winning this position for black than it is when there's 4 rooks on the board. And you
Of
have
course,
your king
yes.
on H4 and your pawns on H5 and G4. Still a draw, of course. But
it is, but you have an extra pawn, an extra 15 seconds, so you will try.
Of course you will.
But yeah, it's the H and G pawns. Those are the hardest to try to win with.
Well, the F2 pawn is just too strong. Yeah, you're not getting anywhere. By the way, G5 is a nice way of getting yourself mated.
Ooh, that would be a disaster.
Yeah, that's cruel, huh?
I think that's why he got his king out of the corner just in case.
Right?
Don't even tempt yourself to get
Yeah.
checkmated. Time to push the pawns.
Whoa,
Whoa.
I've just heard that Wesley.
won. Dominguez just lost on time.
No
It was
way.
completely equal
I
position.
was just saying Leinier never loses on time.
I
And
think
guess
last
what?
round it was Levon who lost on time, and now
Yes, he did.
Dominguez.
That's crazy.
Okay, this is definitely going to be a draw.
Yes.
Without question. You've got to go to the Fabi game immediately.
Jorden Forest, Fabi, bishops of opposite color.
And now,
King F5 double
sudden
question
blunder
mark.
just as we went over, and he missed well, it can't be that much of a blunder. No, hold on. No, it was a claim of a blunder. Wait, was he winning somehow? No. No, the engine ghosted us or pranked us with the last move.
Yeah, I think this is just a draw.
Yeah.
Yeah, the blitz
And
is
now
so
they're going to
fast
go down to a bunch of trades.
that even the engine makes mistakes and doesn't realize in time that, oh, it's a draw. Okay, this is a draw, and we still have that one game left. Prague
Which
will
is-
test Anish,
He
but of course
certainly
Anish
is.
is one of the best endgame players, and we expect it to be a draw.
Yep.
Now both of them, very long time, 4 seconds for Prague.
Rook F8. Let's go.
Yeah, it's a nice, simple setup for
King
white here.
G1. You just stay with your king in the corner, King H1. And anytime you try to bring your king to h5, there's a rook h8.
And also, Pragg doesn't have time to figure out anything. He has 4 seconds.
Exactly.
It is also
Rook
possible to
h8.
flag this with black, so you don't want to take too much risk.
Right. King h2 is a threat.
And you win the h3 pawn.
Oh, he could have played king h2 and just drawn on the
Yes.
spot, I think.
Of course, this is still a draw,
Yes, it
but
is.
at least now Pragg's king can come into the play. It's not cut off on the g file anymore.
Rook h8? No.
But look,
what is he
but we're
doing?
stalemated, right? With white here, so can you play rook g4, rook f4?
Whoa, 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 whoa. What?
No,
what?
it's
What?
still a
What?
draw. Still a
I'd
draw.
be a little bit nervous that I've done something amiss. No.
It's
for a
really
moment
hard
there-
to lose this with white.
For a moment there,
Rook g, okay, rook a, went back to a5, check, check. There's no improvements. King
seconds
f2,
on the
he's
clock.
Still trying. Rook f5, king f1. He's achieved all he can do. The king is on f1, from g6 all the way to f1.
I can't believe you have allowed the king to get to f2, though. Still, it's a
Can you
draw.
just take the pawn now?
King takes h3.
What's the trick?
No trick.
No trick, okay. Now you lose the f3 pawn, but you take g5, and handshake's coming soon.
Exactly.
Pragg is delaying it, though. He's still testing it.
King h2.
Back. Okay, and now
Take on g5.
we have king versus king. All right,
Wow.
Anish is still perfect. How many
What
draws?
just happened in that round?
12 draws. Only one decisive result. It was Wesley, and that was pure luck. Leinier just lost on time,
He'll take it.
of course.
We all take it. Maurice catches up.
Well, you saw it, a bunch of draws, but one big moment that Fabi missed in his game. Wouldn't call it a pure blunder, but King E3 was a mistake by Jorden, and Fabi missed our dear friend, the exchange sacrifice. Guys, I just want you to quickly give me your next move, Yaz. If I sack my exchange and I have this position, what do you do with the white pieces here? Quick, fast.
Rook
b7?
Rook b7.
All of us said the same thing, right? Rook b7, hit a pawn, go for it. Turns out that you're busted after c4. Game over. Just like that, you take a pawn, the pawn starts going, you try to stop it, check, don't go up. That's mate. Uh-oh, got to back up, check, king back, wherever, c2, and you're toast. The game's over. Fabi missed this chance to play just like this. And that was automatic. There are other moves. You still have to be precise in the position. Rook g7 was supposed to be the best move, but good luck finding all that. Fabi missed a big chance to win again, and staying just low with half a point. He's got to find his form.
Still not found
Wow.
it. Let's
Tell
take
us
a
about
look
the standings,
at the
please.
standings after 3 rounds of a blitz. Praggnanandhaa remains in clear first with 14 points, and now Wesley catches up with Sindarov
Sindarov.
sharing second place, but both of them are 2 points behind the leader.
Yeah, Vincent and Anish, they're
We're
point and a
gonna-
half behind them.
Try to catch a small break. Don't go
Yes.
anywhere. You can enjoy an interview with Javokhir Sindarov, and we'll be back shortly.
The stage is set for an incredible finale to the 2026 Grand Chess Tour, the 2026 Sinkfield Cup at the St. Louis Chess Club. With only one event left, Tour players will fight tooth and nail to claim critical points for a spot in the Grand Chess Tour Finals. Come witness chess history in person August 10th through the 20th in St. Louis, Missouri, and tune in to live coverage at stlouischessclub.org.
Javokhir, welcome to St. Louis. I've been here probably 100 times. This is your very first time. How does it feel after all these years of watching these players play here? Now you're one of them right here in one of the great chess cities of the world.
Yes, thank you so much. It's my first time in St. Louis. I walk a little bit in city. and I feel this, chess atmosphere from even airport. Like there is some logos in airport, and like really surprised. And yeah, I'm happy. Because I'm here, and it feels like this city is like an iconic city for chess, and I'm happy to play here, and hopefully not the last time.
Well, it's not going to be the last time. We know that for sure. But you have been watching from a distance. Tell us what that was like, thinking about what your eyes saw from a distance, and now you're here, not as a fan, not as an aspiring player, but actually as a player.
Yeah, I watch a lot from last year tournament from YouTube. I watched this 2021, I can guess. From YouTube, you feel, this chess club is super beautiful. I want to camp for other tournament, but I got some problem with visa, but I know this place is really very good, and I talk about, this tournament is Satarov, and he also, tell me something. But in general, I think probably one of the best places to play chess is St. Louis. So let me feel this atmosphere in the next few days.
These next two tournaments actually are really important for you because your start on the Grand Chess Tour so far hasn't been great. What are your aspirations? What are your goals for these next two events? It's almost like you've got to win the two of them if you want to qualify for the finals.
Yes, I think my biggest mistake is after candidates, I didn't take seriously my first tournament in Warsaw, and I didn't play it well. So in these tournaments, what I want is to play just good chess and show my best performance, and of course try to qualify for finals. I know it will be very hard, but still I have good chances if I play both tournaments very well. So I came here with everything. Even my second Muhyiddin was there, so I will try my best.
Big fighting spirit. We got some news that shift a bit in the chess world. The city where you're going to challenge for the title, Geneva, has been chosen. What are your feelings about that? And is it now that you have to shift a little bit to think about the World Championship match, or that's still a bit off in the future?
Of course, I'm thinking a lot about this match, but right now, I have two extremely strong tournaments. I don't have time even to think about World Championship match, but my team works, and I'm only focused on my next two tournaments. I think Geneva is a good location, and we'll see. I'm working a lot in München. My coach lives there, and Geneva and München close to each other in everything, weather. And so maybe it's a nice location, but we'll see. We have 3 or 4 months before World Championship match, so before I have very strong tournaments, and I will try to focus on them. And of course, I'm not forgetting this match. I will work a lot towards this match as well.
I do have one more question about the match. We've noticed that your competition, the world champion, really has not been playing well. And we know him to be a different player, especially in the last couple of years. A fantastic player, but his performance has been just off for him. Is that a bit of a distraction for you? Confusion, wondering which Gukesh will show up for the World Championship match?
In my opinion, he's playing very well. I think his problem is when he getting a good position, winning position, he trying to tilt. I don't know what's of his mistake, but if you look his games, he's really playing very well in my opinion. And I think he got only, I don't know, some problems, but I didn't care about this. I know he's a very strong player. He can play extremely good chess, which I feel it when I play against him. So I will try to focus on best Gukesh form. I will feel he will play in best form, and focus in preparation. I will focus on this.
Uzbekistan has seen an incredible rise recently. Of course, you've got, as you mentioned, Abdusatorov, yourself. You've won the Olympiad. Now the Olympiad is taking place in Samarkand. What does this rise in Uzbek chess mean to you? And what is the reason for it? Because it's really something of a miracle that a small country like that could have such a big place in the world of chess right now.
we changed in our country a lot of things after we won Olympiad in 2022, Chennai. We got a very good support for our next year tournament, and that's why right now we are showing like a very good chess in the world. But in my opinion, one of the biggest things like why Uzbekistan becomes champions, because like maybe when Kasimjanov become world champion, you know, this generation comes after he become world champion. So this is also one of the things in my opinion. But in general, of course, like our government, Mr. President is helping for us a lot, and we have all conditions. You know, his support also very good from federation. So I don't know, when you have like everything, you just need to play good chess, yeah.
Well, I hope you play good chess in your rest of your events.
Yeah,
thanks very much.
Yeah, thank you so much.
2 elite events.
One world-class playing hall.
Tune in to the Sinkfield Cup and the Cairns Cup August 10th through the 20th to see the world's best compete for huge prizes and prestigious titles.
Purchase your tickets today to catch all the action in person or visit us at stlouischessclub.org.
Welcome back, everyone. We're here for the first day of the Blitz. 3 rounds already behind us, going into round 4. But let's take a look at the standings to remind everyone who's leading. And it's Praggnanandhaa. He has a 2-point lead now over 2 players, Javokhir Sindarov and Wesley So. Rest of the players kind of falling behind.
Exactly. Vincent a little bit off the pace as well. Tell us about the pairings for this upcoming round 4.
We do have a very exciting pairings because some of the leaders are facing each other. There we have it. Praggnanandhaa in first place playing Wesley So, who's sharing second.
That's got to be our marquee matchup.
And a great backup as well, Javokhir Sindarov against Fabiano Caruana.
Nice.
We have Levon against Anish, Vincent playing Awonder, and Leinier against Jorden.
Well, Anish, is still on his streak, and Levon with the white pieces upset it. And for Prague, a 2-point lead. That's nice.
Well, it's nice. It's okay. But more importantly, look who's playing right now, Wesley.
Exactly.
And if we look at the Grand Chess Tour standings overall, we understand why this is such a big game. Coming into this tournament, he was significantly behind Wesley in the Grand Chess Tour.
Right.
Okay, not the end of the world, but 4 points is 4 points. And we see here, he was at 11.5, Wesley at 15.5. So he wanted to at least make up this gap going into the last tournament. Well, he's starting to do it now. As you see, Wesley is thinking, I was assured, more or less, so to speak, a spot, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave at 14.5, but played 3 events, so he's in trouble. But if Pragg could win this event, he goes to 24.5. He might leapfrog he will leapfrog Wesley unless Wesley comes in second. But Vincent and Fabi will be sitting right there saying, where'd you come from?
Right.
We were way behind. And of course, Javokhir is thinking, I need to come in second so that Wesley is in striking distance as well. Second place gives him 20.5. Third place for Wesley would give him 23.5.
Right.
It means the Sinkfield Cup would be the event we'll all be staring at to see who makes it to the Final Four. So these players know how big these games are, and these individual matchups like the one we're about to see right now definitely plays a big role.
For sure. And that was also one of the reasons why I felt that game between Fabi versus Wesley in the Rapids was so crucial, because that was essentially a 4-point game, for the tournament, because a swing of two points in one way or the other. And maybe Fabi just clinches his finals position by pushing Wesley down. That didn't happen. So here we go. As
Another big matchup we'll be paying our
4.
attention to as well. This one.
Yeah.
Two now can say to each other, challengers to the chess crown.
Yeah.
Fabi was that against Magnus.
In 2019.
And now Sindarov.
2018.
It's very few people who get to say those words. I was a former challenger. Forget champion. That's loftier. But Yasser, that must have been something you desperately wish you could have attained being a top player that you were?
Sure. I played in the candidates twice, and that was the goal of everybody, was to become challenger. That was how we graded ourselves. How many times you play in the candidates, and even, well, especially today. But now today, there is a thing called the World Rapid Championship. There is a World Blitz Championship. Those things didn't exist in my time, so the sole title was Classical Champion. We didn't even call it Classical Champion.
And
we just said a World Championship.
Are off. Are we having another Ninso Indian? No.
And this...
I always forget the name of this.
Well, it's a modern Tarash.
Tarash, yes.
Yeah, but remember, this is where Wesley got himself into a little trouble. That was that whole G3 thing, and Wesley did something badly wrong.
But I noticed Pragg keeps playing E3 in different openings. Maybe he doesn't love the fianchetto bishop on G2.
Yeah.
Such a crucial game for this standings. Pragg in clear first and Wesley sharing second. If Wesley manages to upset Pragg, then it's anybody's tournament.
Exactly. Wesley likes the Queen's Gambit accepted, as did I. And I'm really stunned by the decision to play D5 takes C4 there, because A7, A6 has long been considered the much better move, like just end of story. D5 takes C4 is for sure a secondary move. Anyway, you are getting yourself in a Queen's Gambit accepted.
There's so much theory here.
Yeah.
I imagine thousands of games.
True that. Queen
Queen E2,
E2,
usually, Rook D1.
Rook D1.
It's a typical development.
The most typical, yeah, Rook D1, and I'm expecting,
E5.
Look at this, very surprising. Knight takes E5.
Still hundreds of games in the database, so not a new move.
Exactly.
It's new to me.
I think that first time somebody played this, I was on the black side. Roman Georgiou? Florin Georgiou, what am I saying?
And you took on D4 and played Queen E5?
Yeah, something like that occurred in our
So you
game.
wanted to get the pawn back as soon as possible.
Indeed, and thinking, extra. Wesley looks like, I've been here, done that, I know everything.
Wesley's time. He has more time than he started with.
Yeah, look at how fast he's playing, like as if he's really had this position at home.
Oh, I'm sure he has.
And he's just played this, and he now has
He's getting
5
11
minutes,
seconds.
11 seconds.
Yes.
Again, the players are starting with 5 minutes for each move they complete. They get a 2
Is this
second.
endgame as equal as the Berlin endgame? Not really, right? Not
No,
quite.
the funny thing is about the Berlin ending, at least there's some imbalances. The two bishops, double pawns.
Well, he just created an imbalance
Yeah,
himself by
yeah.
moving the pawn on E6.
And so quickly at that, let me just weaken my pawn structure on purpose with just such speed and confidence.
Well, he's,
You would have to assume he's seen this once or twice.
yeah.
It's still his prep.
I mean, his castles on knight G4? I don't know.
He's going for King F7.
I mean, for sure, Wesley's saying, I have created a weakness, there's no question. But because your pawn is on A4 and not on A2, what it means is whenever I get my rook to C4, I'll always have a target as well.
Well, this game has simplified a lot.
Looks very, very dry to my eyes, if you don't mind.
Let's go switch to Sindarov's game.
If we may, because this is looking so drawish, that game with Sindarov, I've got to show you guys this opening, which was really nice. We can jump on my board.
Right.
Back here, we see what looks like a very tepid position. And it just looks like some boring opening, castles, chase the bishop.
Yeah.
We'll go to the D3 square, already an intriguing move. The knight drops back because it was about to be traded off, and then knight to E2 as an issue. And then the move, knight to D5. Of course, that's the normal move you play in the opening every day. You sack a knight, just whatever. Turns out that if you capture this knight, there's a bit of a problem. The E file opens, and you have to give the piece back. Where do you put your knight? Let's say B4 is a logical square. There's the issue of rook to E1. Something has to land on E7. And then the move D6. The agent gives this position slightly better for white, actually. So This is the kind of stuff they know, because as soon as he played knight d5, Fabi instantly dropped bishop d6 on the board. And then they went into this kind of isolated pawn position, which has been seen before. As we get to a3, b3 was the previous move in this position. So we're in a new position right here, right now, where the knight, instead of being on c3, which would be a much more natural square, sitting on e3. Is it better here? It blocks the bishop on the e3 square. Inchin said, maybe a little bit better for white, but not much to write home about.
Knight on e3 looks very awkward to me. And that game, Pragg did end in a draw already against Wesley.
Not as
Looked so dead.
Wesley was playing that as if
Wesley's
he knew.
prep was so good. There's
Yeah,
nothing Pragg could do.
He knew the opening inside and out, that ending, and he played bishop e6.
This one's
but
looking the same.
Yeah, picking up.
It's straight
isn't this the
towards
same?
draw territory.
No, it's the exact same ending. If Fabi plays bishop e6,
Yes. Trade-off. Structure's the same. Everything, nothing about it.
Because I found one
suggests
exciting
winning.
game. If you want to switch, I
Sure.
found one exciting position. It's Levon's
Please.
position against Anish. Levon has some attack going, and looks
Whoa,
like Anish
whoa,
just
I-
blundered something.
I see
Knight
on
takes h6 is available.
my chess thermometer went through the roof.
Sack on h6 ends the game.
With which-
Either piece.
Either works. Wow.
Either piece. Better than knight, but bishop takes. You're not touching that pawn. How did he dare play bishop to b8? But the saving move in the original position is almost impossible to find. He played bishop to b8. There's only one move, and you're not playing it. I'm going to tell you right now, nobody's finding the next move, which is king h7.
Stop.
Walking right into it.
No.
Are you joking?
Is the idea to play g6 next?
King h7, knight takes on h6, g6.
Yeah, that's.
And
Crazy.
I'm just, what? A little bit worse? What? Yeah, right.
Right.
Nobody's finding that. So
But
bishop
the,
d8
but
was
the current
played.
position, I'm sacking.
Yeah, I think Levon's just comparing, should he take with the knight or with the bishop? We know, because Maurice told us that knight h6 is stronger.
Much more forcing. Knight h6.
And then you take with the bishop.
Bishop h6.
It's not that clear, because you don't have queen g4 or queen g5 or rook f3 or rook g3 as a follow-up.
Right.
So why is it so completely winning?
I guess it's just not. You can give black a number of tempi, but there's nothing to be done.
Maybe you play bishop g5, bishop f6. That's an idea.
There you go. I was thinking rook f3, rook f1, rook f6, but just build up the knight on c5, the bishop on e6.
There we go. He's taken with the bishop.
He took with the bishop.
To me,
Not as good as taking with a knight, but
It looks more
Not
logical
bad.
to me. Yeah.
Still looks like
it's just a
black
free
is
pawn.
crying.
Got to play g6. He's got no choice but to bail and go into a pawn down endgame, but it's no fun.
G6.
Oh, that looks terrible. The king is still weak. F6 square is still so weak. D5 pawn is still under pressure.
I would just
Yeah.
think I'm lost after
I would go
G6.
F5 here just to create chaos
Something
and
chaotic.
hope for something.
Right. Although I do think bishop G7 will end the game shortly as well. This is just
sure.
losing.
No, you best be careful, because moves like F5 loosen your position. And I was about to
He
say,
took.
sometimes for players,
Rook
it feels worse. And now we just saw the brilliant,
Rook
what the heck?
F5.
Wow.
Genius
From the
move.
mind of Levon.
I know. He comes up with
What a move.
I was looking at rook F6. That made sense to me.
No,
Rook F5.
this move is gorgissimo. His rook will enter the attack. And it's not a piece you can take, because knight h6 with check, followed by knight takes F5 with check.
He's about to end Anish's perfect streak.
Wow, spectacular in spectacular fashion as
I
well.
love
But the
this
thing
rook
is-
F5.
He has no choice. He has literally no choice. He has to allow this to happen and move his king to f6 and pray. Like, this is what he has to do. He has no choice but to let this happen. But look at that king dancing in the wind.
Rook F1, time to bring another attacker in the game.
Rook F1 is the worst of the top three choices.
Why not
the
queen
most
H6?
natural move? But what's fascinating is queen h6, the best one. your next best move, rook f1 or rook to e1.
Rook e1.
So let's follow that line. Queen h6. Let's put it on the board.
But
Did he play it?
No, he played.
No, he played bishop d5.
takes
Another good move.
d5.
Levon is unstoppable. He's just finding the.
I mean,
Double exclam.
This guy, he's playing like a boss. You can't touch that piece. Well, basically, this is one of his best attacking games ever. If he plays queen d5, this will just be a dream. And he has ducked, dodged, has a niche. Now he's just trying to fight for his life.
Okay, now we go rook f1, right? It has to
Yes,
be
rook
the
f1 is killing now.
How are we playing this without the rook?
Determined to rook
My
f1.
goodness, did you see what we just saw?
Yeah.
Bishop sack, rook sack, another bishop sack.
This
Wow.
is what we want to see in every game that we hope for, and Levon is delivering.
He certainly is.
Okay, but he's down now to 45 seconds, and after you've played all those scintillating moves, you've got to keep it up.
Right. So rook f1.
What else is he considering? Queen h6 check first and then rook f1?
Yes.
By the way, he's down a rook. Let's just
Full rook.
remember, he is down a rook. So he has to figure it out, and now he had that big lead on the clock and finally playing the most natural move, rook to f1.
By the way,
And
does
put something on
Anish-
f4, has Anish putting it in the way, but unfortunately for him, his opponent was ready for that one. King takes, and now bishop e4, and oh
takes
boy, that
f4?
king is a marching.
No, queen takes f4.
I don't think that king is going far.
Yeah.
It's still a rook. It's still a rook, so you need to finish the game off with only 19 seconds left.
Bishop f5 check. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Queen f5. The Inch is now giving bishop b7 as the only move.
To win the game.
The only way to win,
And
and
he
look
finds
at Levon find the precise move. There's a mate.
There's a mate.
Threat.
Mate alert.
Black is
Queen c8.
being threatened with mate, but he gets mated first.
I got you first.
Genius game by Levon.
I got you first.
Bravo, that was a beautiful game by Levon.
Where are we going? Where are we going? Vincent versus Awonder?
Let's go to Fabi's game against Sindarov.
Very good.
We have an equivalent game, but this is sharp.
But this is nice for
Both
white,
kings
right?
kind of weak. I mean, white king looks more exposed, but the pawn on e6 is weak. White has the active major pieces.
And there goes a pawn. But no, I'm thinking white's king is superb because you go queen e4.
Now it is. Now it is.
Everything's protected. Maybe you're playing rook for bishop takes
But
h6.
it's also all about the clock. 10 seconds against 8.
Queen
Hard to find good
d5.
moves. King h8. Okay.
There's a bishop c5 sighting.
Is it time to create some attack? h4 g5 is Javokhir's plan.
Clear.
Can he make it happen?
Exactly. Oh, I didn't like that move. I liked
Of
the
course,
queen.
Fabi's trying to trade queens, and it worked.
Why did he trade queens? Did he have to?
I know he should not have
I
done
would
that.
never have traded queens.
Whoa.
You better find moves here.
Bobby just.
Did Fabi just blunder straight?
No, he's got rook e7.
Rook e7 looks like the only move, though.
But I take the bishop and I go f7.
Oh, that hurt.
Fabi shaking his head. He just blundered in it.
Big win after a blunder.
And
Let's jump to...
Jorden and
This game
Leinier.
was a draw between Leinier and Jorden, I believe.
Okay.
And one game left. That's Vincent against Awonder. A very close position here. Almost all the pawns are still on the board.
I love Vincent's knight. You want to go rook d5, knight h4, rook f5. Oh, why didn't he put his rook on d5?
Because there's only 4 seconds, yes.
Oh, and there's that. And there's an issue of the clock.
They're repeating or just shuffling their pieces. It's very hard to imagine anyone breaking through in this position.
You see there that hesitation by Vincent? Not a fan.
missed it.
You make the move, you make another move.
Yeah.
You got to go.
There you go. Now he's back on track. He wants to go rook on f3 to f5, bring his king to f3, and just hope that he has enough firepower to break through. Oh, he's going to go for c3. He's playing for no.
Okay, but play king c1, king b2, king a1, or king
Right.
c1, b2, a2, and he just repeated
Draw.
and accepted the draw. That's not a hustler.
That
Too
is
correct.
not hustling.
Too correct.
C3 still, there was, I think Awonder still had to struggle. Anyway, that was
Well, we
crazy
had two
round.
decisive results in this game, 2 white wins by Sindarov and Levon. But yeah, there were some games we didn't catch. Maurice, which game caught your eye?
There's only one game that matters from that last round. Just one game.
Sindarov game with Fabi.
No, the game
Even
Levon against Anish.
Oh, the attack.
Tell me a better game. Tell me about a crush than that one.
That was pretty.
I mean, we think about all the games in the tournament.
Right.
He played the spectacular game against Wesley. Wesley played a fantastic game against Fabi.
Yeah.
That game was kind of wild.
Right.
This game was gorgeous.
Yeah.
And we got to go
I
back
didn't get a chance to admire the entirety. I just saw the end. Where
Yeah, we've got to see this game. In this position here, come out of the opening, and things are okay for black. He just needs to keep developing his pieces. Bishop e6, very natural move, oppose the bishop. Instead, he got ambitious. He played the move d5. And this allowed Levon to create a weakness on the d5 square. And hey, I'm hitting your pawn on d5. Already there's a problem. Bishop to e6. Already sacrificing is better for white. You take, and you have to deal with this position. There's a rook threatening to come up into the game. This knight might show up at any moment. Doubling rooks. Black's pieces are offside. They're just not in the game, and the king is exposed. This is actually quite good for white. But Levon decided, instead of playing like this, to play the move knight to g4, bringing another piece. Because he didn't see a good move here for black. And black has only, as we mentioned, one good move. I will give you a year to find king h7. Nobody wants to play this as their next move, allowing some sort of sacrifice. Bishop takes actually loses to bishop takes, hitting the queen, and then we get a free bishop. Knight takes, we play g6 and chase your queen. You could try to go into an endgame. We'll gladly do it. Push your pieces back and say your knights are trapped. It's coming back to g5. If it does, we'll take it. And you're the one who's busted as the file opens up to your own king after knight takes d3. Check that out. So that was one of the most spectacular defense you'll ever find. He didn't find it and got his face rearranged. Bishop takes on h6. Okay, g6 is the only move. Time to bail. Go into a lost endgame after queen g5, a pawn down. But players, they don't want to do it. No, I don't want an endgame. Am I really losing? Let me take it and see how bad it is. And knight takes with check. King g7, knight f5, bishop takes f5. Believe it or not, this position, thanks to a miraculous rook lift, ain't so bad. Where'd that rook come from? Swinging across to the middle of the... What? That's possible? Instead, Levon found rook f5. Boom! What a move. Like, what? And now suddenly this rook is in the game. The threats are coming. Knight h6 followed by rook to g5. That's what's happening next. He was compelled to take, and now knight takes f5. And queen h6, the engine gives as a great move, and almost as good, the spectacular bishop takes d5. I'm sorry, this is one of the greatest blitz games you've ever seen. This is just incredible lines. Knight dropping back, of course. We saw the line, if you take, now we'll send your king into the game, and guess what? That's mate. And everything else is disaster. Doesn't matter. So he decided to try to hang on for dear life in this position with knight to e6. Here came the rook, another brilliant move. Check. You can have my knight, thank you, because your king is totally dead. And then the final point he had to find, right here, only move, bishop takes b7. And if you move the rook, yes,
Now check.
We could look at queen c5. We think, no, don't try to win the rook back because you get mated. Whoa, what? No. Levon understood the assignment here. If rook a7, if rook a7, you actually play queen d6. If rook a7, you're getting mated in sequence after this, and check, come back into my parlor, said the spider to the fly. And then instead he tried one last hope against hope. Take my rook, please. Excuse me, I'll just borrow your king. That was total genius. Let you tell me a better candidate for best game of this tournament than this one. I think we've seen it, including all the rapid games. He did it in blitz. That was absolutely spectacular. Levon will put that in his back pocket and say, later for my book, that's one of my best games ever.
Nice.
Yeah,
Thank you,
this is the
Maurice.
game to beat, and it won't be easy.
No, it won't be easy at all.
Let's see the standings, Yasser, after 4 rounds of Blitz.
Okay.
We know we still have a sole leader, Praggnanandhaa,
Prague.
with 14.5 points. Now again in clear second, that's Javokhir Sindarov with 13 points, and Wesley 12.5 in clear third. Vincent and now Levon, I believe, after that win, he feels better and he's now sharing fourth with Vincent. Still far from Prague, but
And Anish
lot
finally
of games
loses
still to be
his drawing streak. Through the magic of television, we're going to have a replay of the Sindarov versus Fabi game because I thought that was such a crucial for our standings, for the whole Grand Chess Tour, and what it means for these players. At this moment, Sindarov should not trade queens. Queen e4, and as you were saying, play for the h4, g5, and use your majority.
of course Fabi wants to trade queens and try to save the endgame down a pawn, which shouldn't be that difficult.
Not if you trade queens. But the remarkable thing, as we're about to see, is that Sindarov fell for that. He allowed the queen trade. And
Yeah, in just a couple of moves, and we thought that's it, Fabi's safe in this game.
yeah, we had already chalked up the draw.
And then it just happened so fast in just 2 moves after the queens came off.
And this is a draw. You just move the bishop away. Just get out of the way. Bishop, I don't care. Bishop to b2.
Any move but king h7.
King h7
Walks
was
right
a
into
terrible
this tactic
move.
of g5 with g6 next move, forking the king and the
Exactly.
rook.
The one thing not to do, he put his bishop
He
and now
thought he has rook
g6.
e7 here, attacking the bishop, but look at that pawn on f7, unstoppable, gets a new
no.
queen.
No rook e8, no rook f3. Fabi had to give it up. Wow. That was a huge point. I mean, just huge.
It can be crucial for this event,
That's-
that half point that Sindarov just pocketed.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Pairings
Is
coming up?
Fabi at -2?
Is Fabi at -2? Did
I
you see the
think so.
standings?
Let's take a look at the pairings, right,
Coming
for
up.
round 5 coming
Yeah,
up.
and who's playing whom? Prague
The leaders
versus
playing. We have
Jorden.
Van Foreest against Prague. I think we have to follow this game.
Jorden, as we know, a very dangerous player.
He's doing better in Blitz than he was doing in Rapid. Then we have Awonder against Sindarov,
Yep.
Wesley against Levon,
Big matchup.
Anish against Vincent, and Fabi against Leinier.
Yeah, we'll stay with Jorden and Prague. Jorden has been playing enterprising chess. It's gotten him an interview with you, but otherwise it's not been that successful. Solidity versus enterprising.
Well, out of 3 games today, 4 games today, I mean,
How has he done so far?
4 games today, the best Blitz players have been Wesley,
Oh, Wesley, sorry.
Prague, and Awonder Liang.
Hello, hello.
So Awonder today has won his first game against Leinier and drew against Prague, Levon, and Vincent Keymer. Not a bad trio to make draws against, so he's doing quite well. Prague beat Vincent and then drew against Awonder, Anish, and Wesley. And Wesley, so far today, he beat Van Foreest, then lost to Fabi, then beat Leinier and just drew Prague. Is that correct?
2.5, 1.5?
Seems like the right sequence. Yeah, looks correct. So
Well, nobody's
nobody's
scorching.
zooming. And by the way, you said
2.5,
about
1.5.
Jordan, he's on 2, it's 50%, along with Javokhir, Vincent, Levon, Fabi. He's doing okay. Anish, however, took it on the chin. He's at 1.5 with 3 draws and a loss.
Right.
And Leinier has lost twice today already. So they were drawing a lot. Now that's not paying off for them at the moment. And so, like we said, we don't know who's doing great in
in the great form.
the tournament yet, who's in fantastic form. Nobody's chalking up a 9 in a row a la Magnus or even 8 like Fedoseev and others.
Well, whenever we have this conversation, four rounds in, and you say to me, who's leading in the Blitz? I go, they're scoring at least 3, maybe 3.5.
Yes.
Somebody who's super hot has scored 4.
usually.
You just said 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, and these are the guys who are doing best in
Plus
Blitz.
one with parity for the day. It is true.
Yeah.
Most importantly for Pragg, that he's one of the best performers today. So nobody's gaining ground on him. Wesley hasn't gained the ground. Sindarov has actually slipped a half a point from the beginning of the day as he scored his first loss in the entire competition right away against Foreest. But the critical thing for them, these three players in particular, there are two people ahead of them, Fabi and Vincent, who they'd like to gain ground on at least.
By keeping them down.
So they could keep them down, and these three end up 1, 2, 3 at the end of the competition. They're not going to be necessarily too happy, especially Wesley.
Yeah.
I'd be thrilled beyond belief, unless you win the tournament, then you are thrilled. I think if they come in for a second like this, Pragg is jumping up and down. Javokhir is thinking, okay, Javokhir is like, I
have a chance.
I have a chance now. I just got to do well in the Sinquefield Cup. And Wesley will have also gained ground on the two people ahead of him. So it's a dogfight. But I think Wesley wants to come in second.
Which goes to show why that win by Javokhir over Fabi was so crucial. Will Fabi be at 10.5, still in striking distance, and
Wesley would be tied with Sindarov.
Yeah, so.
And also,
important
even though Pragg's doing well points-wise, he was in trouble. He was losing against Awonder, that one move knight f4.
Yes.
And he was losing against Anish. Or was much worse, maybe not losing exactly.
I mean, the wheels could come off the bus really quickly.
It takes one loss,
if you don't keep it up.
Right.
And you can't make a bunch of draws and have some of your trailers come behind you. So
I was really surprised when you told me that Awonder was doing so well after 4 rounds of Blitz by scoring 2.5 because he was lost against Leinier Dominguez. I mean, that was really gross. Turn it around. And then, like you said, 3 draws against 3 very strong players. So
it's Blitz. You could be worse. And in fact, in Blitz, you're going to be lucky 2 games, not just 1.
Sure.
Unless you're scorching up the place and then people are begging you for draws. But usually in Blitz, and even then, even the people who win all their games, a la Magnus, it's not every game you're crushing them. Sometimes you got to turn a game around. When you're in form, you do that.
Yeah.
In Blitz. Blitz is, I mean, I remember playing somebody you know quite well, Yasser, Roman Djindjiashvili.
We played Blitz till 4 in the morning on times.
Well, I made the mistake when I was not even an IM. I needed to play strong players.
Yeah, that was no mistake.
Got the money out.
Right.
Here's Roman Djindjiashvili.
Got to pay your dues.
This guy was number 4 in the world at one point.
Oh, yeah.
I've got to play him. I've just got to play him. This is New York City where you had GMs everywhere back in the day. And I go play him some Blitz in Manhattan. It wasn't at a club. It was a separate hotel. And we played 10 games. Final score, 10-0. Him. But he beat me when he started at a better opening, won the game. It was equal, he won the game. I had a better position, he won the game. I had a much better position, he won the game. Every which way is like, no, I'm the boss here.
Right.
And I took my lumps and learned from it.
Yeah.
For me, it was exciting because later, when I got my first GM norm, I played him, didn't beat him, but made a draw, and I felt like, okay, that's a graduation compared to the adoption he put on me at 10-0 back in the day. Nice. And I drew against John Fedorovich that same tournament, and he used to beat me up as well, and the same thing would happen when I played him Blitz. When you're in form, you can win any which way, and that's what these players have to show. They're not showing it right now. They're all up and down over the place. We'll see if anybody can figure it out in this tournament.
Emerge as a leader.
And they're
real leader.
Solid chess in Blitz.
What? Sorry, say that again.
They're playing solid chess in Blitz.
Yeah.
They're not playing crazy openings.
Yeah.
Sacrificing pieces left and right.
Right.
They might start though.
Yeah. As we see Awonder Liang, after a poor outing, I want to say, in the Rapid, he came into this event with much higher ideas than what he's shown so far. But okay, first day of Blitz, he's kind of feeling it, you
He's
know.
a +1.
Yeah,
I don't know.
it takes a while to get used to this type of competition constantly.
When you're the lowest rated player in the tournament,
But
do
don't
you
be
really feel like
Yeah, don't be deceived by that. Awonder, he likes being the underdog, you know, in this event because
he's not looking like he likes it right now?
no, right now, because again, how often does he get a chance to get to a 2,800 rating? I mean, you know, you can be a low-rated player, but really one of the best in the country.
If you play this event, you do want to do well as a low-rated player because you want them to invite you back next year and not say, "Oh, it was too
You
big
didn't
for
belong.
him.
He didn't belong. Look
and
what-
invite somebody else."
Right?
So he needs to show something in this blitz.
Check.
And here we go.
Check this out. Prague mixing it up. No French defense.
No Caro-Kann.
No Caro-Kann. Let's play the Rui.
Rui Lopez.
And D7,
With
D6.
D6.
No Knight F6 either. Intriguing.
Early bishop D7, yes.
I was about to
We
say.
saw a game, was it? I guess it wasn't Prague. I think it was Wesley who played like this once.
Yeah, but I think it was the inclusion of Knight F6 in Rook E1. When you play, well, it's too late now. When you play D6 right away and you castle, I think the normal idea for black is to play B5 and Knight A5. You know, there's no Knight
Yes,
takes
yes.
E5 business. But okay, Prague is back. We've seen this position before in the games.
By the way, Prague has only lost one game,
Yep.
and it was against Jorden. Remember, it was the French with H4?
Yes, and
So
that,
maybe
that was the interview with Maurice
Yeah.
where he said, I got to play all my prep.
Maybe an uncomfortable opponent for Prague. We don't know how many times they faced each other.
But that French defense, that was, as Maurice would say, a beatdown because A5, okay, that is truly remarkable move. I mean, I just don't see how that move fits in with the scheme of development.
What is the point of A5? Are we stuck in B4? That was your question too, right?
Yeah, I mean, well,
Oh,
here
okay,
we
there
go.
A4. He wants to gain space on the queen side with A4. And maybe tickle the B2 pawn, go
Is it a
A3.
pawn sacrifice? So just a second. If I take, I assume we're taking with the knight. Otherwise, bishop takes A4, right? So, but if you take with the knight, is there any way I can? Yeah, at the
Well,
moment.
we'll never know. Jorden decided to close up the position with D5, C4. Now it looks like the King's Indian.
A King's Indian.
But what is the black pawn doing on A4?
Precisely. You'd rather have it on A5 and the other pawn on B6. In addition, the rook on E8 is no great shakes because oftentimes the knight needs to go back so you can play F5. So it looks like a King's Indian. Of course, White's also compromised. The knight on D2, and maybe in a King's Indian you'd rather not have the pawn on H3. So something for
A strange
everybody.
King's Indian. And look at that, knight B1 going to C3 to target the pawn on A4.
Precisely so. Now, I wouldn't even bother playing A3 and knight C3. I just play knight C3 right away, invite A3 so I can go B4, followed by immediately C5.
More than a minute time advantage for Jorden as well.
Right?
Can he deliver another big upset?
Exactly. Bishop to G5. Surprise move. What is bishop to G5?
Provoking H6? And then he's going to play queen C1?
King H7. Normally speaking, knight H7 or even knight H5. You want to play F5. No question about that.
So I think now after King H7, Jordan's planning to go G4. You know, in the King's Indian where White still goes G4.
Yeah.
I think we are going to see that.
Well, I would play King H7. You play G4. I'll play Knight F6, and I'll say we're both happy. You've played G4. I've provoked you, and you've got to live with the consequences of opening up your
But no,
king.
Prague plays a G5. Now I definitely wouldn't play G4 and allow you to go Knight F4.
G4.
So maybe some knight maneuvers now, right? Knight H2, Knight F1. Those are typical moves.
Yeah. Knight H2, Knight F1.
It feels like
Knight
White
H2,
should
Knight
have
G4.
more than what we are seeing, right?
Yeah, you kind of want more with white. But once black does play knight f4, by the way, this is a very saucy move. Jordan's offering a pawn, but he's saying if you capture twice on b5, it may allow bishop takes g5. Well,
that's true.
Prague
Bishop
saying,
takes, queen comes over, and it could be scary.
Yeah, Prague saying, I don't believe you. You're welcome to sacrifice on g5 if you like.
All right, but the queen side opened up a little bit.
That's okay.
Bishop d1. I don't like this move, leaving d3 square completely unprotected. Now knight f4 maybe?
Knight f4. Well, c7 is hanging.
So is b2 with the rook on a1. Needs to be calculated, yes.
I'd be happy to trade your c7. And here we go. So he's offering a c. Man, Jorden said, give me that pawn. Give me that pawn.
Do we take on b2 or do we play knight g6 first?
If we take
so I'm afraid to lose after bishop c3, right?
Precisely.
Unless there are some tactics there. Maybe I play queen a3 and your bishop's also hanging on c3, can't grab my knight.
Right, bishop c3, queen a3, rook e3.
Prague's going down to 2 minutes. He's
Whoa,
taking
whoa,
it.
Whoa. It's getting interesting.
Oh, on bishop c3, yes, there's knight takes d5. Fork.
Did not see it.
We'll see if Jorden will spot that. So I don't think bishop c3 is a good move anymore. But what do we do? Rook c1? That walks into knight d3.
You're right. Suddenly.
Yeah, Prague is now doing great on the board, but on the clock not so much. Still behind more than a minute.
Maybe I should play bishop takes a4, and if you play rook takes a4, take on e7.
Oh, that's interesting as
Try
well.
to trade some. I don't like my bishop on d1.
This is quite sharp.
Yeah.
The 5 moves ago, everything was so closed, and they were just maneuvering their knights, and all of a sudden
they were fighting over squares. Now they're fighting over pieces and pawns and brawling at that.
everything is hanging now.
Exactly.
Jorden taking a long think because this is a critical moment.
Truly.
Rook c1, he's decided, allowing knight d3.
Allowing rook c8?
Rook c8, maybe we. Yeah, that's also a move. I can take the knight, you take on c1.
Because knight d3, maybe I play rook c2 and try to chase your queen to
Queen b1, I'm going to stay.
Can't get rid of you. Yeah. You're in my business there.
By the way, Wesley's putting the screws on Levon in his game. That could be a big result if he wins and Prague loses.
So Prague blinked. He moved his knight.
Ooh, knight g6.
And now queen takes d. What? Queen takes d. What?
Queen c2 is a strange move. Strange decision to offer a queen trade when you're down a pawn.
Queen takes d6 looks so natural to my eyes.
Maybe knight d3 was still scary.
Rook c2 and then rook f1 after the queen moves. No, he played queen c2.
But now, Yasser, would you go a3? I want to play that move so much.
I love dictating terms of a surrender or of a trade.
Prague needs to speed up a little bit. No, now going below 1 minute.
But queen takes c2, bishop takes c2.
Rook c8.
Rook c8 also looks tempting.
Spending a long time, and now he just picked up a chess piece, which is never a good sign. I guess it's his way of saying he's about to move.
Queen takes c2. I'm assuming he's done it. But now there's g3, knight h3, king g2. The knight could arguably get trapped on the h3 square.
Yes, it could. I would go g3 right now, especially because Prague has 48 seconds.
As white, I desperately want to play bishop to d3 so I can play rook c6. I can't play bishop to d3 because the knight on f4 is in the way. So if I go g3, knight h3, at the cost of a pawn, I'll then have
Even you are willing to sacrifice a pawn.
Which goes to show how good it is. Okay, king f1, I think, is a prelude to g3. Oh, now it's... No.
Awonder has just blundered against Javokhir. So again, this one takes on outsized importance. Pragg has got to try to keep close here and make at least a draw. Otherwise, he'll be caught by his closest pursuers as Awonder in deep, deep trouble right now against Sindarov.
Pragg is also
according to the chess
danger
thermometer.
here.
But I'm thinking G3 and Bishop D3.
Yes, what
Do
you're
it.
saying. And there we go. Jorden has found it.
But he took
Set
so
the pawn on
long.
H3. He still has a lot of time compared
A
to
lot of time, more than a minute
But
over his.
Oh, but knight H2 was not the best. Bishop D3, as you were saying, Yasser, was the best.
what?
Now after H5, Pragg is doing okay. He's back in the game.
How do you play? How do you play knight H3 and knight F
He missed
H2 in
something.
that position? Bishop D3, of course.
Oh, that's a blunder. Rook D4.
Rook D4, King H2, Knight F.
Knight F takes F2.
Knight takes F2.
Pragg is winning now if he finds Rook D4, which he played, and takes on F2 quickly. What a turnaround. And
But Knight H2.
you see Jordan's face,
I-
just blundered.
I can't believe you played Knight H2. Bishop D3 and White is just better.
Much better. Huge missed opportunity, and this is great news for Pragg and Pragg's
Oh
fans.
my gosh. Total turnaround.
This is
a
completely
collapse.
crashing.
Collapse
Unbelievable.
by Jorden.
And
He just
now-
he tactically blundered. It's
Yeah, and
And
he
he just
shakes
shook his
his
head
head.
right there.
It's a shame because he was actually playing a very good game.
He was.
The thing
he
is,
was
your position
outplayed.
also collapses.
Totally.
It's one thing to make a mistake. It's just to watch your position fall apart. And Javokhir is mating Awonder and has won his game. So
Wow.
big result for this game indeed, although he's down to only 13 seconds is Pragg.
Okay.
Picking up more
is it-
pawns, but yeah, 10
By-
seconds, still
by
anything
the-
can
By the
happen.
way, is he 4 connected pass pawns up?
Again, remember he had it against Fabi?
4?
4 seconds though. Okay, this I wouldn't call this game over yet.
Wait a minute. So king takes G3?
Okay, now he's moving the pawns with checks.
Okay, but it's
G4.
still not. Oh, knight G5? Knight G5 was still tricky, wasn't it?
We take the bishop, 3 seconds. There's Rook C2 coming. Ooh, this was a bad move. He missed Rook C2. Now Jordan's back in the game.
Bishop.
Incredible.
Bishop. Lot
Big
of
turnaround, but no surprise, he's under 10 seconds. Only 7 seconds on the clock, and he's dealing against 2 pieces.
Check, check. Check, check.
Still, it's Pragg who's playing for a win, but it's not
And
easy.
now he's happy with a draw with 2 checks.
And
As you
knight
mentioned, he
takes
has a
G6.
capture.
Okay.
Wait a
Watch out for mate.
No, I
F5.
don't
No
see
mating
any mates
ideas.
yet.
But those pieces should be able to
King.
fight the pawns.
King G3, maybe? No.
I don't know. I still like those pawns. Especially in Blitz, they just move so fast.
True that. King G4, knight there, not even knight D7.
Ruh-roh. Gotta go.
Rook D7
he's being defiant.
takes.
Trading pieces
Knight
help.
F6, knight
Pragg,
takes
maybe?
G4 check is on the agenda.
Okay,
Yeah.
there goes that pawn.
King E2.
You know, it's crazy, but I feel like a
Went
draw
back
is the
to
most
E4.
likely result after knight F2 check. We might see a repetition.
He can go King E2, but he's afraid to lose the E5 pawn.
Correct. And there
Well,
we go.
there we go. King D3. No repetition yet, but can Jordan
Rook
bring the king
E8,
over?
Rook E8.
But E4? Oh, you want Knight F2. You're trying to win the pawn.
Yes.
Okay, now King E2.
Oh.
The other direction. He's going after the A2 pawn. And Pragg, according to the engine, he's winning again
Oh my gosh.
because the A pawn is fallen. Also, big update. Wesley has lost his game against Levon.
And-
If Pragg wins this,
Which he is winning
He is
because he's
now
got
winning.
4
Rook B2
pass
even is winning.
pawns.
He didn't choose the best move, apparently, but it still looks very good. Rook B1.
A2.
Play Rook B1.
Let's play A2.
This is incredible. Pragg was so low on the clock. He had 4 seconds, and he outplayed Jorden from that position.
With no time.
With no time. Now A pawn just unstoppable.
Exactly. There's no brilliant.
Jordan's going to sacrifice the knight?
I guess not.
I guess not. And now Pragg is just getting a
Queen.
free queen.
King B3, and that's it. That's all she wrote.
Rook A2 seems to be the only move, but
So our tournament leader looking very, very comfortable.
oh yeah, this was an
a
important
very,
win.
very strange game. I can't believe that move, knight H2.
It
Jorden,
went back and forth so much, but
wow.
yeah.
Did I see that right on your screen? Anish won a game?
No, Anish drew against Vincent.
I saw a point.
No, Anish drew.
And it's true, but
Okay.
we've got to look at a couple of results.
Please.
And you're not going to believe the disaster that happened to Wesley. So
Oh.
we'll just jump right to the key position.
Okay.
This one right here. And after Queen A7, you see a collection along the diagonal. First of all,
Rook
White
takes
is
C5.
currently up a pawn.
Okay.
He's about to lose it back because the knight is under attack. So, all right, what do? As a blitz player, you move your king off the line.
Of course.
Just get your king off the line. Simple as that. What did he do? With 1 minute and 14 seconds, his opponent with only 5 seconds on the clock,
No.
Wesley played F5.
Rook takes C5.
Allowed rook takes C5.
Oh dear.
This doesn't deserve a double exclamation mark.
Yeah, it's so
We'll be kind to give it an exclamation mark.
Right.
It's too easy for a player of Levon's level. Now Wesley is rocked on his world. He moves his king, only to see rook takes F5. From bad to worse.
losing a knight, your pawn.
We'll take that. You lost your pawn back, and the rest is just mop-up duty. Down a whole piece after winning
Unbelievable.
that big with that kind of lead on the clock. For Wesley So to
That-
fall for that in what was definitely not a lost position, he was the one up a pawn. That's just disastrous for him. Exactly what Sindarov wanted to hear, because in his game, he turned the game around because Awonder gave him a gift. We'll go to that moment right here. Okay, Sindarov has played some great moves just to even get to this position. Awonder has to chill, make any move. I can make any move. Queen G3, rook G, just make a move. Instead, he tried to be fancy with F6. And Sindarov looked twice and said, I think I'll take your pawn. Show me your point. Queen takes G5 was the point. We'll take that. And after we're done from your beautiful combination, all you did was create a horrible minor piece, create weaknesses on the dark squares, expose your king. Couldn't have done it myself. You just handed it to me. And it didn't take much longer for the game to end. Queen F6. Knight F4, move your queen.
Positional.
Give me that pawn, thank you. Move your queen again. Let me check you. And Queen G2 is coming.
Oops.
You're toast. In this position, he resigned because you move up into the game, you will just run right into punches. Don't worry, we won't mate you. We'll just make
take
you
your
suffer
rook.
by taking your rook. And you have no checks, nothing, no play. You're just busted. What a gift. 2 gifts from the 2 Americans. And that's it. Now Wesley putting himself back in the hole by such a loss. It was just so bad. But look at one Levon Aronian, who's won this tournament 3 times, starting to worm his way back. Maybe some gifts, but he'll take them. I told you, sometimes you got to be lucky twice in Blitz and on a day. Levon's starting to show a little bit of life here.
And the game you just showed us, let's take a look at the end of the Sindarov game. Because as you said, Awonder just played this combination with F6 that netted him a positional disaster. And now
Yeah, the dark
he's,
squares.
Yeah.
I mean, what was he thinking with that move to allow just a straight exchange of pieces that leads to the worst minor piece, positional, just catastrophe?
Exactly. This is
And all Sindarov had to do was just make the natural moves.
right.
You didn't have to do anything special, just play regular moves, and boom, those dark squares just look terrible.
Yeah. But this finish of just chasing the white king up to H4 too. Ouch.
There's nothing to do about the second rank.
No.
You just had to make the small calculation.
Queen B2 check.
I give him check and he can't block.
You can't block.
So Sindarov just won 2 games in a row. He beat Fabi and Awonder in a row. He might be on a roll.
Okay.
I don't think we've seen actually anyone in the Blitz win 2 games in a row yet.
Just that Prague is undefeated and looking pretty
good, yeah.
good. But yeah, and now here it is. King G3, Queen G2. And Awonder had to give it up. Woo, and here's our standings. Getting
Right,
that slim lead, huh?
Remember how we had ties for second and third and fourth? Now it's all,
It's a 2-horse race suddenly.
yeah. Praggnanandhaa in first with 15.5. Sindarov in second with 14. Wesley falls behind, still in third place, but 12.5 3-point difference between him and Prague.
telling
Wesley
you.
completely winning that game. He'd have 13.5 points right now instead of 12.5.
At least his
Wesley.
draw. He was not completely winning. He was a little bit better according
With
to the
5
agent.
seconds on the clock.
But 5 seconds on the clock with all the pressure. And if you look at this, I'm going to say it again. Vincent, Keymer, and Fabiano Caruana, they are fighting for points even though they're leading on the tour.
Yeah.
Levon overtaking them. They didn't need some random wild card, and he's
Taking
not a
all the
random
points.
wild card, Levon Aronian, to come and overtake them and start to be in some kind of form. Wesley can't afford for Levon to overtake him. He wants the 8 points, not 7,
Right.
because these 2 young guns at the top, they're looking for 13 and 10. That's what they get, and they don't mind. I would think Sindarov would count his lucky stars if he gets 10, and even though Prague gets 13 as his closest rival down at the bottom, because these are the points we're talking about. And
You take
that-
clear second, that's 10.
that's 10
big.
points. And look at fourth place is 7. That's a 6-point swing from first down to fourth. It means that Prague will overtake Wesley in the standings. And who stole the 4th spot from him last year?
Prague.
One Praggnanandhaa going to the finals in Sao Paulo. So
Yeah.
this is a critical situation. Wesley with 7 would normally be happy with these standings, except if Prague gets those 13, he goes to 24.5. Wesley goes to 22.5, and Javokhir with 10 goes to 20.5. Just a 2-point separation. Anything could happen in the Sinquefield Cup, and Wesley will be on the outs again.
That
Bad
would-
news for him at the moment. And meantime, Fabi and Vincent should watch their back because you got 2
They're
young horses
slipping
chasing them
the
down.
ranks. Absolutely, Prague and Javokhir there. If they get 23 points amongst themselves, they're hitting the trampoline and jumping up on the GCT
Yeah, you would think
standings.
coming into this tournament, Fabi and Vincent wouldn't have to worry about nothing. But they are, especially Fabi is playing so unlike him.
I'm almost losing track of the rounds. We are on round 6 coming
Yes.
up, aren't we?
Yes, yes,
Because
we are.
It's been going really, really fast.
We have some
Who-
exciting pairings actually coming up.
Tell us about these exciting pairings you promised us. Round
I
6.
think the tournament leader, Praggnanandhaa, is facing Fabi. Of course, we're going to follow that game.
We've been talking about the GCT Cup and the GCT standings. That's huge for
Sindarov now with the 2 wins in a row is playing Leinier, who is struggling
He's
today.
struggling. Yep.
Vincent playing Wesley, who just
Other juicy
Again.
matchup.
Again.
Levon, who's also playing great today, playing Jorden,
Right.
and Awonder against Anish.
Well, is it Prague and Fabi?
Right, we're gonna take a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for round 6.
Okay.
The Queens of Chess are back in St. Louis for the 2026 Cairns Cup. These world-class women will showcase their chess skill as they battle for one of the largest prize funds in the game. Tune in August 10th through the 20th and catch all the action in person or visit stlouischessclub.org to witness women's chess at its finest. 2 elite events.
1 world-class playing hall.
Tune in to the Sinquefield Cup and the Cairns Cup August 10th through the 20th to see the world's best compete for huge prizes and prestigious titles.
Purchase your tickets today to catch all the action in person or visit us at statlouischessclub.org. The stage is set for an incredible finale to the 2026 Grand Chess Tour, the 2026 Sinquefield Cup at the St. Louis Chess Club. With only one event left, Tour players will fight tooth and nail to claim critical points for a spot in the Grand Chess Tour Finals. Come witness chess history in person August 10th through the 20th in St. Louis, Missouri, and tune in to live coverage at stlouischessclub.org.
And we're back. That was a very short break.
It was.
I think the players are ready for round 6. You know, Irene texted me and told me that during the breaks, they do talk to their seconds. They have a snack, and then they just chill on the couches as well.
I'm interested in your snacks. Tell me more, tell me more. We determined on our break that it's very important to play fast. I think we
How
got
did
that.
we come up with that?
I think that was a very good definition.
You know, the thing is, blitz, it comes second nature to you if you play it when you're kids.
Exactly.
Right? And some people will say, don't play any blitz.
Right.
Remember
By
that?
Vinnick.
By Vinnick, right? The injunction from back in the day, blitz is bad for your chest, don't do it.
Right.
And we did it anyway.
Of course.
And in today's generation, maybe you got strong by not playing blitz, but you never sort of inculcated the blitz gene, if you will, train the blitz muscle.
Yeah.
So now you're suddenly playing blitz all the time, rapid and blitz. There's even a blitz world championship.
Championships, yeah.
You can't say, I didn't practice blitz when I was younger. You've got to do both and manage, A, when you're in classical chess, how you play, and B, when you're in blitz, it's a different game. Yeah. It seems like it's just classical faster. It's not. Classical, it rewards precision, that accuracy, long considerations. Blitz rewards intuition, resiliency, the acceptance of potentially inferior moves, but it's all about survival. It's almost like you're playing the infinite game versus the finite game, which is all about just winning and playing the best. The infinite game is about survival, as James Carse used to say in his great book, The Infinite Game. That's what you got to do. You got to survive. You got to make it. And that time is not your friend. It ain't. It's your enemy, in fact. Seconds ticking away. Boom, boom, boom. You watch these guys play, and you go, oh, did they grow up on blitz? Because, hey, I grew up playing blitz in Brooklyn, boy, and they were taking your money out your pocket. New York City, I told you about Roman. And I know you played a lot of blitz as a kid, Yasser. I've seen you play
I played a lot of blitz with Roman, too.
Yeah, and you see it in a person who plays blitz a lot. You can just look at them and go,
Yeah, he's practiced.
Even the hustlers in the park in New York City.
Yeah.
They try to act like they know how to play.
Right.
Yeah, right. Play blitz all day long. You never get hustled by true blitz players because you could just see it in how they move the pieces, the fluidity, how they flow.
Yeah.
And that's real blitz practice, and it takes that. Remember, Nakamura would play bullet chess all day, literally.
Yeah.
6, 7. How do you play 7 hours of bullet?
I know. It's
But I'll
intense.
make one point, though. You guys are both talking about playing blitz over the board.
Yep.
These kids, they grew up playing blitz online, which is different. Your hand's not used to making those moves quickly.
And they pre-move and they make 12.
Exactly. They're used to pre-move type of blitz, which is different.
Yeah.
No, you've got to do it in person. You
Over
cannot
the
practice
board,
online. In fact, I've lost a lot of my blitz skills because mostly I'm playing online.
Yeah.
And
it's different.
You're right. You're just ready. You pre-move. You go into the. I saw a great video of Nakamura. They showed where he was leaning back. It was his turn to move, and his hand reached for the mouse. And then there's no mouse. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, my bad. and then you're like
Gary Kasparov makes a return to chess, and he plays a blitz event, and he reached for the mouse just as you described Hikaru. And he even laughed about it because he's not used to playing over the board. But Gary was another guy. Bobby, Tolia, they all played a lot, and I mean a lot.
Bobby Fischer, Anatoly Karpov.
Yeah, a lot of blitz. And Gary prided himself on his blitz prowess for good reason.
Well, all of them play, Title
Yeah.
Tuesdays and Blitz Online, but it's different.
I think I've got a quick second to get in Moscow. They had a blitz competition. The Moscow Central Chess Club would host each year a blitz competition. Michael Tal was in the hospital. Michael Tal escaped the hospital to go and play in the blitz tournament. Where?
It's a true story?
Yeah, true story. He's literally a patient in the hospital. He goes to Moscow Central Chess Club to play blitz tournament, plays against Garry Kasparov, and beats Gary.
Wow.
In a blitz game. Runs back to the hospital. I'm bad. I'm sorry. Apologize.
That is an incredible story.
It's great. Yeah, and we have Prague versus Fabi. Huge game coming up as these two players get ready, hopefully, to get to the Final
Can
Fours.
Fabi slow down Prague? But Fabi himself is struggling in this tournament.
Also hasn't found. And again, we have the same E2, E3,
Yeah.
Bishop E7, Castle C5
We're not
coming
a
up.
fan of E3, but Prague is making it work.
For himself. Somehow he's doing it. C6. I'm expecting knight D7.
Wasn't this the same game as before?
Yeah, with Bishop D6, Awonder Liang actually was doing very, very well in that game. Awonder and Prague put his bishop on D2 and doubled his rooks on the E file. Went Queen C2, Rook E1, Rook E2. Was very lucky not to get mated.
Yes, he was. Is he going to choose a different plan now, maybe? Pick one, minority attack or 95 on F4.
Exactly.
And I'm sure Fabi or his second saw that game and said, go for this line. Because
For
Prague
sure.
did not handle that well against Awonder.
He did not, and I was actually thinking he might, because he took a moment there to go for the Pillsbury attack with knight E5 and F4. Now that is gone. No more knight E5.
I think we have the exact position we had in their game between
Bishop
Prague
to
and Awonder.
D2.
It was Bishop D2, Rook E1,
Yeah, and I think Awonder in this
Knight
moment,
D7, Knight
D-
F8 was played in that game.
Exactly. And that does make a lot of sense. The reason why...
Can we jump very quickly? I'm sorry to
Sure.
interrupt, but it's just such a perfect moment. Just jump very quickly on the board to the game between Sindarov and Dominguez. I just wanted to show this moment
Whoa.
on move 9,
So that's
where
another-
look at this bishop on A5.
Another of
The
those-
knight attacked the bishop on D2, and the bishop wanted to hide. So it decided to hide on the A5 square. That's just rare. You don't see that happen very often. The position is still equal. He sacrificed the pawn for an unusual setup, including for obviously some compensation,
Right.
including a bishop on A5. You don't see that every day, and it's hitting the C7 pawn. Rook will be able to go to C1 and put some pressure.
And he's provoking B6.
He wants to see B6 because the C7 pawn will be weakened, and it's happened. He's like, I've got to accept it. And
Not even a good
this,
version.
though,
He can take on E4.
does allow rook takes E4 and a further weakening of the structure. Amazing idea to sack a pawn and then put your bishop all the way on the western half of the board.
Yeah, you don't see bishop on A5 that early in the game often.
is this what they call a Museo gambit?
But it's interesting how he also provoked E5 and allowed A takes B4 because he wants to win that pawn on B4.
Wow, but he's opened up the A file. If you were rook takes E4, B takes A5, Queen D2, gets pretty much the same position, except the rook on A8 would be behind two A pawns. So why did you play Bishop B4 and allow the capture? Now at this exact moment,
And
isn't it
Sindarov
time?
needs another win, even though he's doing very well. If he wants to win the tournament, he needs to keep up the pace with Prague.
And jump quickly to Levon's game with Jorden. Jorden has found himself in an eternal pin right from the opening. Another rarity you don't see. Look at that knight on C6. How did he get this piece to be pinned this way?
That white pawn on A6 is doing a great
The
job.
white pawn on A6 just making him suffer. He is able to play something like rook E6 and then move the queen and then unpin himself, which may be exactly what he has to do. Levon has to find a way to make this unpalatable for him. But I don't really see exactly how he's playing a quiet move. But if I were him, I'm trying to get rook e6 and get my queen out of there as fast as possible.
Yeah, I think Levon didn't want to play knight g3 and allow a future queen d4 check. But I think this is a prelude to knight g3 and quite potentially f4 as well. I can get in f4. This bishop will end up on a scorching hot long diagonal. So
I'm telling you, watch out for Levon because boy, when he gets rolling in this tournament, we've seen him win it many times. He's played queen e6 to break the pin.
Okay.
Obviously, another reasonable way to do it, but his structure is still awful, and the engines are screaming that this is as bad as it gets. I mean, they're pins and they're pins. He's just pinned still. Moving his queen, he's gonna have to move his rook first, and then finally move that knight. So Levon has to make something happen soon in order for him to resolve this position.
F4
I think f4, and he's done it, and his intention is to make operations down the f-file, maybe with a very future bishop b2.
Yeah, that bishop is great on the current diagonal, but it can be even better on b2.
Exactly. I always say the long diagonals are like magnets for the bishop because they just love.
Should we go back to Prague's game and check what has happened? A lot of pieces have come off, position simplified, but...
Pragg versus Fabi?
Yeah.
Very simplified.
Fabi's pawns are doubled on the queen side, however, and maybe in an endgame, Pragg can take an advantage of that.
Why isn't Pragg a pawn down?
He is down a pawn?
Yes.
Temporarily, maybe. I thought he was getting the pawn back right away, but he's not.
Well, I mean, it does. I think Fabi did not play the move knight takes e4 because he's thinking, I'm a pawn up, I should be playing for the win, and not just going for bishops of opposite colors endings. Queen to d2. No.
I don't know. I would still pick white. Those
White?
black's pawns don't give me confidence that even the extra pawn means something here.
What? Rook takes, bishop e6? I would feel that I'm a good pawn ahead. Rook takes e1,
we'll
bishop
see.
e6. We're about to find out.
All right, queen d2 was played, and Pragg is trying to use the black squares, right?
Yes, absolutely. You want to play moves like bishop e5 and maybe queen g5. So he's done it.
Fabi followed your line?
I mean, at any moment, I can play knight e4 and make the most comfortable draw of all times. But as Fabi, you'd like to think that you should be able to exploit the extra pawn.
No, I think he's going for knight e4.
Oh, well then,
And this is
scratch
going to be
everything
a draw.
I just said. This is going to be a draw very, very quickly.
Yeah, I think we should switch and
Please.
watch Levon's game because that's an exciting one. And
Jorden
Levon
dead
is
forest
kind of unstoppable today. He played the most beautiful game against Anish. Then he defeated Wesley in the last round.
And he desperately wants to play bishop b2 here. I'm a little bit concerned this bishop might be offside. So capturing and playing rook b1 or playing rook b1 immediately with the idea of bishop b2 would have my total consideration. I wouldn't be even thinking of other
What do you think about knight
moves.
f5, Yasser?
I would be waiting for h4.
You want to do the tempo?
Right.
On the other hand, it kind of forces black to take, and you have two great bishops
I know it,
against two passive knights.
but that great bishop on a3 would be greater still. If I
So you
could
want to play
bishop,
rook b1 right now.
rook b1 and bishop b2. That I'd
But
be
black
totally
could play maybe knight d4.
right, and then after bishop to b2 c5.
Yeah, and I'm in a
Blocking.
new pin.
So I'm thinking, should I play bishop takes c6 first, followed by rook b1 and bishop b2, so you can't play knight d4. Then I'm playing bishops of opposite color position. But maybe I'm happy.
Either way,
Yes.
Awonder is
taking a long time.
outplaying Anish Giri at the moment,
Good.
picking up his play.
Good.
All right, but maybe for now we stay here because Levon's going in time trouble, 40 seconds. And we know he flagged today.
Yeah, and by the way,
against Vincent in an equal endgame.
when Levon is playing his extraordinary brand of chess, he does it quickly.
Yes.
He's not the player who's behind on the clock. By the way, look at this tricky, nasty ideas that he has. See what I said about waiting for h4?
Yes.
I thought that Levon wanted to play d4 and for d5.
Yes, sir. I think we should go to Awonder's game because
Anish just blundered to a knight sack on d6. That last move, knight c4 takes. Give me that, and also threatening. And it's the second time he's done this. He's decided he did not want to be down a pawn. He would rather go down with a full tummy, as you call it, Yaz. And allowing this to happen is a complete disaster.
Absolutely. Dropping the rook is the problem.
And we also have the h-pawn that can
By the way,
push.
as expected, Fabiano and Prague did make a draw.
This is just so over.
Bishop.
Rook, now he has to guard against rook takes on c5, rook takes d7.
There is no guarding.
There's no guarding this. This is just busted. Anish is going down again. So Wander's picking up the pace. Anish with only 24 seconds left on his clock, ticking down. There's no move.
There's no move.
There's no move. There's no hope. There's no play. You can literally resign. Rook takes c5 comes next against just about anything.
You can pre-move rook c5, including against queen d2, because you've got rook takes d7. There is no mate on the first rank.
No, there is not.
There's no mate on the first rank. Rook takes d7 and queen check on
check,
e1.
bishop d1.
You could also just double rooks just to make sure there's no mate. After you take the bishop on e2.
Maybe you can also take with check. Start with rook b5 and then pick up pieces with checks.
Yeah, rook b5. I mean,
everything's winning.
Yes.
Everything wins right now.
Yes. And by the way, I think Levon
blundered. Levon is lost.
And let's jump to
Anish
the game
resigns,
between.
and I think Levon's about to resign.
Oh my gosh!
I don't know what he blundered,
turn!
but he lost.
He won. It said Levon won.
No, Levon lost.
No,
That's
Levon
what I'm
lost.
saying.
It should not be.
That
wait,
they got it wrong. They got
unless there's a clock issue.
No, I think they put the
They put the
boards.
kings wrong.
They put the kings wrong.
So we need to make sure they
They
fix
did
that.
put the kings wrong. The kings are wrong on the board as we see them right
Vincent
now.
versus Wesley, or
He just blundered a
Javokhir?
piece.
Javokhir versus.
Let's go to. Well, we have Vincent already on the screen, so let's
Okay.
watch this game. But as I said that,
Wesley.
actually Dominguez just blundered, and Sindarov is winning.
Oh no, this looks tepid. Let's go to the Sindarov versus.
Sindarov is up a pawn with a great position.
And f7 is.
Make that
they're
2
good.
pawns.
This is about to be his 3rd win in a row.
Wow, that's what I was talking about. Who's on a winning streak? If you're going, there's a knight takes h6 sighting.
He missed a killer rook to c8 move, by the way, but this is deadly also.
Because
2 full pawns. They're
I'm
separated.
taking the knight.
Which
I'm
piece are we
taking the
taking?
knight. The knight.
Huh?
I'm taking the knight because I want to keep.
The pawns more together,
Yes, cohesive. That's right.
but
Although
3 extra pawns should be enough to win, even with separated
I'm a
pawns.
little bit worried about a perpetual
There's
check.
rook
How did he go
f7
to the back
checkmate in
rank?
1.
Oh no, rook
That's
f7 mate in 1.
He missed mate. Hilarious.
That you don't see that too often, I must say.
He's playing.
Why did he move his rook?
Why? What is?
This is almost a drawing setup.
Yes, that's what I was afraid
Almost,
of.
but he was alert to it, and now it's busted. But he did miss mate in 1. You don't see that every day.
hilarious.
And Wesley now winning his game. I don't know what happened. Vincent blundered something.
Okay,
now
let's.
Wesley has an extra pawn.
Let me put that on my screen. Sorry, I just had to confirm that there was a mate. Oh my goodness, Vincent is completely
over.
losing. What has he done?
And this
now
will
he's
be the
just-
most decisive round we've had so far.
That
If Wesley wins this. But H pawn, B pawn.
everything pawn.
Now he can trade some pieces.
And put
Yeah,
his
this-
knight back on f4. And
There's nothing, and you can see Vincent shaking his head. He knows it's over.
that was a bit of a surprise that Wesley didn't bring his king to a5.
Yeah, he's going to f4. He wants to give a check and then put the king on f4.
I see.
Or maybe f5.
All he needs to do is make a pathway for his king. And I think e4 is a nice way of doing it. e5, e4, right here, right now, with the idea of e3.
He can also push h2 and take on g4. He
Not bad.
repositioned the knight on d4
So he could play b3.
and b3 now. b2. Yeah, now white's knight doesn't move. It has
It's
to
stuck.
be defending the b1 the entire game.
Yep.
King comes into f4 and should be an easy win.
Now you get to take on f3, and the e-pawn goes whoop.
Yeah, e4
board.
and nothing you can do. Just don't blunder the e-pawn. 'Cause then white would save it. Honestly, even then, it's not clear.
I don't think so.
But yeah, this seems to be over. Vincent's
Inertia.
just waiting for the final moves, checkmates.
Knight to
That's
d3.
unguardable.
No stalemate ideas
Knight
either.
to d3. Yeah.
There we have it.
Oh, Vincent is like, how did I lose this game? When we left it, it looked so drawn.
win for
Suddenly,
Wesley.
the decisive games.
Four decisive games in this round.
Number just jumped.
Only the leader Pragg drew his game.
He's maybe being solid, but he is not going to be happy that one Sindarov now starts to look like a runaway train, or at least he's picking
won.
up steam with 3 in a row.
That's
we
what I
see
mean,
that
hat trick.
miss of the mate. We did see, just want to review this position right here. You take a look on the board, and it's not every day that you watch top GM make that a world championship candidate, miss rook f7 mate. That's a pretty
I don't
mate.
think I've ever seen
Indeed.
the challenger miss mate one.
Beautiful setup. Yes, beautiful setup. Would have been made in one. He went on to win the game anyway with all those pawns, but he did not see this strange construction. And a blunder for the ages. Your position is fine. Perfectly fine if you are Levon. But knight f5 allows a one-move bishop d5. Now, what does this move do? I'm going to show you. You don't see powerful moves like this every day. It attacks the queen. It also threatens mate if your queen leaves. It attacks your bishop. And it attacks your knight. One move, 4 separate threats. Good luck finding an answer against that one. Knight f5, a clean blunder. And Levon ended up losing this game.
Wow.
And boy, the standings now, they're showing 2 people running away with it. Although I do see that Wesley trying to crawl back with Levon falling by the wayside in this last round.
And let's take a look at those standings after 6
Right.
rounds of Blitz. We have Praggnanandhaa still leading with a full point. He has 16. Now Sindarov in clear second with 15. Wesley, that was a crucial win for him to not fall completely behind, 13.5. But yeah, Levon stumbled, and I don't think he has good chances to catch the leaders, but still a lot of rounds to go.
Yeah, if you're Levon, that one hurt because you were thinking Jorden was going to be an easy victim. Not so. But Javokhir, 3 in a row. Hello.
Who's going to stop him?
Hello.
We're going to sneak in a short break, but don't go anywhere. Irene Sukandar has a fun analysis prepared for you. We'll be right back.
Hello everyone, welcome to the show break. Today is the Blitz Day, so we are calling all the actions on the board where there are so many blunders and brilliancies as well. And before I take you to probably the game of the tournament or the game of the day, let me take you to the game of Anish Giri versus Fabiano Karnal. This game started today's round. It was the first round of the Blitz, and probably the players are not very warmed up yet. And this position happened on the board. And in this position, after knight takes e5, knight takes e5, and here Anish played bishop f4 because this is a common tactic that we know, that you want to pin the knight and then get the material back. But the order of move matters a lot because now if you play bishop f4, bishop takes c5 is a very good move, which was done by Fabiano Caruana. And after rook takes e5, king b6 is another good move by Fabi. So it looks like, and as we can see in the evaluation bar, Fabi is on the driver's seat. And after this move, king d2, you might wonder why don't you just play a rook takes e8? And had this happen, we would see a very rare situation on the chess game. That is a double checkmate. There is a bishop e3 here. It's checking the king with the bishop and also with the rook on c8, and the king has nowhere to go because b1 is cut off by the bishop on g6. Had this happened, it would be a cool game. So now let's go to the game that I feel like this is the most brilliant game of today's round so far. We still have 3 more rounds to go after this break, but let me take you to the game of Levon versus Anish because, well, when we're playing a blitz game, especially against world-class player, you would like to train your intuition. You don't have much time to calculate over the board. You would like to be using your instinct more than your calculation. But what is going to happen in this game, or what just happened in this game, is Levon showcased both brilliancies in the intuition and calculation in such a short time. So the game went with a bishop opening, e4, e5, bishop c4, and everything went so far so good for both sides. The opening was pretty quiet for both white and black. And after c6, a4, looks everything symmetrical. King h1, bishop a7, knight h2. And now we can see all of this maneuver, king h1, knight h2, white would like to attack immediately by advancing the pawn to f4 and get all the pieces to the king's side. h6 happened. Bishop a2, such a good prophylactic move, just in case there might be d5 or b5 attacking the bishop. And after knight c5, here comes f4 as planned. And after it takes f4, bishop takes f4, d5, because, well, we can tell that this bishop, although it's shooting from afar, it is a very dangerous bishop that you have to close down the diagonal because it's always a dangerous aim towards the f7 pawn. And after d5, e d5, knight takes d5, knight takes d5, e d5. Black's position is looking a little bit loose here due to the fact that the pawn on d5 is hanging. It can be what we called with the isolated queen's pawn. And queen h5, directly attacking the pawn on d5, bishop e6, still a very natural looking move, and knight g4. So here, you see, you want to play all your moves based on your intuition. As long as you see, like within like the first 2 seconds, you calculate everything was okay in the position. You just play for the attack. Bishop b8. So this is the first blunder that Anish played in the game, and it doesn't look like it was a blunder because, well, you just want to exchange one of the bishops here, which might be a very good attack to the black's king. What happened in this position is bishop takes h6, but I calculated and analyzed it a bit deeper. In fact, in this position, white can play any move. For example, you can actually take on b8 over here, rook takes b8, and continue with your sacrifice plan, that is knight takes h6. And if this happens, you just simply take. What is the idea here? The queen is already very well positioned on h6, so you want to bring more pieces to attack the king. For example, the maneuver of rook f3, rook g3, it can be one, or giving the other rook an opportunity to play to e1. It's also another idea, depending on what is a black move. Another idea in this position, which might be the best continuation, is to sacrifice h6 with the knight. This didn't happen, but the intuition was there. The instinct was there that Levon was already aiming towards the direction that he would like to sacrifice his material in order to break open the black's king. And after this, bishop takes h6. Maybe there's no immediate attack yet. You just have to get your all pieces coming and then attack the king. So it might, it might not be too practical when you're playing in the blitz game because you just want to capture, check, and there's no way to do that. Like, for example, rook a6 here, you have to find all of these moves, rook f3, and then be very, very patient with your attack. So instead, bishop h6 is a very natural move to make. And after this, another brilliancy, rook f5. You would like to get everything towards the king. And after bishop here, and here comes the sequence of checks that delivered a very deadly mating attack here. So after this check, king f6, you bring your other bishop, because if you take it, it will be a disaster. Now, knight e6 comes, and rook f1, and here we comes. Knight f4, and then another check. So in a very short time control here, Levon found all the brilliancies and all the only moves to win the game. And it's very rare to see the high accuracy in this type of game. King e5, queen takes f4, and then here it is actually going to be very hard to find after king e7, but he found it anyway, bishop b7. And after this, and there is another check, and the checkmate is upon Anish Giri here, queen c8, and Levon sealed the deal. And this was, I think, one of the best blitz games I've seen so far in this tournament. And hopefully in the remaining 3 rounds today, we see more of this. So don't go anywhere, stay tuned, we'll be back right after this.
We're back. Thank you so much, Irene, for showing us that brilliant game by Levon. Let's take a look at the standings now before going into round 7 of Blitz. Only 3 games left today.
It's going fast.
Again, Praggnanandhaa in clear first. He's been leading this event starting from day 1. And now Javokhir Sindarov is only 1 point behind him. Wesley in clear third and Levon in clear fourth. But it looks like a 2-horse race.
Yes, especially these last few rounds. Javokhir winning 3 in a row. Very, very, very nice. And the pairings coming up for this round 7.
Let's see who the leaders are facing. We have Dominguez against Praggnanandhaa and Anish Giri against Javokhir Sindarov.
We'll probably start with Prague. Follow.
I want to watch both at the same time.
Okay.
Well, Sindarov has won 3 in a row.
Yeah,
I
there
think
we go.
We haven't been watching him, so I think it's time to watch him.
Okay, we'll switch.
What is he lighting up the universe with right now?
Yeah.
By the way, this is a huge round because guess which 2 players play each other next round?
Pragg and Sindarov?
Easy guess. That is coming up. So this round is big to set up what happens next. Could be a fight for first place on the line next round, but first they've got to do well right here, right now.
Yeah, watching Irene give her explanation of the game reminds me that Anish was going to have Levon for lunch, but Levon had Anish for breakfast because it was checkmate before Anish could give a checkmate on h2. There was 2 checkmates in the position.
That was a beautiful game. I'm sorry. I don't know. You talk about this tournament afterwards. Nothing's going to beat that game. Well, something could, maybe. But that's a game I'm showing my students for sure. It was so spectacular. What a game that shows how well Levon can play. But Levon has been so up and down this tournament. It's sad. It's just sad. He's been up and down. He's got to get his play going with some flow. We'll see. We'll see if he can pull it off, but he's got to pull it off against this good friend of his, this neighbor of his, Olympiad teammate as well. And they've played how many times?
You think how many crucial, absolutely crucial games for tournament firsts these two have had between themselves?
They are the last two winners of this event to have won it, or the only two winners of this event to have won it coming back from second place. No one has ever won this event coming back from third place, and only those two have ever won it coming back from second place. They're in neither position and have been in either position, so winning is way far away from their minds.
Right.
This young man is trying to continue the trend of first place winners, 6 of them out of 8 in this tournament.
Leinier has not had a good event. What could be better than beating the tournament leader? And are we going to go to Leinier, or are we going to go to Anish?
We have this on the screen. Well, let's check the opening, and
okay,
we can jump to the other game if it's more interesting.
And
the
so
C5 Caruana, best met by knight F3 and capture on C5. And it looks like Leinier has his prep already, although shocking that he's not playing instantly right here, right now, after playing A3. You'd figure he's ready to play B4.
Well, I always thought the move bishop D3 was more precise, but okay, B4 it is. It's funny because you're in a French defense with an extra tempo as white, because you played
C6 and C5, yeah.
Exactly. But the entire, from White's perspective, the entire concept is to play bishop D3, castles, bishop takes H7.
Mm-hmm.
And mate.
And mate.
And
It's
mate.
that simple.
Chess is a simple game, really not complicated at all.
The engine loves this, though, for white already. Just thinks white's better. The structure on the dark squares is really a bind, and
by the way,
we're transposing from...
Sorry to interrupt you, Maurice.
A Caro into a French. We're no longer in a Caruana.
No.
This is now a French defense, because the bishop never got in the game sitting on C8.
I always thought that this move was a mistake because of B5, kicking the knight, followed by knight takes E5. So I was a bit surprised by F takes E5, and very quickly Leinier just recaptured on E5 as if there was no problem. But there was a B4, B5 sighting there. And what a very strange.
The way they're blitzing, it tells me they both have seen this before.
Truly, and I'm more than confused.
So B5 would be answered by knight D4, Yaz.
Knight D4, knight takes E5.
Queen F6.
Queen
a lot
F6.
of energy in that position
Knight
would
knight
be
F3.
problematic. But we're past that. He has successfully collected on E5, and white for choice
C4.
here,
C4.
as he has a bind on the dark squares. It's not a perfect bind to be sure, but the position is really all about the relationship between the bishop on C8, the light square bishop sitting there on C8, the pawn on E6, and the hanging pawns in the middle of the board. Is that weakened structure for black just is not really so cohesive. But this is typical for French players to handle this kind of position and do it with finesse.
And not care that engine's always saying white is better after move 1.
Okay, so for me, the question, if I take on B4, AB, rook A1, and knight takes B4, is white supposed to throw in knight takes C6?
Oh, to not lose the pawn?
Did not lose the pawn, yeah.
Probably. I can include that in between move. Because I thought at first after knight before I can pin you with bishop A3, but you have knight C2.
Yeah, hello, I got a fork. So here
Let's
we
see.
go, AB.
When you're 2 on C6 immediately.
Right.
Not giving up that pawn.
By the way, Javokhir just played an incredibly ambitious idea against Anish that the engines absolutely despise and say that he is busted. He played it quickly as well, this idea He played d4.
Let's switch
Well,
over
we're
to the
gonna-
And
Switch.
if we could just jump to that game, if we just go back a couple of moves in this position, you'll see here he is perfectly fine. He played d4, cd4, and all he had to do was just capture back. Instead, he played this extremely ambitious move, trying to get the bishop first. And Anish said, what if I just take a pawn? Like, what are you trying to do? And he went from ambitious to now suddenly staring at the board, maybe a little bit despondent. Like, what was I thinking? I thought I had something. I thought I had a tactic. Well, now you're just down a pawn. Clean. Whoa, forget pawns. Let's sack exchanges. And wherever his brain is, it is far and away somewhere in La La Land. But, boy, this is some creative stuff. Rook takes f3, and Anish is staring at the board right now. We call him a dynamician. He is definitely somebody who comes up with some creative tactical ideas in dynamic positions. But is this to be believed? If simply pawn takes, queen takes is a bad move. Knight takes on e5, yes. But if pawn takes, he does wreck the structure. But what is his point?
Knight takes e5.
Which knight?
G.
Knight G takes e5, and he's going to. And Anish is
Bishop
hesitating,
not
Bishop takes b6.
and
What?
he has made a much worse response. He
takes
needed to take with the pawn,
G3?
but he trusted his opponent. He took on b6. Now Javokhir is definitely going to play queen h4 to keep the attack going.
Yeah, keep it brewing, yeah.
You can't touch the knight, but queen h4 is just the most natural response.
However, after h3, a lot of your pieces are hanging.
Yeah, it's one of those, right? Queen h,
Well, queen
or
h4.
h3,
Yeah.
and but after rook to f7, your bishop is hanging, the knight is hanging, f2 is hanging. You need a move, and he has played queen h4 on the board. He can bail Anish now with this sequence, h3, and then queen takes on g4, takes, and say, you know, here I am better. After all, he's up a pawn still. But that's a bail. He just backed down and gave Javokhir's bluff some air, some life. But he had a crushing position. Now he needs to find h3, or he is himself busted.
Queen takes h3, queen takes h2, and knight takes e5. So h3, only move.
Only move to play, and I'm just trying to figure out other moves. There is the wild, instead of bringing the rook back to f7, the incredibly wild knight takes on e5 first. Knight c takes e5. That is special. Knight takes. Now, if pawn takes, yeah, but
Well, he has
Incr
played
is now
h3.
disagreeing that this is too good.
h3 and
No, this
quickly
He's not, though. He
knight
took
takes
the-
e5.
Pawn on e5 with the knight on g4.
Right, and said, if you want my rook, you can have my rook.
Yes, this position, if you take the rook now you take, and look at this, full compensation for the exchange.
Yeah,
Incredible.
those doubled f pawns and rook f1.
So what is
and-
Anish supposed to do?
He is feeling himself, this kid. Wow. Knight takes on e5. Knight g takes e5. Now Anish should just bring his bishop back to e3, and Javokhir could insist with the move rook a to f8. He's just not going to back down. You've got to be impressed by the bravado of this young man.
Bishop
And Anish is finding the move, bishop e3 on the board.
Right.
And now you could back up with rook f7, but I haven't seen him go backwards yet.
No retreating move.
There we
But he did finally blink and drop his rook back. He is currently down a pawn in the position, and it's not clear what his breakthrough is. d4 is playable right now, by the way.
Yeah, you want to play d4
Played.
with- after rook d8. What's the follow-up?
Anish is playing really well, but he's playing slowly. 45 seconds against more
I
than
would
2
too.
minutes.
Kids playing moves like this. I'd absolutely be playing slowly. And now knight to c4. Again, he just plays with energy, this kid, and he's looking to finally get the bishop. Queen boy 3 instead of d3, and there goes the bishop. And he's just down a pawn, actually. After all that flash and flare, he is just down a pawn. is Javokhir, and Anish knows it. The complications have just
They're
simply
gone. They're over. That's
disappeared, evaporated, and it's all about, I'm just up a pawn. What did you do to yourself?
Exactly. It was a lot of fireworks, but at
But this ain't the 4th of July.
No.
That passed.
Okay, so
Do we trade
Stunning
queens?
move just now.
Knight e2.
Looking to trade queens. And decided
no
against it.
can do. But that was a nice transfer from White's perspective. The knight on g3 might land up on c3 and
you know what?
support d5.
All that bluff has
Yeah.
led to what? Look at Anish's clock.
20 seconds.
Time
Now he just
trouble,
needs to
but
make Anish pause 2 more times.
This position is not too difficult for White to play. But I like that
Exactly.
Sindarov didn't trade queens, because if queens came off, it would be way too easy for White to play, even with 20 seconds on the clock. He is fighting. He wants to
bit-
get the pawn back, but
A bit of a surprise why he needed rook f1. I love the
play.
move rook to d2, by the way.
okay.
Rook to d2, just so
Double
that
in.
you can double up the rooks.
The knight's
Whoa,
coming
whoa,
back.
whoa, more tricks.
Rook
Knight's coming to
c1,
c4.
stopping knight c4. No more tricks. No more tricks. Eventually,
By
knight
the way, we're
f4.
not going to switch, but Wesley's losing another game
Whoa,
to Awonder.
whoa. Knight
Anish
f4.
needs a move now.
A good move by Sindarov to stop knight f4. That was threatening to win the game. Rook c5. Can we?
Anish is now slid back to 15 seconds.
Wow.
Okay,
e5
ended up
maybe?
to 16, but he has to move. Okay, he's at that 15-second mark, up a pawn. Definitely better, but no longer the same advantage he has before. The move e5 could happen, and his position loses a little bit of steam with e5 for black.
Exactly.
Because he didn't double on the d file, now rook on d2 is hanging.
Exactly.
And I
I
think
mean,
that's what Sindarov's thinking about.
I mean, Anish is doing everything he can to control the game.
Yes.
but he should be trying to win the game, and by just
There it is, e5.
best chance.
And Anish is down to 14 seconds. Remember, he's getting 2 seconds every move.
He gave
He
the
wants to
pawn-
make that rise up, but now
now we're
he
back
gave
to
the pawn
even.
back.
he gave the pawn back, and
Back to
Sindarov,
even. Rook d8, perhaps.
King h7 looks fine too.
and now it's equal.
Yeah.
Now it's an equal position.
For sure.
Sindarov has bluffed his way back into the game with
Remarkable.
an edge on the clock, but can they hold their nerves right now? This is the moment.
By the way, Prague is winning. Should we switch? Because the leader about to win his game.
All right, I am
We have
going
both
to
very
switch.
No,
exciting
I
games.
feel like we need to get the story here because there's 5 seconds left. I feel like a loss is going to happen, and we don't want to miss. And look at this.
I'm sorry, I don't know where you guys.
Anish is holding up the fort with f3, but he's down to 6 seconds on the clock.
Knight c6. Anything can happen. This is a
Absolutely.
3-result game. And
By the way,
wow.
Levon has won his game against Fabi. Fabi lost another game.
Ooh.
All right, down to 5 seconds now. And Prague has won his game, extending his lead. So
Big
Sindarov
result
needs a
now. Looks like Anish is going to be content with a draw, trying to figure out exactly what to do, and both of them to no time at all.
Knight d4.
Knight d4, great move.
There's a discovered check in the position. You can't take twice on d4. And black is very happy to position his knight so nicely in the middle of the board.
He has to keep pace, though. He himself is down to only 7 seconds.
Rook to d8, perhaps? Oh,
Trade about to happen, and it does. And repetition, maybe? Anish is happy to bail out of here with a draw. One more check, and that's it.
yep.
He's going to take it. He doesn't have any advantage.
There it
here.
is.
Yep, that's it.
And this game ends in a draw.
Wow. That was
Okay.
necessary for Javokhir.
Prague won with the black pieces, and Wesley and
Wesley just
Awonder
drew
draw.
his game, so let's jump to only game remaining. It's Vincent against Jorden. But Jorden has a queen for rook and the bishop. Well, this is an interesting. Oh, and he allowed knight f5, but Vincent missed it. There was knight f5 earlier that would force the trade of knights, and then it's a draw.
Right?
Hard to judge these players. They only have 3 seconds on the clock, and now it's
Oh,
checkmate.
it's mate on the
Knight f6.
board, and Vincent is like furious
We
with
had-
himself.
Almost had 5 decisive results, but Giri Sindarov was the only draw. Wait, how did Wesley play? Oh, Wesley drew too. Never mind. Because Awonder was winning. He was completely winning against Wesley.
Whoa. You guys are going to have to tell me, sum up that round. So
Yeah,
there was
we'll try to do it a little bit at a time.
Three
Certainly the
decisive
game that you
games.
mentioned, Nazi, an important game. It was just a position. Leinier had 2 minutes plus on his clock against Prague. The position had equalized itself, but he just couldn't get his form going. Just get that flow. Is Leinier, and when somebody else is playing well, you're not playing well. Not just doing poorly, but playing well. Things happen. Look at this position. He didn't really need to, and pushed his pawn. Okay, Prague has a passed pawn as well. So Prague blockaded the pawn, queen a4. And here he started to lose the plot just a little bit, but it's still a pretty equal position. Maybe he thought his opponent was going to repeat, and Prague said, no, can't do. Let's go. I want to win this game. Queen a6, no trade of queens for you. Knight b3. Everything's all good. Now, a little bit of a hiccup. The first sort of whisper of a threat. Let's do something. Maybe I'll attack your king. And he played knight to c5. Queen dropped back. And now his first mistake is blundering this pawn for no reason. Just zero reason. There went that pawn.
What?
And now you're just down a pawn and in big time pressure. I mean, he just allowed himself to be outplayed, and Prague just played very calmly and cool, and just the inevitable was going to happen as Prague just did nothing much before his opponent just blundered knight d7. And after knight e6, we'll just trade that and be up material.
Yeah.
It was just nothing serious he did, except Leinier just allowed himself to go down like
Hiccup.
Really like a child in that position. It's Leinier Dominguez. We hate seeing this happen to him. The other games, big game, Fabi lost to Levon, and all you need to see is the final position to want to cry for Fabi, as we actually got here. Fabi's better according to the engines here. Levon is struggling for his life in this position. And here, just challenge that queen. That queen, get out of here. You don't need to be around. We just want to get rid of you. What did he do? He did play that move. And then he played knight f4, and this was the blunder. Although the winning move here, much better move, was actually knight to d3. You got to love the double pin. You can't take because your queen's hanging.
That's hilarious.
And you can't take here because g3 is hanging. A gorgeous move that would have shattered Fabi's position. Instead, the move d3 is pretty good itself. Knight takes h5, pawn takes, and your bishop is still pinned, and the knight is landing on c2. And Fabi just collapsed quickly. f4, queen over. Let's fork that one. Oh, let me save my rook. Oops, let me give him my queen. This is a Fabiano Caruana out of form.
Yeah.
You
That was a
just
disaster.
blunder your queen. Even if you saw that your rook was hanging, you're going to lose an exchange. When you just blunder your queen, it means you're not seeing the board. You're not seeing the 64 squares properly. And to make a move like this happen, and it's got to be devastating inside, because you start to wonder, what do I need to do to see the chessboard when you make blunders like this? And I've been there. And you just feel helpless because there's no easy fix. There's no easy remedy. And you still got to go play games.
Yeah.
I don't want to play any more games. I need to go home. I need to go to sleep, take a nap, get over this disastrous day. Fabi still in the mix.
And then you can go on tilt and keep losing.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a tough situation for Fabi, indeed.
A bad cycle. Standings, please, if you don't mind.
Just 7 rounds. Let's see. Prague now extending his lead. 1.5 lead over Javokhir Sindarov. Wesley, he's not doing badly, but far from Prague.
Exactly. And Levon, still in the mix.
But
That
Fabi in the
game by
place.
Vincent Keymer I think there was a chance for Vincent to save
Yeah, there was
that
a
game.
moment. So if we can
Maybe through the magic of
see
television?
the replay of that ending.
Okay, so here we go. Jorden with the white pieces.
Queen and a pawn.
And definitely Jordan's for choice. He gains a little time
for the rook and the
there.
bishop. So far, this is definitely winning.
Everything is good. Now from, was it like a
Knight
nice,
d6, he's getting closer to black's king, trying to
right?
check
now-
some mating threats.
Now that f5 is protected, the idea of just playing for the capture of the pawn on e5 should be easy, right? Rook takes e5, and now we've got a draw.
It's not a draw yet, but there was a moment. Because if white keeps the knight, because of bad situation on the king side, knight e8 is a threat. There's just a lot of threats hard to defend with black.
Ooh, I
But
don't
there'll be a
know-
moment,
I don't
like
know
now
about-
after queen e7.
Yeah, I don't know about that move. Rook d.
Now Vincent has knight f5, forces
Now
the trade.
that's the one I'm.
That's the
that
super
would
easy
just
draw.
draw,
But he missed it.
and that was the moment. Now he sets himself up beautifully.
Now checkmate is coming with knight f6 and queen g8.
Yeah, and guess what? Jordan's not going to miss this opportunity. Bang! Mate on g8.
That's mate.
Wow.
Knight f5, one move, make a draw.
Wow.
So close.
Big miss there.
I'm telling you, he said it himself. He's not great at rapid and blitz. And Jorden said it as well. These players need to practice this because they're going to be losing so many dollars over the next several years.
Yeah, missing
because
his half points.
other people can just go, whoop, whoop. You know, we've seen unknowns. Murzin win the rapid event. All right, young Volodar Murzin.
Yeah.
Young player, but just great nerves in that pace.
And keeping that pace.
And just keeping that pace. You look at somebody like Nordebeck. Let's go, let's go, let's go. A young player whose
Fast.
blitz skills are great. Ali Reza.
Fast.
These players are not worse than them. Certainly not somebody like Keymer, Prague, Sindarov. You got to play good blitz too. There's a lot of money to be made at the professional level. Sarin, brilliant at blitz. You look at him, these players, they miss their opportunities. And the older guys like Hikaru may not play too much classical chess anymore. We say,
Blitz.
let me get some Title Tuesday money from these kids.
Yeah, they're not giving up their positions that easy. Boy, we got round 8 coming up, and we got a barn burner of a matchup, don't we?
We don't have to ask which game to watch.
All right. I'll
Because look at that on
I'm sure it's the Anish Giri Wesley So game you want to watch, right?
That's
Yes,
it.
Maurice, you're
I
right.
put it up.
We have Sindarov against Praggnanandhaa. Everything depends on this
Fantastic.
game. Sindarov has whites. In their previous matchup in the Rapid, did it end in a draw? Or did Prague win? Do you remember in the Rapid how they did?
How did they finish?
In the Rapid, they must have drawn each
They
other.
made a draw
Neither one of them lost. Prague lost
to
in
Jorden.
the last round of the Rapid. Sindarov didn't lose a single Rapid game.
Just
Is
to
Sindarov still
talk more
undefeated?
about this pairing for just a moment.
Is Sindarov still undefeated?
No, Sindarov lost his first game today against Van Foreest.
Yeah.
It's Van Foreest who's defeating all the leaders.
If it's going to be a 2-horse race between Javokhir and Prague, remember tomorrow they'll play the same order, same opponents, just switching colors. So in the penultimate round tomorrow, these two players will match up with Prague as white. So if I'm in Sindarov's shoes, I'm beating you now.
Well, Prague started the day a point ahead of Sindarov.
Exactly.
Sindarov is now a point and a half behind him.
Right.
After this game, Prague can safely say, I gained ground on you today after our first matchup.
Right.
Although he still has to not lose the next game. Right. But it would be Javokhir's very first chance right here, right now, to win and close the gap to a slim half point, which he hasn't seen yet.
Right.
So he wants to win this game and get that half point, and then Prague will feel the sting of that loss and say, oh my goodness, I could have gained something today from my slim lead, but I blew it against my main competitor. This is a huge game, and I don't know what kind of preparation Sindarov has been saving for the match against Gukesh, but I would say you could pick from one of those right now to play against Prague because you want to win right now.
Right. By the way, just noticing there that Vincent is playing against Fabi, and guess who's in 5th place?
Vincent?
Jorden van Foreest.
Really?
Jordy came out of the cellar starting the
He was in
after the
ninth
Rapids.
place coming into today.
Yeah, and guess who's in 5th? Because I was looking there and I'm going, Vincent is going to be playing against Fabi, and it's like number 6 playing number 6 or number 6 playing number 7. I'm going, wait a minute, what happened in number 5? I know the top 4.
Let's take a look one more
One more time.
If we can pull up standings just to see.
We'll check Vincent at the bottom. Tied for 6. Fabi in 8th position. Jorden in 5th position.
Jordan is in 5th.
And I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa. Look at that.
12
what a
points.
surprise.
Yeah, he's doing well today.
Yeah.
And Yasser, or Maurice, will our rapid winner, who was Prague, will go on to win the whole tournament in St. Louis again.
Well, we can only go by history.
Right.
And we see there, this we brought up at the top of the show. Well, Levon won out of winning the Rapid in 2017, the very first St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. Hikaru was tied for first, and he won. And then Levon won again in 2019 after he was leading after the Rapid. This is what you want to do. Be either tied for first or leading. Then in 2021, Hikaru won again, leading after the Rapid. And Alireza won back-to-back, being tied for first after the Rapid. Every one of these other tournaments obviously were won by players who were either tied or in clear first after the Rapid. Hans Niemann having a great result this year in Poland. 6 out of 8 of the Rapid and Blitz tournaments were won by the Rapid winner. Only 2 events ever were won by a player out of 2nd place, by the way, and that was with Levon winning again and Fabi winning last year. I think Levon won in 2023. So it pays to be either in first or tied for first, but 2nd place ain't bad. We've seen it happen twice out of the last 3 years, in fact. So that's where Javokhir is saying, forget your stats. I'm here now. Let's go. So he's a challenger for the World Championship. He's going to challenge Prague, Gukesh's countryman, to this particular tournament. He wants to win. He wants to win badly. Here's an opportunity to show his fighting spirit. But he's got to win this game.
Yeah.
Because a point and a half, if he loses, it's a complete disaster. 2.5 points. If he draws,
Still
Not so
remains
bad.
close enough.
it's in there, but he's got a long way to go. But a win, man, that changes the complexion of this battle completely.
Prague has also been switching up his defenses, rather French, Caro, E5,
Rue Lopez,
Rue Lopez. And Javokhir will realize that Prague's not completely comfortable facing 1 E4, so I suspect it's going to be E4, not a D4. No English, no Queen's Gambit.
You think it'd be a French and he'll play what
H4?
Jorden did to crush Prague in the last game
Oh,
yesterday?
he would be happy to repeat what Jorden did.
I think Prague has proper preparation against that
Made
line.
an adjustment
He
here
knows
or there.
exactly
Yeah,
what
sure.
to do now.
I'm sure Vaishali told him afterwards, this is what you should have played after H4, so
Right.
he's prepared now.
Nice. Yes.
But this player, Sindarov, can play E4, D4, C4, Knight F3, yes sir, but in a
look.
must-win game,
Yeah,
what do you play?
Yeah, they're ambidextrous. But if I had put in the hours that they have, E4 has always been the most
must-win?
challenging for the black player. Like, I'm very happy when my opponent goes G3 on move 1, B3 on move 1. That's soft. E4 is like the hardest thing that you have to face.
And then Prague's best choice would be E5 probably in this game, because he'll be happy with a draw for
Of
sure.
course. And if you're like
Is
Fabi,
he happy with the draw or is
Sicilian,
he satisfied?
Satisfied.
sad.
He's never happy.
Because I think he's going to be happy with a win.
and
Yeah.
super happy with
But he's
win.
going to be satisfied with the draw. And by the way, we see a pensive-looking Awonder Liang. He seems to be the first person to sit down most of the time as he's contemplating the difficulties of playing in such an event. You can do that afterwards.
Right.
Right now, you're still in the
But he
Shark
wants,
Tank.
he He was beating Wesley and let it slip away, so I'm sure he is very disappointed right now.
Hey, it's tough. It's tough. Everybody you play is a gangster, and you lose and you play another gangster, and then you lose and another person wants to take your head off, or at least take your money and send you home.
But of course, all eyes will be on this game between Sindarov and Pragg. Have they arrived at the board yet?
Have they?
There we
Yes,
go.
they have. They're there. Both of these young men.
Both know how important this game is.
Absolutely.
Pragg looks very focused.
By the way, I mean, no, seriously, it was almost hilarious, the game between Anish and Javokhir. Javokhir, he plays this knight g4. Rook takes f3, queen h4.
Yeah.
He's not backing down, and it was a bluff.
It was a bluff. And then he managed to survive.
And then he managed to survive. But it was like, I shall never, ever retreat. I will die on this hill. Rook takes f3. That was hilarious. And playing for first. But Pragg at least has the benefit of having a 1.5 lead. He knows that regardless of the outcome, he'll still be in first.
Ooh, c4, Yasser. We didn't
C4.
guess
No.
the first move.
Not at all. And
So
we
it's
do.
some version of Catalan so far.
Seems so.
But d4 might not happen.
I think it's about to, though.
No,
Nope, you were
B3.
right. B3. So today, the big
C5
theoretical
is
test,
the main move, right?
or D4.
Or d4.
D4 is the big theoretical test, and well, there you have it. Pragg not backing down, a reverse Benoni, if you will, extra tempo for white. But okay, if that pawn on D4 stays there, you got something to look forward to. A bit of a
Space advantage.
yeah, exactly.
Knight
Knight
e5.
e5
No,
immediately.
that's a bit rare.
Okay, that's off the beaten track, isn't it?
Incr giving queen c7 as the only equalizer, full equalizer.
Which wasn't played.
Bishop d6 came.
I thought
Quite-
Sindarov's idea was f4.
Actually, f4 was the Incr's top move, and it considers rook e1 a real error.
An error, even.
An error.
I thought Javokhir is angling for bishop a3, queen c7 now, and now we're back to the f4 business, aren't we?
Both players winging it right now. There are a number of moves here for Javokhir, including queen e2.
Which he played.
And that has been played. And a challenge to that knight on e5 saying sooner or later, you'd have to do something with it. And he could have played f4, but
Last chance to
he
play
just backed down and played this move. Knight takes on d7, not want to take any chances in the position.
Well, again, I'm playing for bishop a3 and a control of the e5 square, but I'm not happy with what white did here.
There's
knight f3 to e5 takes d7.
No.
I'm helping my opponent develop.
Exactly what he did do. And it is black for choice with that beautiful pawn on d4. It's not isolated, it's not weak, it's not attackable.
It's wonderful.
So Javokhir has
to
simply
equalize
gifted
the
his
game.
opponent
An
a
advantage.
good position.
Yeah, exactly. I'm thinking it's time to play bishop takes a3.
I was
Bishop
going
takes
to say
d6
it's time
and
to
queen
develop
e5.
that knight. Knight on b1 after 15 moves.
Yeah, I thought we were going to take on d6 and go queen e5 and again develop the knight to a3, as you're about to point out. No, he played the move d3, and he's gotten the worst of this, no question about it,
Pragg is planning to go e5, support the d4 pawn.
with both
Okay,
hands.
he's got to trade that bishop off and bring his knight in the game. That's
Crucial.
autopilot move. Otherwise, your knight's just sitting there, and you're going to do something fancy right now and get your head blown off. So
He took it.
that's right. Get
so-
rid of that. Bring the knight in.
Now it's time to play knight to d2.
Most natural move.
Yep.
And then since white has the pawn advantage on the queen side, white should probably play 3, b4, and hope for
100%.
some space advantage there.
As black is trying to make e5 and make a center work, just as you said, you should be playing a3, b4, trying to make your majority on the queen side work.
Looks like white has just embraced the white side of a black Benoni.
Yeah.
Just said, I'm just going to play it.
Yeah.
And
Here we
this
go.
kind of position, you're just perfectly fine as black, but you're also perfectly fine as white.
Right.
And now it's going to be who plays best. And a5 stopping the b4 push. this one is looking very much like it's going to go into drawish waters.
It does.
Which is good news for Prague.
Which is fabulous news for Prague. And then the game between Anish, Giri, and Wesley. So, any developments going on there? Because Wesley, really, you'd probably be happy if these two were to draw.
Wesley's slightly worse right now,
Slightly
but still
worse.
a lot to play in that game.
Okay, so what is going on in this game between Javokhir and Prague? In case of knight takes e4, we're going to respond queen recaptures on e4, and we would be attacking the pawn on b7, and maybe trying to play f4. Prague wasn't interested in that trade, but I didn't expect him to play queen b6 so much as queen c6. Here, I mean, Javokhir will likely defend his pawn with rook b1, hoping to play b4, unless we have something else. Can we capture
There's nothing
this?
here.
No.
It's a very dry position.
Wait a minute. What's wrong with you folks?
F4?
F4. Why
Queen
is this
c6
dry?
check, defending the rook on e8.
Yeah. Queen f3. Yeah, this is
Take on
what
f4.
Take on c6. Take on f4. I want to go king. Ding, 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 ding,
Taking
ding,
all
ding,
the
ding,
pawns.
ding.
Good luck getting through that rook on e8.
Yeah.
Javokhir played queen e4 instead of f4.
Nobody believed me.
Yeah, now, I don't know if black should play queen c6 or keep the queens on the board. Either way, it's equal, but...
Okay, well, hold on. I mean, again, from Javokhir's point of view, if he could play f4 and take advantage of the pinned pawn, he's ready to pick up a pawn. And, by the way, b7 is a little loose. Queen c6.
Necessary. Trade off these bad boys and not worry about anything. He may not be happy with a draw, but he's going to be satisfied for sure.
You know.
And trading queens would be natural. Javokhir is looking around, say, do I have anything?
Because Sindarov is not going to be satisfied with the draw.
No. No. This is definitely advantage Prague, psychological advantage.
Queen
I
takes
think
c6.
his opening
b takes
choice
c-
just was wrong for this game.
Didn't feel like he came out of the opening with anything that he could be
It's
proud
not
of.
that he didn't get an advantage. He didn't even get a fighting game.
No, at the moment. I think Prague has a very good move to equalize in a funny kind of a way, which is to play rook on e8 to b8. Just give me a move. Rook on e8. If you go rook to b1, then I'll take, and I got the
Yeah,
a
trade
file, I'll play
everything.
f6, right? But I think if he had played rook on e8 to b8,
You
gonna
get king
go-
f3 probably, no? Just bring the king up, because you weren't threatening anything either.
f6, in order to take twice. What I was trying to do was trying to get white to play b4 takes a5 and then have a messed up queenside structure. I think this is just...
Well, we've gone forcibly to an endgame. This is the kind of situation where somebody like Magnus would say, I know it's equal,
But I'm going
to beat you anyway.
I know, I'm grinding.
And a move like rook a5 could be one of those moves, suggesting that
I'm here to grind.
I got a little something to play for. You need to defend correctly at this moment. If you capture, I get a passed pawn. My king is looking to come into the game. I'll eventually tie your rook down to the a pawn and look to play f5, f4, attacking the e5 square. So this is building a little smidgen of an idea for Sindarov. He's very focused right now, but rook b1, a critical part of the chain.
You
He
know,
plays rook to b1, critical link in
So
the
we're
chain.
not rushing
That's
to
what I
play
meant to say.
b5 yet.
And he has played it.
rook to b1.
King f7, probably king
I'm-
comes out.
Thinking e4? Nope.
Prague's doubling on the b file. He wants to provoke b5.
I was just trying to equalize force equality
I like
with
this move, rook
e4.
c5. But can you still go rook b8 now? Well, it's a
Yes.
little bit scary. I'm giving you the c pawn, but
Well, b5 is going to happen.
you're not trading.
No. We don't want to leave you with a perfect pawn structure. You've got to at least have something to play for. So right here, b5, and have a plus. And
Wait, did he really play rook b6?
wait.
Whoa.
Whoa. He's just blundered.
Is winning.
Prague blundered. Isn't this the same way that he won against Fabi?
Yes.
The same c7 idea, and now suddenly Prague is lost on the board. A straight blunder based on promotion tactics with the rook cannot come back to the back rank. What a mistake.
King f3, king
And
e4.
now Prague is losing.
Or maybe f. Should I include f4 or just go king
Everything is
f3?
winning. He can even play g4 and king f3.
Yeah, I think
All of the above. That's just a passed and powerful
What a
pawn.
gift Prague just gave.
Unbelievable what just happened.
huge. So king f3 or f4. Yeah, one of those two. And basically, White's king is making a beeline right up the center of the board. King f3, king e4. That's all he's got to do. And
Well,
he
the
will
black
clinch.
king is going to sit on e6 and allow you to push.
c7 check.
So what I'm saying is you're going to take on f4 and put the king on, and maybe put a pawn on f5.
Okay.
And now you have to win that position, even with c7 check king back. You have to defend the
He's
pawn.
done it.
This is what I'm saying.
Yeah. And
So
then
now
play
he has to
f5.
keep White's king out the game, which is
So he can play f5, right?
that's what I'm saying. Play for f5 and hope.
Hope for the best, because
This is his hope that the pawn will not be enough.
I think I just go check.
the king can come over from the queen side too, right?
Well,
Or
wait
is
a
it
minute.
too slow?
Okay, shouldn't he just go rook to b7 to d7 and take that pawn?
That pawn now becomes a factor for sure, like 100%. He's not going to win with the c pawn. The c pawn cannot break through by itself. He's
Exactly.
going to win by taking the other pawns, especially if he gets the d pawn, as you mentioned, Yaz.
Yeah.
Now the defense is being stretched because you're going to have to push something or leave something weak. The c pawn is not the winning pawn. It's just the diversion, the extra that black has to pay attention to. And at the right moment, other pawns are going to fall, especially if he grabs the d pawn. That's going to be two protected passers.
And here we go.
And here it goes.
Rook d5 check
And just
and
take
rook
on
takes
d4, right?
d4.
Rook e5 is actually also a move to think about.
Do I
Right,
win?
right here, right now. We're hitting some victories coming through. Awonder Liang won his game.
Wow.
Levon Aronian also won his game.
But now Sindarov is down to only 17 seconds with decisions to make.
Rook e5.
He's got to get to flow. Rook d5 or rook e5, just make a move. He's found rook e5, big time move.
Trading rooks goes into a losing king opponent game for Prague. Prague is going to have to play rook to a8 or rook to b8 to keep his rook as active as he can. I don't think he can play rook f8 and just allow rook to take here.
Whoa, he's traded.
This
and
is
he's
a
hoping
losing.
this holds.
No, but there's king.
No, but there's c5, isn't there?
c5 for sure. c5 for sure.
c5 is the only winning move.
King f6, f4.
c5 is just the move. c5,
It
c6.
wins.
6 seconds, he finds
And that's it.
He finds it. It's Zuxon.
You can't do anything about these pawns. You're going to eventually run out of moves.
If you go h6 check, king f6, f4, e6 check. Hold on.
Those pawns are coming with check.
Yeah, e6,
Yeah.
e7, yeah.
Exactly.
He's played king to
c6.
e7.
c6 is winning.
c6 on auto. You brought the king back. You're not really threatening those pawns, so you're going to be caught.
Hold on.
Whoa,
Wait,
whoa,
wait,
whoa,
wait,
whoa,
just
what?
happened?
King f4 was a mistake. This is no longer winning.
It's a draw.
Is Prague saving this game?
It's amazing. Why did he play king f4?
I'm speechless.
That is shocking beyond belief.
He could have just taken the pawn.
What happened?
He could have taken
That is
the
shocking
pawn.
beyond
Oh,
belief.
sorry.
He was just winning,
That's
and he
ridiculous.
cost himself that game.
I'm going to go to the game
Unbelievable.
of Vincent and Fabi.
What an escape by Prague, I can't.
So
Well, I
going
mean-
to that pawn endgame was actually practically a smart decision. 'Cause
It's a king and pawn ending. You just win the game.
Hey, he saved it.
Oh my goodness.
The
What
result
did we
speaks
just
for
see?
itself.
Oh, is there a mate alert? H5, wasn't
Look at
H5
Vincent
mating?
shaking his head. He missed the... Did he resign? Oh, Vincent blundered.
Oh my
Fabi
gosh.
wins.
Oh my gosh.
One game still going on. We can jump to Anish Giri against Wesley. What's happening in this round?
They're just tired.
I think that's what's going on.
Massive blunders by these top players. I think
It is 8 rounds they've played so far, but some endings are arithmetic.
Yeah,
that you learn in grade school, and for them not to win, that game was shocking.
Exactly. Players can actually. Can the players shake hands? Yeah, I think this is just a dead draw. No.
Well, you have to be. You're right on time, right? You can go H5, H4, and H3. You still need to have the king on the 5th rank.
Yeah, but how do you cross the 5th rank with your king?
You'll have to give me a check or something, and then my king comes up.
H5, and let's go.
H5, rook D5. Yeah, it's too fast. Do we go king G5 now? Of course. Don't calculate H4, just go king G5.
King G5 is instant.
But Wesley has so much time. He won H4.
No.
It is a draw. He did calculate, but that's normally something you don't think about.
Exactly. Well, actually, king G5 is just good enough after all. King G4, and the players are all about to make a draw.
We will have to discuss more that Sindarov Prague game.
I'm stunned.
Let's go back and see the replay of the ending, because we assumed it was over and we're not even watching the moves.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, it's a draw.
Well, he played...
Like here.
Yeah, he just played C6 and resigned. And then after H6, king takes G6.
King E7.
Right. And now the winning move is C6.
Your only hope if you're black is the F-pawn. Right now, he spent almost no time and backed up his king, and he realized only now that he can't push his pawn. So he thought he could get something of a Zugzwang, and then with the second sticking down, he had to move. Only 3 seconds, 2 seconds there when he moved. But you cannot promote these 2 pawns. It's just not possible. The king is just going to wait right where it is, and it is definitely a draw. You just simply cannot make any headway with your pawns, which looked perfectly placed and were perfectly placed a moment ago. And there he is accepting the draw in this position. But after H6, it's just over. This is the biggest hustle that you can imagine. If we take a look at this line, you're too far advanced down the board for this to matter what black is doing. You just take a pawn. I don't care which pawn. You can even take the H pawn.
No, take the G6 pawn.
I'm just saying you could even take. I'm just trying to show how big the edge is. Just take the thing. And if your opponent pushes this one, yes, you can still give him a full tempo because you felt like giving him a tempo. He looks like he's right there. You're playing this move next. If he queens, you queen first. And this is also winning. I guess, we don't need to give him the queen and allow this position, but he can't go up because that's mate. So as you pointed out, Yaz, the cleanest win is just to take immediately. And after F4, we just push the king moves. Now we can do 2 things. We can start with check. Whatever you do, we just push. We're about to queen. We're about to queen. You're 3 moves away. And if you try to stop it, the king goes here. It's over. It's over. It's just done. He made a king retreat in this position, retreated his king, and simply blew it in 1 move. This is arithmetic to us, and certainly to him.
Yes.
And he, in time pressure, made this mistake. I'm telling you right now, Sindarov is banging his head against the wall. What did I just do in a king and pawn ending that I know so well that I learned this back when I was 6, and then end up drawing this critical game where he would have been in a half a point from first. And we're talking about going to the finals, and you just let your main candidate, you were just simply crushing, save that game?
Maurice, can you please pull up where Prague blundered and went into this lost end game? Because it was a completely
Yes, it was the moment where we saw the echo of the Fabi game. It was right here.
It was B5.
It was
B5.
When 2 rooks were still on the board.
It was here. The move B5, you've got to take that pawn. Just
simply
take it, kill it. Instead, he played this move and allowed rook takes. Oops. Where did that come from? Takes, looks possible, but you can't play rook takes because this is the same
pawn breakthrough.
Again, great school stuff with these guys, But they played 8 rounds.
Feeling.
After playing 9 rounds of rapid, they're starting to feel the pressure. They have to have the energy. This has turned into a marathon survival. It's all about survival. Look at the difference, 1.5 points. A win would have put him a 0.5 point away. Whoa.
Pragg
What a
very
big
happy
game.
after 8 rounds, leading with still 1.5 lead. Sindarov stays in second with 16 points. Wesley 1.5 behind Sindarov.
Absolutely
But
crucial
Fabi
win by
bounced back,
Fabi
yeah.
over Vincent.
And Vincent cratering now.
Yeah.
Down to 11.5, 8th place. That's not going to be comfortable at all.
No. We were talking about 8th place and 3 points. You know, but Fabi, that was a very, very important win. Levon Aronian, the how would we put it? The wild card. He's taking away too many Grand Chess Tour points
Yes.
for those players who are trailing him. And,
That's 7 points he's taking away with him.
Yes.
The other 2 wild cards are at the bottom, so not a problem. But I can imagine the tour players going, why'd you have to bring this guy in?
Right, exactly. Tell us about the pairings for our 9th and final round of today. Nasi.
Let's have a look. Well, Praggnanandhaa is facing Levon now with the white pieces.
The guy who is wrecking everybody's dreams.
And such a huge matchup on the second board. Wesley, who is currently in 3rd place, playing Sindarov, who's in 2nd. So maybe Wesley can close the gap if he wins.
Okay.
And try to fight for the 2nd place. We have 2 Dutchmen facing each other, then Fabi against Awonder and Leinier against Vincent.
Fantastic.
In this last round, we didn't see any of the other games.
No, well, we were mesmerized by Javokhir winning a game that he turned into a draw. He just snatched a draw from the jaws of victory.
Well, first it was a draw, and Pragg just blunders that elementary tactic with
Right.
C7.
I'm just thinking that, okay, we said that King F4 was a terrible move, and it was. King takes G6 just wins. I was just wondering if he could have played this move here. You have
And
to
then
play
H5.
King, and then H5, right? And you have to take it. I don't think you can just allow the king to go up the board, right?
Yes, take, but here my king is close.
Right?
I can go H4 now. This is a draw.
H4.
Both 3 moves away.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
you're not promoting with a check.
True that. So it would have just been a queen and pawn endgame, and we didn't want to have anything to do with that. No, but King F4 just.
Well,
wow,
in Sindarov's
I was
defense,
shocked.
he had 5 or 4 seconds in that moment.
Yeah.
The precise moment where he needs to calculate which line is winning, he has
But
no
he had
time.
done all the hard work with C5 and C6.
But that he did kind of intuitively. Well, that
Missed
was Pragg's lucky
opportunity.
moment, yeah.
A missed opportunity indeed. And boy, yeah, the players are feeling it. I think that's what.
Yes, I can show you a game also,
Please.
the game between Aronian and Dominguez, where this
Two
game ended in
ladder
22 moves.
What?
22. It's not often you see somebody like Dominguez lose that quickly.
A miniature.
And the reason it happened, he was equal up to 20 moves. But in this position here that we have, in fact, I'll just go back a couple of moves. This move, knight d5, was played. And just Leinier going along, playing great moves. Queen f6, nice move, rook d5. Let's trade off the pieces. Get my knight out the way, it's all good. Trade another one. And all this momentum of trade, 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 trade led him to play one trade too many. This move ran into
C5?
Queen c5, and suddenly he's in
97.
big trouble because after takes, there's this check and takes, hitting the queen, hitting the pawn on c7, hitting the knight. That was not good news for him. Now he needs to find a move. He's giving up a pawn no matter what he does. He played the move knight to g6, and Levon found
Knight
the
E7.
beautiful interference tactic, knight to e7, blocking the queen's defense of the rook on d8. Obviously, if you take, he just simply trades, and you cannot capture that queen because your rook's hanging, and that's the game. So just a simple one-move error followed by an even bigger one, a blunder, and that is why Levon lost. Sorry, Levon won.
won, and
Dominguez
Leinier
lost that game. Again, the players are feeling the fatigue coming into these. You feel the excitement. It's up and down. It's all kind of battles, and you're trying to stay clear and focused all the way to round 9. But even the best players start making mistakes. We see them just.
Well, Javokhir just now, I'm still stunned by that because, again, I felt he did all the hard work, got himself to a winning position, and let it slip in a single move.
So did Vincent.
And Vincent, too.
It's a completely equal endgame, and in the one move, he blunders a piece.
Well, exactly. King F4 and knight E6 check.
Yeah, it blundered the bishop on E5.
And you...
With a check, too.
With a check. Because otherwise you get the piece back. But you have to allow the piece to be captured with check.
I think this is first time Fabi got a little lucky break.
Lucky, yeah. He needed it. And...
by the way, another one, just to show another one mover that happened 40 moves in this time, the game between Awonder and Jorden. And this position, there's a check on the board. You've got to make the right king move, put it on a good square. The best move, hide as far away as you can from the queen. But most importantly, from the knight. Don't let that knight come into the game with tempo. You've got threats yourself. You threaten to take, you threaten to take. There's no queen e6 because you win a queen. So no problem. What did he do? He brought his piece closer to his bishop and walked into a one-move punch.
Oh, come on, no.
I mean, why let his knight in the game? Even if it's equal, which is not. Why would you let his knight in the game? King g6, queen e6.
Resign.
And knight f4, and now your queen is dropping. Thank you very much. And he had to resign. A1 mover put his king on f6 of all places to allow knight d5. So it's clear. You can point to Javokhir, you can point to Leinier, you can point to Jorden, and you can say, you know what's happening?
Fatigue.
It's all about fatigue right now.
Right.
The marathon, the experience will get to you. You hit a wall, and you somehow have to keep it up. Even Prague blundered in that game as well. Don't get it twisted. He drew the game, but he blundered rook b6 and allowed this tactic. So they're all feeling it. The finest players in the world will show you they'll make mistakes because of stamina not being enough, because chess is hard.
Yeah.
9 games a day is... Can't even imagine. Have you played 9 games a day?
Oh, yeah. Well,
in a serious tournament.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
When I'm playing, for argument's sake, doesn't matter, Roman Djindjiashvili.
Yeah, that's...
We might play 5-6 hours, but we're playing back-to-back, all the tempo, and it goes up and down, and it goes up and down like this. We don't... And when we say to each other, okay, I'm feeling time out, let's go get dinner. That's what we do. We just call it a break.
I'll point out also, you did that in isolation. You didn't do it after playing 9 days of rapid.
No.
Which those were long enough games against the best players in the world.
Right.
And remembering the losses you had and the dumb moves you played and feeling the fatigue from 3 days of chess. And now coming to play blitz against those same players. And also, you didn't have some jokers with engines going, you know what, that was a blunder. Or that was a blunder. You didn't leave a game. You were playing him freely. Right. You guys don't remember what your blunders were. Right. You didn't walk out of the game and say, all right, so what was the game? And your sister is going, you know, you just screwed up that game. Or your brother is looking, going, that was terrible, right? You should have played this. And engines just poking holes, and you have to deal with that emotionally. So this is a totally different case in this kind of tournament. Absolutely much more stress on the players.
Yeah, for sure. Oh my gosh, you're absolutely right about that, Maurice.
Should we remind everyone the schedule? Because today is coming to an end. We only have 1 more game to go. Today was the first day of the 2-day Blitz.
Yep.
And tomorrow, join us for the last day of Blitz. They'll play again 9 rounds with reversed colors.
Yep.
And if somehow there's a tie for first, then we'll also have playoffs.
It's close. It could have been a lot closer.
Could have been super close.
Yeah, and so we might talk about those playoffs on tomorrow's show, just in case. But in the meanwhile, we've got Prague, Levon, and Wesley versus Javokhir coming up. And we have to make a decision which game is going to be our
I'm going to watch Prague
marquee.
and Levon, I think. That's
Prague
my
and
vote.
Levon?
Levon's on fire. Prague obviously is leading the tournament. A huge relief surviving that last game.
And Levon is wily as ever. How has he done overall in the first day of Blitz? Because
It's 5 out of 8.
as the oldest player in the field, is he?
No,
is the
Leinier is
oldest.
oldest, I think.
He's having one of the best performances today. Prague is at 5.5 today.
Okay.
Out of 8. He would have been at 5 only.
Had Javokhir won.
Had Javokhir won his game. Javokhir is at 5 also. He would have been at 5.5.
He would have
Best
been.
performer of the day. But 3 players on 5. That would be Levon, Javokhir, and Awonder Liang.
Impressive.
Yes, indeed. Showing real form today. He is, in
This
fact,
opening, Yasser.
Yeah.
only lost. Is it true? Awonder's only lost 1 game all day. After having not such a good performance, only 1 game lost. So we'll keep an eye on him as well.
Yes, sir.
Great
Is this
performance,
your opening?
bounce back performance. But this game is huge for Prague. He doesn't want to lose the last game of the day the way he did yesterday.
Exactly. So it's a Perk defense turned Philidor, right? Philidor. And this ending, it's considered very, very slightly better for white. You think it would be considered more because black has lost the rights of castling. However, when you take the queens off the board, taking advantage of your opponent's king in the center becomes incredibly hard to do because you need the queen as an attacking
Just
force.
like in the Berlin opening.
Exactly. So the difference is that you get a modest pull in development. Now, should you be playing moves like c7, c6, knight to d7, bishop to d6, that's a different questions. I think bishop b4 is actually what Levon just did. Idea, obviously, pinning the knight, potentially simply stopping the knight from either going to b5 and or d5. Bishop g5, I think Prague wanted to capture on f6 and play knight to d5. And so
Still capturing, even without 95.
that makes it easier for Levon, truth be told, because what you want to do to equalize is you want to play the move bishop e6.
Equalize? Maybe he's even a little bit better.
Yeah, well, now after capturing on f6, because a moment ago you didn't want to play bishop e6 and get the double d pawns. Now you don't feel bad at all about playing bishop e6, and Levon is even trying to, I guess, he's trying to gain a tempo before he plays bishop e6.
Knight b6. Oh, okay, knight c5.
I
like
like
knight
Levon's
b6,
position
bishop
very
e6.
much. I think Levon is, it's easier to play Levon's position
Yeah, for sure.
in my view. Sorry, what were you going to say? King
I
F2?
thought knight b6, bishop e6 was better to control the c4 square, but this
Me
also
too.
looks good. He's still going to trade the white square bishops.
Yeah, and he's looking, I kid you not, he's looking at a rover, a5, bishop e6, rook a6, and bringing his rook to c6. Oh, very, very different perspective. Okay, so Levon is going for a completely different idea of b5 and chasing this bishop and saying you're passive.
Could white play a4? Since you told me your plans.
Bishop takes a4,
I thought
rook
rook
to
d5,
d5,
right?
and then you're going to give up your rook for 2 pieces,
And
absolutely.
you can't take with the knight either because of rook d7, so a4 might be the right move. Because after b5, I think I have
It's
to
easy
admit
play.
I'm worse.
Yeah, it's easy play for Levon. A4,
Knight g3.
whoa, what's that? Are you sacrificing a piece here? I don't believe you. So b5, no.
Rook d8 first.
Okay, very hard to guess Levon's moves. I don't quite know what he's up to.
Maybe he's playing a little bit too... I don't know the
He's
right word
mixing.
for it. Yeah, he's mixing the ideas.
Mixing a lot of different ideas. Sometimes you add too much salt and you get a salty.
I like Prague's last move though. He's improving his knight, finally going to e3, so you can eye the d5 and f5 squares.
As well as potentially the c4 square. But definitely the knight is best placed on e3, and he's put it there. If I was
I
in
think the
Levon's
worst
shoes,
is over for Prague.
I'm not sure. If I was in Levon's shoes, I'm still playing a4 because I want you to force me to play f7 takes e6. Once I have the pawn on e6, I really feel it's a two-result game. I have no fears of losing it as black, and maybe on a good day I go a3 and knight a4.
He's gone a4 right away. Probably bishop c4 or d5. There we go. He chose c4. I just don't see how black proves the advantage here.
I guess I played too many French defenses in my life. I played against pawns on c2 and c3 so often. It's like, let's go.
All right. Pawn
Just
is all the way up to
imagine
a3.
if you were black and you could put a rook on b2 in such a
I
position.
can imagine, yeah. It's never going
How
to happen,
happy-
but I can imagine
Well, that
it.
was why I was going for rook a6 and a rover. You know,
I'll put one of the rooks on b1.
I'm still as black. I am aspiring.
Or there
to
we
play
go,
rook
bishop
takes-
b3, and now you're never making it to b2.
Well, there you go. Rook takes d1 and aspiring to bringing my rook to c6.
So your target is c3, and the
Oh.
only way to attack it is with the rook on c6.
b5,
Did
really?
you come a little bit late?
b5?
You're not a fan.
Okay. I think if I'm Prague, I'm trading rooks.
I was going to say, can Prague just sit and shuffle? Yeah, you can make a lot of improving moves, maybe h5, h4, rook somewhere.
You'd like to use
breakthrough.
your king side, because for the moment, I had hoped as black to be able to force the capture on e6 and retake with the f7 pawn, so that the f5 square is never dominated. Now, rook b1. What's the idea behind rook b1? So
No
I play
idea.
h5. Just
Should I
choosing a
play
move.
h4? I don't want to let you get all the way to h3.
Okay, h5, h4, rook g8.
And it's your move again.
Well, your king is on e2. So, well, in any case, Levon couldn't find a way of improving. He's captured on d1.
Yeah,
What's-
this position does look very equal now.
Yeah, what is Prague considering? It's like he's thinking over how to recapture the rook.
I think all three are fine. And he's
he,
taken with the king.
he took with the piece I least expected him to. I mean, if he had taken with the knight, you could have maybe rerouted the knight to f2 and d3. Took with the king.
I wouldn't trade another pair of rooks, though, for white.
Why not?
Because I don't have to. You can have the open d file. There's nowhere you can enter.
And there we go. He has played rook to a. And again, if your pawns were on b7 and c7, I would see a
Rook A6.
pathway for the
to
rook.
lift.
But when you put the pawn on b5 and c6, I'm not a fan.
Okay, maybe Levon wants to go knight a4 now and then take with the rook. Is that his idea?
Could be. Could be. Knight a4 would likely precipitate knight d1.
Yeah, knight on a4 is unpleasant. So could we get rid of the double pawns right now? Take on e6 and go c4. But I'm still worried about the knight a4 move.
Uh-huh. I like that decision to play for c3 and c4 very much.
And
So
I think
yes.
he's going for it, Prague.
Yes, so very much play for c4 right here, right now, and open up the b file for your rook.
So if we just take on c4 now, we go rook b7 check.
By the way, what was the big deal about rook b3? Why couldn't he have played rook b3?
He could have, and knight c5 would have been a draw.
Oh, but as white, I'm happy
Yeah.
to bail. He played knight d1 as if I'm playing for a win and I've got to win the game.
Well, with Prague, you never know. He might think he can still press Levon here.
Okay, so I'm guessing.
By the way, Wesley is slightly worse against Sindarov. Nothing to write home about.
right?
But that's a big result
Huge game.
for this tournament. Wesley cannot afford to lose that game. If he's trying to fight for first anyway.
Levon's taking a long 5 seconds. What could he be considering? Taking or not taking, I guess. He can just defend the pawn on b5.
I'm playing rook a5 without thinking. Rook b8, he's a provoking rook b3.
Maybe rook
Why?
b4 even. Okay.
Why?
Maybe Prague has some chances after all.
It's definitely turned, and now Prague is for choice. What was rook b3?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I'm very.
You can still play
I'm
rook
very
b3. I guess
confused.
Levon will play b4.
C? What am I
c3,
missing?
can I take and go c2?
No, no,
Because
no.
you
Just no. My king is next
Yeah,
to the
yeah.
promotional square. And there you go. He's dropped a pawn.
He's losing a pawn. And he's down to 20 seconds.
No, Levon has really spoiled a clean advantage, let's put it that way. And why would you take that pawn on f5 and undouble the pawns? What am I seeing? I think the players are just too
Tired?
tired. Yeah.
Yeah, they're trusting their intuition. Rook c5.
Okay, here
White has an extra pawn, but because we
G3.
have such a passive knight on d1, Black has sufficient compensation here.
You gave me a clue as to what I'm supposed to do. Move the knight. Make it an active knight. Knight b2, knight e3, knight f2. Bring the knight into play.
Absolutely, and Levon probably will have to drop back with his knight because knight on a4 is not doing anything anymore.
Other than pressing on c3, which is insufficient.
Maybe go to b6 and c4 if you can.
Right? Knight f2, knight d3, knight
He's offering
b2
the
is
trade.
fine.
I think I would take that. That endgame can't be lost.
No, it's definitely not lost. I mean, White's happy to be playing a pawn-up ending, I can assure you. The middle game was not fun for Levon.
And yes,
For
now they're
Prague.
trading.
Apologies.
More pawns, and this definitely is heading towards a draw.
Yep.
I see that Jorden is... No. I think Leinier is winning his game against Vincent Keymer, and maybe Jorden is winning against Anish.
By the way, for Vincent, this would be a disaster because, frankly, Leinier has been playing
Anish
poorly.
Giri has blundered and lost his game to his countryman Jorden van Foreest.
Wow.
And that is putting him almost completely out of the runnings in the Grand Chess Tour.
Yep.
And I think Dominguez won his first game today. And Vincent losing, I don't know how
Again.
many in a row, actually.
He was outplayed by Dominguez that game completely.
He
Beautiful
lost
game by
3 in a
Leinier.
row, Vincent.
Vincent collapsed at the end.
This is a dead draw now.
Fab is also winning his game.
Levon has gotten an absolutely perfect rook on a3, ideally situated. You can't push your
4
a-pawn.
seconds for Prague. Of course, this is a draw, but you can... Okay, they're making repetitions.
Yeah.
And this is a draw. Should we jump to Fabi's game?
Let's do it.
Because
Fabi is
Wesley and
up
Sindarov
against
also
Awonder,
drew their
Liang.
game. So this is the only one left.
And Fabi's up 2 pawns, and he's about to queen a pawn. He's about to
It's
play,
same color bishop, so
yeah,
it's
king
quite
h6,
easy.
g7.
But 4 seconds.
Whoa. 4 seconds?
Yeah.
That's terrifying. Rook to
Isn't there a checkmate there
c7?
somewhere? Okay.
No time.
No time to think.
Rook c7.
He's resistant pushing the pawn to g7. He could earlier, but... Okay, he's focusing on the b pawn, and now it's very easy. b7, and
Right.
Fabi wins the last 2 games in a row.
He needed that. Boy, did he ever. I'm going to go to the game.
It's over?
Oh, sorry. Wesley already drew.
We had 3 wins by White in this round. Van Foreest, Fabi, and Dominguez.
I'm going to tell you, Javokhir is going to be kicking himself.
Yeah. He had opportunity. Well,
Not this game, the last game.
Against
penultimate
Prague,
game. Yeah.
He could be half a point. What more could you ask for?
Right.
Okay, you could ask for more, but look, you had a king and pawn ending against someone, you were right there to win the game, and then you're only half a point out. You go to tomorrow knowing that it's not an insurmountable lead at all, and it's slim, and you beat the guy, so left something for him to remember. Not so memorable, however, are some of these games. I'll take this position, for example. Jorden had a huge edge on the clock in this game against Anish, but the game is 3 against 3. There's no reason to think you're going to lose this game if you have the black pieces, except if your time is bad. And then he started dreaming. He said, wait, I have a rook E1 mate siding, and I'm hitting a rook.
Right.
Am I not winning? No, you're not. Stop it. Tactics, you can't take, you can't check. Wait a minute, maybe now. Nope, I got more tricks. Don't take my rook now because...
That's a check.
That's a check. And lucky for you, you have F5 actually tactically winning back material, so then you survive. All right, so Anish said, okay, my bad. And then you play this move, missing
Queen 8.
the next move, Queen 8-6, which was not played, which would have been gorgeous in this moment. Give me that and give me your queen on the next move. Thank you very much. I'd be up 2 pawns in one move. Queen D5 was a clean blunder trying to win, but his opponent missed it with over a minute on his clock.
Wow.
Did not see that tactic.
That's crazy.
Now Anish said, oh, dodge the bullet. No, you didn't. You walked into another sucker punch. Everything is defended. Your piece is hanging. Wait a minute, maybe I threaten your queen. Nope, maybe I pin your queen. Thanks for the piece. And that is game. Anish ran out of time staring at the board thinking, how the heck did I lose this game?
3 versus 3.
3 versus 3, and trying to win with no time on the clock, and just made blunder after blunder. The last one really cost him completely. And we saw the game not great for Vincent, the way he fell apart at the end. And it was a model game. Let me get back to right here. A model game by Leinier. When you give Leinier Dominguez these kind of positions, boy, you better play accurate chess. And Leinier said, no, we're going to play with some ease right now. Actually, I want to go back a couple of moves because he showed it right here. It's knight on F5, pawns, just a nice kind of position to have. You should not blink. You should not blink. You should chill in the position. Maybe play bishop F8, for example. But he did blink. He tried to trade things off. Give me that. Clean up in L5, and this bishop is now a beauty of a piece because you gave up your bishop. We'll just trade off with your one aggressive piece. Now your light squares are looking porous. The knight dropped back, and now everything just starts to flow. Give me this beautiful position, trade that off, and now let me go show you why my A pawn is sitting on A6. And you're looking for compensation. Keep looking. You're just going to guard the light squares perfectly. And here we go, pawn going up the board. And again, those light squares just simply collapsed. And this is how Leinier Dominguez, when he's in great form, can finish you off. Fabi did win his game for the last victory of the round. You know, Awonder was doing quite well. He played so well today. It wasn't this position. It was earlier. It was even earlier. Back here. It was okay for him, decent enough position, but unfortunately he dropped a pawn and it just became too difficult. Later, Fabi was able to pick up another pawn, and that ended up being the game. Here, there was just no hope. So a tough day with the wins we saw, and now we got some results. Now, I'm sure.
Let's take a look at
what happened today.
The standings and see after 9 rounds of Blitz, what's going on? Well,
1.5 point lead.
1.5 point lead going into the last day. He has 18 points. In clear second, it's Javokhir Sindarov, but he was so close to being only half-point difference.
True. Wesley clear third, and Levon clear fourth. Well, not a big tie for first, but a surprising tie for first, featuring Fabi and Jorden. For fifth. And finally, the real Leinier Dominguez showed up at the cost. to
And Vincent,
Vincent.
coming in today, he was, I think, in the 4th place, and then he lost 3 games in a row and just completely collapsed.
Yeah, tied for 8. Not good at all.
But Yasser, we have a very special guest, the leader of this event, Praggnanandhaa.
Thanks, guys. And we are with Praggnanandhaa, who was leading yesterday, now leading again today. Prag, we know there's one game that you must be in your head, and it's that game against your main rival in this tournament. The moment you played 8-6, you must have known you were lost. Well, what were your feelings when you played King F4?
No, honestly, I couldn't calculate properly. I thought this is like the only try, and somehow I thought I couldn't calculate. We just barely had time, so I was just making moves, and once I played G5, I realized it should be a draw. But even after King F4, King E6, I wasn't 100% sure because we were playing with seconds, so I can't really be sure.
It was a huge game. He would have been half a point behind you. Now he's a point and a half behind you. You had a point lead coming into today. What was your strategy, knowing it was only a point, not so much, how to handle the 9 rounds that you played today?
No, just basically not to do anything stupid and just. I managed to do something against Javokhir because I think the position was completely fine, and then I just blended this one more tactic, which I spotted immediately after I played it. So I think most of the games I was just trying to play solidly and not do anything myself. I think my game quality could be better, but still +3 is a good score.
You were actually the performer of the day. Did you know that? You had the best score of anyone in Blitz today.
Yeah, in general, +3 should be good in any format in this sort of field. So I'll take it, and we'll see. I mean, it's still a lot to fight in tomorrow.
It's a point and a half lead. How do you handle situations like this? Cautious or just play chess, take your chances?
I mean, there is 9 games. There is a lot to miss. So you should just be alert throughout the day and play your best.
Final question: are you worried about anything Vaishali's going to say to you when you go see her?
Maybe not make too many draws with white because I think all the games with white and then in a draw 3 with black. So yeah, maybe to be more ambitious with white.
All right. Well, we'll let you go talk to your sister. Give her a chance to give you some coaching tips. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Good luck indeed, Prag. A nice result for Prag as he maintains his lead.
He finishes Incr first, the Blitz day, 6 out of 9.
Right.
And then I see second is Levon and Javokhir with 5.5 out of 9.
Nice. As far as the best Blitz players of the first day. That's good.
And Fabi recovered at the very end. He had such a terrible start, but now won 2 games.
Right.
And jumped back up. Must be such a relief.
Was he at -2 before he won those last 2 games?
Yeah.
So we were thinking, uh-oh, he's fading. And then Vincent actually ended up fading because of that game with Fabi. He lost a piece.
I think in a lot of games that Vincent lost, it was just 1-move blunders.
Exactly.
And in
Lost
every
to
single
Jorden.
one, it was a piece, a full piece.
Something to work on.
But how do you work on that? How do you not hang pieces?
The AI is going to sit there and say, watch your pieces, don't blunder them
That's
away.
one thing I always struggled with. Like when you lose because you blundered, what's the lesson there? Because blunders will just keep happening.
Deep thoughts, I know. As we get prepared to interview some of our guests, just my reflection on this event was Wesley So. Wesley is one of those players that I've come to expect so much of because he can play, as we've seen, some incredible chess, and then also blunder.
Yeah, there were a lot of blunders today.
Yeah.
But we are ready. Maurice is with Awonder Liang.
We are with one of the members of the Olympiad team, one of the best players in the United States. Thanks so much to be with us, Awonder. It's been a tough tournament. The rapid portion was a bit tough, but today seems like you righted the ship. How'd you do it?
I don't know. I was just preparing to lose all my games like in the rapid, and I guess my opponents felt bad for me or something like that.
I don't think anybody here feels bad for anybody.
I don't know. It's hard to explain.
You did beat some good players today. Did kind of level out. I know the last game you're not thrilled to lose. Nobody ever is. But how do you feel about just the way you picked yourself up off the mat?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like my games today were also very ugly, and probably I should have lost many more games than I did. But I don't know. I think somehow I was just getting lucky today. So.
I mean, I hear those words, and I look at the scores. You're one of the top performers today. You can't all be luck.
I think, well, fortunately for me, you guys weren't looking too closely at my games, so that's very understandable, and thank you for that. But yeah, I don't know. I guess tomorrow I probably need like a miracle or something to get the same result.
Tell us about the opportunity to play in such an event. It's not every day you get to play in your home country, one of these elite events that you have seen regularly through the years. What was it like to know you have this opportunity to play against these top players?
Yeah, it's obviously a wonderful opportunity. I think, yeah, they're very strong, and I think, yeah, clearly I feel a big difference between me and them currently. So I'm not really sure what I have to do to get to that level.
That was actually my next question. What are you learning? What are you noticing, or do you wait until it's over to assess what happened here?
Yeah, I think sometimes I'm making a lot of strange mistakes. Like when I don't play like very disciplined chess, I get punished very badly, and it feels like there's not really much I can do sometimes.
What does that mean, disciplined chess? What do you mean by that?
I think sometimes like I don't know. I just like play whatever just cause, and I think I should probably be a little bit more careful. But yeah, I don't know. It just feels like whenever I get a worse position, I just immediately lose, which maybe is because my defense is bad, or maybe they're just that much more accurate. It's kind of hard for me to tell, but yeah, they just feel very strong, and so yeah, I'm not sure. I guess there's a ways for me to go.
All right, well, you've got 9 more rounds and some lessons, but also some wins. We know you're dangerous, and we look forward to seeing you take down some of these big dogs. Good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Good luck, Awonder. Absolutely.
And Awonder just described it perfectly. Even when you're as good as Awonder, you can face these opponents and feel like there's a big difference between you and them.
Yeah, sometimes, well, as Bobby Fischer said, sometimes you're the professor giving the lesson, sometimes you're the student getting the lesson. And when I see these players play against one another, I think that's interchangeable. These guys are really at the top level, and not so much what Awonder was saying. Was this idea not of disciplined chess, but how do I say it? Consistent chess. This idea that you're limiting your number of mistakes, and when you do make mistakes, they don't cost you the game.
Yes.
Some people are making mistakes that they never recover from. Others are making mistakes that they're still in there. But Maurice, we've got a special guest.
Indeed, we are with our second place finisher, or at least in second place for the tournament so far, Javokhir. We could talk about a lot of stuff. I know there's one game on your mind. What is your feeling about this game you played against Prague?
Yeah, I mean, insane. I saw like I'm winning completely. Any move was h5, king g5, c5, and that's why I go to this end game. So I have a choice between rook d5 and rook e5, and I calculate everything. I found like both moves was winning, but then I don't know what happened. Like I'm start tilting. I mean, when he played king e7, I was shocked. Like what to move. Then I played fast c6, h6, and come on, just take on g6 and resign. But yeah, I mean, it's tough to remember this game. But okay.
Yeah, my director's telling me in my ear that we've got a replay of this. I don't think you want to see the replay of what happened. But I do, when something like this happens, has it happened to you before is a question. This happened to all of us. What is the lesson you take away from something like this?
Yeah, I think like I reacted not good. You know, like it's an important game for my tournament. I know that, but when I lose advantage and draw position, I just like Yeah, it's not good, but okay. I mean, you don't need to do this like never. But I really feel stressed after. I mean, I missed my winning position. But in general, fine. I hope like. I mean, from this, there is not will be a lot of memes.
All right, you got to wash this one away. Now the challenge gets a little bit harder. You're only a point back. Now a point and a half back. What's the strategy for tomorrow?
Strategy? Like actually, I'm playing. I think like very well. My strategy is don't lose, and it works. Just only game which I really played very bad. I lost that game against Jorden. It was like I mean I don't know. My best game like from a long time. Okay, against Anish also like some tricky, but I just missed his d-takes e5. But against Jorden is so bad game. But other games I really enjoyed, and I think I played really very well. And yeah, tomorrow I will try to play best and try to take points from my opponents like who is leading.
All right. Well, we look forward to seeing fighting chess tomorrow.
Yeah,
Good luck.
thank you so much.
Javokhir, I actually have a question for you because it was a kind of a funny game, your game with Anish Giri. When you were playing d4, knight g4, you got to this position, and I was like, rook f3, you can't go backwards.
Now, you know what happened? Like I played d4, c takes d4, knight g4, and I calculate all of moves, but not d takes e5. Because d takes e5 looks me very weird, and that's why I didn't calculate. But after he played, I realized like, I mean, not after he played. He started thinking like he spent maybe 1 minute or 40 seconds. I realized like he has just d takes e5. I calculate like 40 seconds only about move queen b3 or other moves. And I realized after d takes e5 I'm just losing. So then I understand I need to play rook f3 or I will just resign. Yeah, I think like it works because after rook f3 he start. Computer says g takes f3 is a big advantage, but I know Anish
he doesn't like his king.
He doesn't like this. I mean, he giving this. Some tactics, tricks, and that's why I know that he will play bishop b6 or other move. But other moves, I think like I'm not bad, and I defend somehow. But this game is crazy.
I just like him as knight g4, rook f3. Queen h4, never going backwards.
Never going backwards. Yeah. I remember some old tale about Tal in Latvia that they played a chess where knights couldn't move backwards. So if it's Sicilian, they play b4. You just play knight d5. It can be captured. Nobody cares.
No, come on. Just I played this game very bad, but then I think I really defend. I think, Anish spent a lot of time to play all of these moves, and then he has only 1 minute to realize position. And like I'm just playing so fast, and some moments he just played d5 because for him it's hard to stay in this position. And but I think it's impossible just to miss d takes e5. But today, in my opinion, I do only one blunder. It's like only.
And just the very, very final question: you realize it's a very close race between you and Prague Grand Chess Tour. And making the final four, you have that awareness, right?
Yeah, of course. So we are fighting for top 4, and we both have a good chances. But I'm thinking maybe not important to. In my opinion, it's important to finish in top 3 because if you start tilting to think about take first place. Then if you are not in even top 4, it means you need to win Sinfield Cup. But if you finish in top 4, you have all chances in the next tournament. So my goal is to tomorrow just play good chess.
Absolutely, Javokhir. Good luck
with
your goal.
Good luck, sir.
Yeah, we like the good chess. I just love the rook f3, queen h4.
He made a great practical decision doing that rook f3, yes.
Let's
and it
go.
worked. It paid off.
And once again, Blitz standings after.
Right before going into the last day, Praggnanandhaa leading with 1.5 lead. Sindarov in second with 16.5. But you just heard him. He's gonna try his best tomorrow to catch up with Prague.
What a difference a year makes, as Prague says. Last year it was a disaster for him here in St. Louis, this Rapid and Blitz. He finished -5. And look at him now, from lowliest to holiest.
And look at Keymer, all the way down at the bottom. He's starting to look like he's
3 points.
Catching range from the players like Sindarov was talking about. I just need to be in top 4, maybe, top 3, finishing here. And then the Sinkfield Cup got all sorts of chances, as we see our commentators' picks. That one game made the difference for Nazi and Irene, as Prague is a 1.5. He could have been just one move away from just a half a point lead, the slimmest of leads. Yeah. But he is definitely now in a more comfortable, I wouldn't call it comfortable, but more comfortable situation.
That was only 1 point, now 1.5.
And all comes down to this. Tomorrow, coverage begins at the same time and lasts 9 rounds of Blitz and possible playoffs.
Yeah, well, hope the players will come with a great deal of energy for tomorrow, because, boy, it feels like...
they get tired towards the end.
Yeah, that's what it felt like.
Because we are not used to seeing so many blunders.
No, we're not.
Well, thank you everyone for joining us today, and don't forget, tomorrow is the final day of Rapid and Blitz. We'll see you then.
Good night from St. Louis.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.